So welcome back guys, we are back with another story for you. So today we are going to see, what if Bella didn't need the Cullens? Before that I'll request you guys to subscribe our channel and press the bell icon to stay updated, so let's get on story. When the Cullens leave, Bella Swan is left shattered but fate has other plans. Instead of dying as collateral in a vampire war, Bella is offered a choice that will rewrite her existence forever. Loss turns into power, and the girl who once needed saving steps onto a path that will make the world fear her name. This is the moment Bella stops being fragile, and starts becoming dangerous. Damp dirt and moss were all that I could feel as I sank to my knees and hands, gasping, unable to breathe as my salty tears flowed from my burning eyes. My fists grasped the loose dirt, unable to do anything at the moment besides breathe in and out. He had left. They all had, 7 months ago to the date. My boyfriend, no, my everything. My family. My one and only best friend. The reason for my existence. My promise for a better future. All of it, all of them, gone as fast as I could blink. And what for? Because I had allowed myself to sink to the lowest level of perception I could become. I had allowed myself to become a toy, a trinket, a useless item like a yo-yo to them all, something they could push away and pull close at whim. They had grown tired of me, and decided that it was in their best interest to leave, just like everyone else had always done in my life as soon as I got close to them. Perhaps I was the common factor. But right now I could not think past the pain radiating throughout my being. While it was true it had been 7 months since that fateful day, the pain had not lessened as I was consistently assured it would. But only grew worse. No one could understand though, the only people who could, were the ones no longer here. Sure, I had lost my boyfriend but, in the process, I had lost so much more. Something that no one could even begin to grasp. Alice and Jasper. Alice, not just my best friend but the only being who could ever understand the demons in my head, the one who was always there. Unconditionally, and Jasper, the brother who always understood my emotions even when I didn't and made my day-to-day trivial human issues seem like nothing. Emmett and Rosalie, my goofy and exuberant brother, and my cool and collected sister, who at least hinted at a promise of a friendship with time. Esme and Carlisle, the cinema resemblance of the perfect supportive and loving parents that I had never had. Together, all of these vampires created a close-knit family, and had graciously accepted me into it, or so I had thought. In a blink of an eye, they were all gone, vanished into thin air. Collecting whatever strength I had left, I pulled myself up into a sitting position and buried my face into my hands, unable to calm myself down. I wish I knew why I was not able to let this go. People coming and going was nothing shy of a regular occurrence in my life. I should be used to this by now, but every day I felt a tug in my chest growing stronger and stronger, where it was pulling me. I had no idea, but I was beginning to become desperate to relieve the aching in any way possible. I suppose that is why I found myself once again alone and in the forest. Jacob, my childhood best friend, had become the only sense of steadiness and comfort through the mess of emotional whirlwinds that had become my day-to-day life. While he could never take their place, especially Alice's, he had become a close friend indeed and had been my North Star, helping to guide me out of every night terror, every anxiety attack and every deep depression I found myself ensnared into. Despite all that he had done though, he could not fill the void, and I was beginning to feel rather guilty. Here he was, ready to do whatever I asked and whatever it took to fix me. He had even taken to protecting me after affirming that Victoria was in the area, clearly looking to settle the score after her mate was killed by mine. The thing was, I couldn't help but wonder if I needed to be fixed or even protected for that matter. Was I really that broken that I needed someone besides myself to rebuild the shattered pieces, and more so, why was I so important to him when he hadn't even imprinted on me? So, that leads me to now. Jake had proclaimed his feelings for me and said that he would do whatever it took, be whoever I needed him to be so that he could fix all the cracks in my heart and heal me from the inside out. It was during this conversation that I had asked him if he had imprinted on me, to which he reluctantly confirmed what I already knew: he had not. Of course, it was at that moment that we got into an argument. He tried to tell me it didn't matter if he had imprinted on me or not, that he would always love me, but I knew better and had no interest in suffering the same fate as Leah, and had said as much. Jake unfortunately did not take to the rejection well, and wanted to know why and how I could refuse him after all that he had done. I heard myself tell him that I never asked for his help before I even had a chance to fully comprehend the words and their meaning, and then he was gone, lost in the forest, away from me. I was alone once more, and this time there was truly no one to blame but myself. As I had finally pushed him too far away. Perhaps it was better this way. Blank, underscore, blank. My ears heard the snapping of a twig and I shot my head up. The sound effectively breaking me from my thoughts. My vision blurred from the tears that had refused to fall. From the thick part of the forest, I could see two ornately dressed graceful beings moving forward as if they were gliding on water. My burning orbs locked onto them, as I felt my stomach churn violently. They were as attractive as my family had been, all consisting of pale alabaster marble skin. No flaws visible, but their eyes differed greatly as they were a brilliant shade of crimson. Thinking back to my encounter with James and his sadistic nomadic clan, I knew all too well that they were consumers of human blood. As this information sank in, I knew I was royally fucked and no one would be coming from me, not this time. "Hello there, my dear. What is your name?" one of the vamp Iris inquired, with raven-colored hair and skin so pale it was practically transparent. "Bella Swan," I finally murmured after finding the courage to find my voice. "Bella, short for Isabella perhaps?" the vampire asked again, grinning. "Yes," was all that I could muster as fear coursed through my veins more than my blood. "Tell me, Isabella, where are the Cullens?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "I don't know. They left me, and made it quite clear that I was not privy to know where they were going, but I seriously doubt that they will ever be back here. If you were looking for them, I'd try elsewhere," I eventually mumbled out, my dark brown orbs falling to the ground as a new wave of pain hit me. "What a terrible shame. They allowed you into our world and then simply left you behind." I expected more tactful behavior from them, especially from my dear friend, Carlyle. "You know that this is a crime in our world, do you not? No matter your intentions on knowing our secret, I cannot let you live. You pose too much of a threat to the natural order of our beings. If I allowed you to live, then I would have to show the same treatment to everyone else, which I simply cannot do," the vampire mused with a slight sigh. "Well, you might as well get to it. Without them, my life doesn't hold much meaning anyway. I don't care anymore. I don't have it in me to fight this," I finally sighed in reply, and looked up to meet his steady and slightly confused gaze. Perhaps he was not used to people not begging for their life. While it was true I was scared, I wasn't sure what purpose my life would ever truly have. I watched as the vampire walked over, slowly, at almost a human pace. I closed my eyes, waiting the fated death that I had barely escaped from by James. I should have already been dead after all. If I had known that this was the fate that my 18th birthday would have brought, I would have let James finish me off instead of trying to fight destiny. I wish I had allowed my fate to be sealed by allowing his fangs to drain me of my life supply. Surely it would have been less painful than to endure this fate, would it not? "Isabella, if you don't mind, I would like to use my gift to read you before I am obliged to do the dirty deed of wrapping up the Cullens' loose ends. You don't have to be afraid, this will be painless," the vampire smiled as I nodded in pure submission. As I knew there was no reason to try and fight this from occurring. What could a human possibly do against a group of vampires anyway? Tentatively, I reached my hand out and only slightly flinched. As my warm skin came in contact with his cold touch, icier than any of the Cullens. After a few moments, I lifted my gaze to the vampires, my eyebrows gathering together in thought. Why was I still alive? Why had he not yet let my hand fall and sunk his teeth into my neck? Something was just not right. My stomach began to twist as he released my hand and took a few steps back, appearing to be in shock of some sort. Assuming that was even possible for vampires. "Isabella, I cannot read you. Nothing of your past, future or present is visible to me. You're quite the enigma," the vampire mused, seemingly speaking to himself more than he was to me. "Yeah, Edward couldn't read my mind either. I thought it was just because I was a faulty human." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Faulty? Isabella, there is nothing about you that is defective. I assure you, you and your ability as a human is nothing shy of being outstanding. You are the only being, vampire or human, that has been able to block out my gift in centuries. I believe this to be due to an innate gift that you possess that would only become enhanced by becoming one of us, a vampire. To simply kill you seems like such a waste. I must ask if I can be so bold. Would you consider becoming a vampire and joining my ranks? The vampire questioned, unable to withhold the excitement from his tone. I chuckled darkly to myself at the irony of this situation. I had been wanting this for as long as I had known the truth about Edward and his family, and yet I never had imagined it would come to this. I knew that I did not fit in this world as a human, but Edward had been too concerned about my soul to do what I had wanted, and pleaded with him to do. If he would have complied, then the incident with Jasper would not have happened during my RTH day party, and I would not be in the situation I was in now. I knew I had to decide, and there was no time to truly weigh my options. I could either give in to fate and allow the sweet release of Dmitri to embrace me, or I could allow myself to be transformed and join this outlandish group of vampires. Second chances in life do not happen often, this I knew. Yet, before me a group of vampires were granting me a choice. The choice to be changed or to be killed. Either way, life as I knew it was over. Blank. Who are you? I finally brought myself to ask, running a nervous hand through my dark, messy long locks. My apologies, where are my manners? My name is Arrow. I am the leader of the Volturi. I assume the Cullens did not tell you who we are. He smiled as my face scrunched in thought. Nope, sorry. I assume you're a big deal though. I sighed, tired of being in the dark with everything. We are part of the Volturi, the largest and most powerful coven of vampires. We enforce the laws of the vampire world and are seen as the equivalent of royalty. We are made out of the strongest and best of the best vampires. I myself am one of the 3 kings. He explained, watching my eyes grow wider. And you are asking me to join you? I asked with an incredulous expression. Why would they want me? I am as basic and normal as they come, even in human standards. That is correct, Isabella. As I mentioned previously, I believe you possess a very strong gift, and I have confidence that in time, after changing you, you will grow and become a strong and valuable asset to our world. If you accept, we will take you back to Volterra and change you when we deem you are ready. We will take you in, support you in every way possible, and train you in our ways of life. He nodded. I knew my ears were working. I had heard what Arrow had stated, but my jaded human mind refused to believe in it. I was wanted. For the first time in my life, someone wanted me for just being me. Nothing more or nothing less. I closed my eyes deep in thought as I swiftly began to weigh out my options. If I said no, I would die right here and right now. There would be no second chances. No possibility to say goodbye to Charlie or Renee, to Jake, to any of my friends. Yet, if I allowed myself to be turned, then I would have a second chance at the existence that I had wanted. The company would be different. But I couldn't help but wonder if what this Arrow said were true. If I could be of value and make a difference as a vampire, I should at least make myself useful. Plus, if I was turned, I could at least watch my friends and family from afar, and find peace that they were okay and provide some sense of closure for them and for myself. Hell, even with time I could likely visit. Once my newborn years had passed and I was in control of my bloodlust, just as the Cullens had done. Surely, I could come up with a story to justify why I had to leave and to explain my absence. It'll be less painful to them all in the end to do this than to simply die, right? In the back of my mind, I knew that was likely being a bit selfish, but maybe, just maybe, it was exactly the time to be selfish for a change. To put my needs and wants above anyone else's. If I do this, can this remain more or less a secret? I don't want the Cullens to know. I don't want them to come running out some sort of misplaced pity and interfering. I finally mused, looking up to meet Arrow's curious gaze. As you can tell by our eyes, we are not like the Cullens. Covens that lead their kind of life, or any sort for that matter, do not visit Volterra often, and frankly my dear, it would be your story to tell, not ours. If you came with us, you could take on whatever identity you wanted and have what you humans call a fresh slate. I would not dream of telling the very coven who abandoned you of your fate, unless you desired me to do so. He replied, causing me to nod my head in understanding. I pushed my drained body from the forest ground and stood up, swaying lightly on my feet. My eyes left the two uncharacteristically patient vampires to look over my shoulder. Behind me was Charlie. My friends, Jake, and nothing but shattered promises. I thought about the Cullens, especially of Alice and Jasper. I had grown the closest to them on a non-romantic level, and the thought of never being able to see them again was simply unbearable. They were the main reason why I had not moved back to be with Renee, at Charlie's request. Yet, this had been their choice. Despite my actions, they all were the reason why everything had to change. I closed my eyes and said my mental goodbye to the world that I had known. It seems as if all your efforts to keep me and my soul safe have failed, Edward. You will never know this, but this is my last goodbye to you. I no longer can wait here and waste this life I have been given. I mused to myself as I reopened my eyes to meet Arrow's steady gaze. Have you made your decision, my Isabella? Arrow asked with a slight raise of his eyebrow. I certainly hope so, because trying to fight off my bloodlust has become almost intolerable at this point. I will not be able to wait for much longer before I am forced to make the decision for you. Yes, I have reached a decision. I will join you, I responded, earning a satisfied grin from Arrow. Ah, perfecto. I was hopeful that we did not have to allow your potential to go to waste. My wife along with the rest of us all will be pleased to welcome you to our family. We'll discuss the timing of your change once we arrive. Typically, we prefer to change individuals once they have reached peak maturity on a neurological scale, but this can always be re-evaluated and discussed if need be. He practically purred as he gestured for me to walk forward. Blank. I felt my teeth bite down on my bottom lip and willed my feet to move forward, step by step. Further away from all that I had ever known. My nervous eyes shot to Arrow before settling on the female with an hourglass figure and light brown hair and ruby eyes who had accompanied him. She was just an inch or so shorter than I and offered a radiant smile. Hello, Isabella. My name is Chelsea. I am honored to be welcoming you to our coven. She smiled and offered her hand in a polite gesture. I returned the motion out of habit, wrapping my warm fingers against her cool skin. I could not bring myself to smile as warmly as she had, but my lips betrayed me as I felt the corners begin to tug slightly upwards. Something about her energy reminded me of Alice. Please, call me Bella. I'm not a fan of my full name, I muttered as my hand fell back to my side. I walked through the forest, guided by two members of my new family. It wasn't the family I had wanted, but perhaps this was the family I needed. I do not mind calling you Bella, but you may want to come up with an alternative name or nickname to go by outside of us in the walls of the castle if you truly do not want any of the Cullens to find you. Bella is a rather unique name in the vampire world. While we would never inform the Cullens of you, news travels fast to the vampires regarding our activities, for lack of a better word. If they heard the name Bella, I would not be surprised if they could put 2 and TWO together after learning of your disappearance, which they will in time guaranteed. She responded, her gaze shooting to me as we continued walking through the forest. I suppose you have a valid point. I have never given it much thought about what else I would go by. Perhaps a name will come to mind after the change is complete. I mean, I will be completely different, won't I? I mused as we reached the end of the forest, and found myself face to face with a private helicopter. It's hard to say, the experience and final outcome varies from vampire to vampire, at least in my experience. Most of the time, however, there are certain residual characteristics that remain or become enhanced from the transformation. That is how our gifts originate. While it will be a change, I believe that you will still retain a large amount of your current mannerisms afterwards, but time will tell. She responded honestly as she and I took our seats on the helicopter along with Arrow, who moved up front to the controls. I nodded but remained silent, indicating that I no longer wanted to talk on the subject. She thankfully picked up on the hint and nodded as she offered up a pillow and gingerly handed it to me. I arched an eyebrow and accepted the pillow before placing it on the wall of the helicopter, near the window, before resting my head against it. I was drained on every level, and despite the fact that logically I should be on edge, my body simply could not help but to relax. Why are you being so nice to me? I finally blurted out, my tone a lot harsher than I had intended. She almost nervous Why played with her hands before looking up at me and cleared her throat. You've been through more than anyone ever should have too. You had to make a life-altering decision on the dime and have chosen to become a part of my family. Part of my gift is that I can manipulate bonds of everyone I have met, with the exception of you. I've never had to work before to gain a level of trust with someone be you. Something is telling me that you are worth this effort. But to be honest, even if I could control our bonds, I would not be treating you any different. If we are going to be family, I assumed that reading you like this would be the appropriate first step in that process. Would you prefer me to act otherwise? She questioned, causing me to snort. Yup, she definitely reminded me of Alice. Nah, I'm good. Sorry. It's just hard to see why anyone would care about me. I thought the Cullens did, but I was wrong. It's hard to trust that you and I won't reach the same end of the road as I did with them. I replied with a light yawn. You know, everyone says how we are the monsters of the vampire world, and yet it seems to me that the only vampires who are those who introduce humans to our world and then snatch it away. I never would want to be responsible for the emotional trauma that they have clearly caused you. She murmured. Please don't pity me. I found myself replying back automatically, and I felt a cool hand brush some loose strands of my hair away from my face. I don't pity you. All I am interested in is creating this bond of friendship and offering support if you ask for it while you are working on rebuilding yourself into the person you want to be. She whispered, and my mind reeled with what she had said. You mean, you don't think I'm too broken to fix? The words escaped my lips, and I mentally cursed myself as I heard her sigh. Bella, Rome is built on ruins and is quite breathtaking. What makes you think you can't be too? She paused as I mulled over her words of wisdom. If you feel as if it is important to fix yourself, then I will be by your side through it, as long as you need and want me, but you will have to be the person to do it. I cannot fix you, only you can. I can only offer you support. The plus side of this situation is you have officially reached rock bottom, which is the best foundation you could be on to rebuild a new life. Thank you, was all I could say before the weight of the past few months finally caught up to me and my eyes closed. You are welcome. I know that a lot of damage has been done, so I won't push you. But I promise, I will be here for you from now until the ends of time. From this moment on, you will never be alone. I know you have no reason to trust me or any of us for that matter, and it will take time and effort on my end, but I will do whatever it takes to gain your trust. I can already sense that you are going to be an important person in my life, and I will never take that bond for granted. She finished head as she placed a light kiss to the top of my head, and then picked up a novel to keep her entertained on the flight back to Italy as the helicopter roared to life. I kept my eyes closed to prevent the tears from once more falling down my face. I was overcome with emotion. At this moment, I was sure of exactly three things. First, my life as I knew it was over. Second, if there had been any track of possibility that the Cullens and I could be reunited, that prospect was now no more. And third, I had been given a chance to rewrite my story, to shape my destiny, and this was not a gift that I was going to squander away as I had done with my human life. This was my story. I, Bella Swan, was going to become a vampire, and I was going to make this world my own. Let's begin to story. I vaguely remember Edward once explaining that the continuation of time functioned vastly differed to a vampire than a human. I had a difficult time, to say the least, in comprehending what he had meant, but now as I looked back on the 75 years since the fateful day that Arrow and Chelsea had appeared before me and offered me a second chance at the life that I had so carelessly squandered and had accepted me into their family, I finally understood what he had meant. I felt my lips curl up into a smile at the memory. It had been bittersweet, of course. I had still been dealing with the emotional trauma that the Cullens had left in their wake, and being a person who did not care to act on a whim, I had gone against my very human instincts and had made a snap decision to accept what I considered to be a very gracious offer given the circumstances. Upon reflection, I knew, at least in the back of my mind, that this had likely prevented Alice from receiving a vision of my decision, and never had I been so relieved to know one of the loopholes of her gift. I also was aware that if I had not had the gift of what I now knew to be a mental shield, the offer Arrow had presented would not have been an option. Which turned out to be one of my two gifts. I had remained a human until the age of 25, at which point, Arrow along with Keys and Marcus decided that I was at peak maturity and would be the prime age based on my neurological maturity to be changed. Thinking back, I had never been more grateful that they had quite literally forced me to reconsider being turned at 18. 18-year-old me was still rather weak mentally, driven by nothing but sheer impulse-based desires. My emotional state was also a lot weaker at that time, which became quite apparent as I finally forced myself to go through the 5 stages of grief. When Arrow and Chelsea had found me in the woods, I had been rooted very much in the denial stage. The process of moving through the 5 stages had been not shy of a nightmare but had been much easier to take on with a truly supportive family. In Forks, I had believed that even given all that had occurred, one of the Cullens would have certainly come back. I was nothing shy of a fool to believe that. Why would they? They were a coven created by individuals who had been changed much too soon. Only Esme was what I considered to be of proper age when she had been turned. Which clearly was the reason why she appeared to be the most mature, level, and understanding member of the coven, apart from Jasper who had soldier training on his side, helping to stabilize his impulses. Except for human blood apparently. The rest had been turned, apart from Carlyle, between the ages of 17 through 19. The slight clicks of heels from my boots against the archaic stones and tiles leading to the courtroom echoed as I reflected back on my healing process. Chelsea had become my rock as promised and was there through every setback and every victory over each stage until finally I had reached acceptance. She became my partner with the guard, and was only second to me. Arrow had been correct with his assessment, and once I had been turned and trained, I quickly advanced through the ranks with the guards. My mental shield had turned out to be an invaluable gift indeed, and had only grown stronger in time. As a human, I could block out the gifts of Edward, Arrow, Chelsea, Alec and Jane, but as a vampire, my shield had also become borderline physical as well. Gifts of any sort only functioned now if I chose to let them. On top of that, I had developed a secondary gift, similar to that of Marcus's. Arrow had coined the term as tactical intuition. It was believed that due to my experience with the Cullens, my body had decided that I would ever be blindsided again by the intentions of those around me. With a simple touch, I could feel what those were feeling around me coupled with the ability to sense their intentions. This development had come as a shock to everyone, myself included. This gift however had been the other reason why moving up the ranks had come so easily to me. Marcus hardly left the castle, for security reasons. However, I was a freelance guard member. And being blessed with this gift made interrogation significantly easier and extremely effective. No one could lie to me once I touched them, which proved useful during my countless missions. Taking Chelsea's advice into account, I had become known to the vampire world as the Impividia Inquisitor, an Italian name loosely translating to the Dauntless Inquisitor. There was not a vampire who did not know of me and my abilities, and there was rightfully so, a large amount of fear and respect that had gone with this title. It was well known that if the inquisitor was sent by the Volturi to investigate an allegation against a coven, it rarely worked out to the questioned coven's interest. Grinning wider, I thought back to my last successful mission, which had taken place in Romania of all places. Word of them gathering forces to try and dispel the Volturi had been discovered, and naturally, I had gone to investigate and end their vain attempts. Apart from my gifts, I had maintained all of my initial newborn speed, which made me practically untouchable. As such, the Romanians had quickly fallen to my hand, and were presently shackled, secured safely in the dungeon depths, waiting for Jane and her unholy gift of pain. I moved my ink-black hood with articulate royal purple designs from my face and allowed the fine silk to fall to my back, freeing my long dark auburn layered locks to spill out across my shoulders. I reached out with a gentle hand and effortlessly opened the large dark oak doors before moving forward before Arrow, Keys and Marcus, immediately falling to one knee and bowing my head in submission. The mission was a success, my lords. I was able to infiltrate their coven and ended the threat of war with our own. Stefan and Vladimir have been secured in the dungeon and I believe Jane will be attending to them shortly. I spoke softly, before looking up to meet my adoptive father's gaze. I could not stop the smile on my face. Once I recognized the familiar sense of pride shining off of his cherry orbs. Please stand, my precious little one. He practically cooed and moved forward as I stood, quickly taking me into his arms. I closed my eyes as I relished in our closeness. Charlie had been as good of a father as he could manage and I loved him dearly. I had watched over him until he had passed away in his sleep, peaceful and without any pain. However, he had never been much of an affectionate man, something that Arrow had turned out to be once he had officially adopted me as his own along with Sulpicia. I had never been more proud to call them my parents. You make me so pleased, daughter. He smiled as he pulled back to an arm's length. I was about to respond when the doors opened and Sulpicia came rushing into the room. Her hands lifting her ornate gold and teal gown above her feet so she could move with more ease. I chuckled as she practically tore me from Arrow's grasp and pulled me close, resting one hand on my lower back and the other in my hair as she sighed with relief. I knew that she did not care for me going on these missions and had attempted in the past to convince me to stay within the protection of the city. But I simply could not do it. I had found my calling in life and had never been happier or more fulfilled. I was finally making an impact. I was ending threats and maintaining a certain amount of balance and peace within my empire. I had changed the Volturi for the better. By staying human for as long as I had, they all had a strengthened amount of self-control, not that it was really needed. You see, we no longer drank from humans. I had spoken with Marcus during one of my many teaching lessons, and had asked how the Volturi could justify in killing vampires for drinking of humans but themselves were guilty of such an act. Marcus had attempted to reason that the difference was with how it was done and the impact. I had argued that while human blood made a vampire stronger, faster, and more attuned with themselves and their gift if applicable, each person they drained was still a person and their life had meaning, and it seemed to be hypocritical to punish those guilty for doing the same acts. Eventually, I persuaded them to see my point of view and had created multiple contracts with hospitals all around the world who donated spoiled or contaminated blood bags to us under the name of scientific research. Due to this, there was now a healthy and never-ending supply of blood bags shipped to multiple locations throughout the world that eventually found themselves in Volterra, just waiting to be drained by myself and my family. Granted, this was not common knowledge. The secret remained within the walls of the castle. After all, the Volturi could never appear to be getting soft. After a few years of futile attempted persuasion, Sulpicia had finally accepted my decision and no longer spoke on the subject, but that did not stop her from fussing over me every single time I returned from an assigned mission. Her movements were quick, but I always could register as her eyes evaluated me, clearly looking for new scars or other injuries. Satisfied that she was not able to locate any new ones, she had quickly taken me into her embrace and held me for a few moments before finally pulling back and placed a loving kiss onto my forehead. Oh, my darling, I am so happy to see you have indeed returned to us in one piece. Do tell, how was the mission? Were you successful? She asked in a hurried but gentle voice, causing Arrow to shake his head. We were just is cussing that my love before you so untactfully barged in. He chided, and I could not stop the chuckle at their playful banter before she shot him a hot glare. May I remind you that she is not just the master of your guard, but also our daughter. As her mother, it is my duty to inquire on such things as her well-being. That is surely of more significance than the outcome of the mission, is it not? She shot back, and Arrow held up his hands in submission. You are correct, as always. He smiled before she huffed and moved to stand on the base of the steps next to her husband, fidgeting with her hands. My sharp dark coal-lined eyes took in the display of clearly displayed anxiety before shooting a curious glance at Arrow. What is going on, father? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Arrow cleared his throat and turned his gaze to Keys and Marcus. Can you please provide us some privacy and go fetch Chelsea for me, if you would be so kind? He asked, and I watched the curious interaction as Keys sighed and nodded, moving forward but stopping as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Arrow. Just so we are perfectly clear on this, I do not support this decision, he growled out with a clipped tone. I watched as Marcus placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Neither of us do, my dear brother. However, we understand that this is her decision and hers alone. If she decides to accept, then we will support her regardless of our beliefs or opinions. I only hope that you know what you are doing. He spoke before ushering Keys out. Father, I asked once more, confusion racking throughout my body. All will become clear soon. I only have it in me to go through this once, so we must wait for Chelsea before I explain. He replied with a tight smile. I crossed my arms against my chest, while examining his reaction. I did not need my gift to know that something was troubling my family, something regarding me. After a few moments that seemed like an eternity, Chelsea opened the door and quickly rushed to my side. It was not common for her and I to take on missions separately, but it had been deemed that her involvement in Romania was not needed, which had left her alone in the castle, something I knew she did not particularly care for. She blessed me with an effervescent smile, before taking my hand in her own and lacing our fingers before averting her attention back to Arrow. "You summoned me, my lord," she chirped out, and I averted my gaze back to his own, gauging his emotions that were dancing off of his orbs. "I am not sure how to go about this, so let's just dive in, shall we?" he asked before clasping his hands together and looking over to his wife, who pursed her lips but gave a silent nod of approval. As one of the kings of our coven, it has always been my duty to assign and dispatch missions appropriately. I have been tasked with this decision-making process for as long as I can remember, and always was able to separate my affections and emotions when making these decisions. However, the moment you officially became one of us and accepted the offer of adoption, I found myself truly struggling with the task for the first time. As the strongest and most adept of the guard, I knew that logically, I needed to assign you to the most dangerous infiltration missions that came our way, and did so, but not without great difficulty. He paused as he allowed his words to register. "Father," I started, growing slightly impatient. It was not like him not to cut to the chase, and I was not very pleased that my questions had not yet been answered. "You remember Carlyle and the Olympic Coven?" he finally asked, effectively silencing and leaving me dumbfounded. Remember? How could I not? No matter how hard I had tried or how far I had come with my healing, the memory of ones I had called family at one time still haunted over my subconscious. A part of me missed them, and I had accepted that I always would. Time could only do so much, and it's part of healing a broken heart after all. "Yes, what of them?" I asked with a raised eyebrow, my eyes shooting to my mother as she moved forward and took her husband's hand into her own, offering some sort of comfort. "They are back in Forks, and have been there apparently since your initial disappearance was made known to them for reasons I do not know. Carlyle has reached out though. It appears as if there is some sort of new rogue coven or army being created. They have been fending off the newborns and onslaught of rogue vampires to protect the humans in the area along with the shapeshifters, but it has become too much for them to handle. Carlyle has asked for protection and our assistance and is a longtime friend. I cannot deny him of this request. It is only a matter of time before we have to worry about exposure with the humans. And that is simply something that cannot happen." He sighed, and I raked my free hand through my hair. "Not to mention the possible slaughter of every human residing in the area," I murmured back, causing Chelsea to run a reassuring thumb across the top of my hand. "It has been a very long time since we have faced sheer numbers such as Carlyle is describing. I trust him not to know that he is not exaggerating. They have done well so far in keeping the threat at bay, but they cannot keep it up. Jasper is the only one in the family with experience in handling newborns, and he cannot train the family on how to properly fight them while also attending to the protection of the nearby towns. That being said, I need to send someone who can not only offer protection against newborns but who can also be tasked with recruiting a couple of others to help determine the cause and vampire responsible for this upcoming threat and end it." He sighed, and I nodded in understanding, not liking where this conversation was headed. "I have thought long and hard on this, and have consulted with not only your mother but my brothers as well. I cannot fathom how difficult it will be, but logically, you would be the appropriate choice for this mission. Your gifts and innate speed make you the most formidable against newborns, and I need Jane and Alec here to help defend the saws. TLE in case of an attempt on infiltration. Given that you are originally from Forks and have been back multiple times since you were changed and have a friendship with Jacob, the alpha of the shapeshifters, you would be the person who would be best suited to take on this mission." He paused as he clearly saw me visibly stiffen. I had never turned down or failed a mission in the past, but what he was asking of me was a true test. I had given up the idea of ever speaking with the Cullens again. To be reunited and for them to learn of my secret existence practically made my skin crawl. Yet, I knew that they were only a small component to this request. I would not be accepting to help them, but rather to protect humans, something I had sworn to do once I had been changed. I would be protecting Jacob and his tribe, and keeping my end of our secret alliance that had been created so long ago. That being said, I will not order you to take on this mission. I simply cannot. If you choose to, it will be on your own accord. Chelsea will need to go with you to meet the shifters, along with any of the contacts you choose to assist with the mission. This will help them to know which of the ready Y's, as they call us, to attack and which ones to not. After that, she will be with the Denali coven, who has agreed to house her and be a point of delivery for supplies and blood shipments, and to be assigned to a separate mission. This is where you will both be dropped off by a private airline, and where you will find your vehicle and items needed to blend in while around the humans. I cannot say how long you would be gone for, and of course, this would be the most dangerous mission you have taken on to date. I cannot make any promises that you will survive this one, but I believe that you have the best chance. He finished as he waited my response. I averted my gaze from my parents to Chelsea, who simply looked at me with patient eyes. Chelsea, I asked, waiting for her input. This is your decision to make, Bella. Regardless of your decision, you will have my full support, either way. She smiled tentatively as she gauged my emotions, and I nodded. You will have hers along with our own. Do not feel as if you must do this to prove anything to your father or I. As you know, your uncles do not approve of this either. No one here wishes for you to face off against the ghosts of your past. You will not be seen as less if you were to decline. Sulpicia supplied, taking in my obvious contemplative state. My sharp mind reeled with the information that had been provided to me. While I was not thrilled to be working with the Cullens of all people, I knew that if I were to decline, I would be putting another one of my beloved family members in danger. Would I be able to live with myself for eternity, knowing that, like a coward, I had declined the opportunity to tackle a mission that was almost crafted with me in mind? Would I be able to stomach any of the deaths of the humans or the pack members? Knowing that I could have likely avoided it entirely if I had been there. There was so much more at stake than just the Cullens. Granted, a large part of me did want to see them suffer, as I felt they deserved nothing less. After a few more moments of silence, I took in an unneeded deep breath and brought my steady gaze to Arrow. I accept, I finally stated, my tone strong and recently. Regardless of the turbulence of emotions I was feeling, when am I to depart? Right away, little one. Time is truly of the essence. Arrow paused as he sighed and moved behind his throne and back, holding an elegant wrapped package. I had thought you would agree to this, so I had Marcus work on crafting this weapon for you. I believe you will find it to be helpful. He grimly stated as he offered me the package. I opened it, easily tearing through the delicate wrapping to find an ornate gold and jeweled saber with a matching onyx leather scabbard. I ran the pad of my thumb against the blade, watching as it easily sliced through. As I watched my crack heal, I looked back up with curiosity. The blade has been infused with all of our venom. As you have noticed, you will be able to cut any vampire as if they were nothing but butter for toast. We all wanted you to have this, symbolizing that you will not be alone during this mission. We all are going to be with you, every step of the way. If you should need to find strength to deal with this mission, you should not need to look any further than this saber. He smiled, and I could not stop myself from moving forward and tackling him into my arms and burying my face into his chest, breathing in his comforting scent of parchment and leather. Slowly but surely, he returned the embrace along with Sulpicia. I remained motionless for a few moments before finally wriggling free and attached the saber to a loop of my black slacks under my cloak. I moved back and made my way to Chelsea, who nodded at me as we made our way out of the courtroom and to the airport, where we would be dropped off in Denali at our safe house, where my vehicle and supplies would be waiting for us. I would need to blend in after all while in Forks, just as the Cullens did. I paused as I reached the doors and looked over my shoulder to my adoptive parents, with a flick of my long hair. I love you, and I promise, I will bring light to this situation and will return home to you both. No matter what. I peered out the window of the small private passenger jet, my sharp eyes taking in the breathtaking and vast snow-laden forests of the Alaskan terrain. My fingers drummed lightly against the soft leather armrest as I remained lost in my thoughts. The flight from Volturi to Denali had been as pleasant as could be given the circumstances, as Helsi and I had conversed easily over topics as we always did before a mission, not regarding the pressing matters at hand while her mate Afton maneuvered the plane. To say I was happy to have Chels with me at this moment was truly an understatement. To find that the Denali would be assisting with the mission was a little surprising to me to say the least, knowing that the Volturi had been the ones to kill the three sisters' mother, Sasha, when she had broken one of the most important laws and had created an immortal child. It was a comfort to learn, however, that the sisters had eventually come to understand why my family had to do what they had done, and while the Denali coven still held a certain amount of fear while dealing with the Volturi, they understood the threat which was Preza. NTLY only within the areas of Forks would inevitably spread if not addressed, and in time they would be caught up in the war themselves. Taking all of those factors into consideration, along with Elia Zer's past relationship with the Volturi, the Coven had accepted the request of the Volturi to house Chelsea and to receive any shipments of supplies I needed while on the mission as to not draw any attention to the humans in the area of Forks. The Alaskan landscape where their home was located was far more secluded than that of the Cullens, which provided the perfect amount of security and a safe place in the event things went awry and I had to make a quick exit, taking the Cullens with me back to Volterra, which was an absolute last resort. Retreating would mean failure on my end, and I'd rather die than ever admit failure to my family. If I were to be honest, I was beyond relieved to know that Chelsea was not going to directly be a part of this specific mission. She was a fierce fighter, and her ability to realign and disunite bonds at will truly made her a very valuable asset. I did not doubt her abilities, but she was the closest friend I had, and the bond she and I had created over time knew no limits. I did not want to be the reason why she was in this amount of danger, knowing that this mission was different than any others. For the first time, there was a certain amount of uncertainty if I would make it out of this mission. Arrow had said so himself, and while having her fight by my side as we had done countless times would only be a benefit, I did not want her in the middle of this issue. In my mind, this was my problem and mine alone, and I did not want anyone else involved. My thoughts were broken as she moved from the back of the plane, where she had been changing into her Volturi cape and outfit and freshening up before sitting down and leaning forward as she placed a gentle and reassuring hand over my anxious-filled fingers, instantly calming and steeling my nerves once more. We only have a few moments before we land. I know we've been avoiding the topic, but I feel as if it is time to discuss the logistics, she said slowly, and I moved my crimson eyes from the window to meet her own. Arrow has assured that the majority of the supplies we need will be waiting for you and I once we arrive. You will go with me to Forks, and I will introduce you to Jacob and the rest of the tribe. I already have texted him and gave him a heads up and also instructed that he keep his distance from the Cullens until I am there and can expand my shield to prevent Edward of learning of my involvement until I deem it appropriate. After, you will head back to Denali and begin your mission. You are tasked with information gathering and will relay any findings to me. IWILL not be able to leave the Cullens to do any true investigating, as if I did, they would be in danger and I cannot work like I would, constantly having to worry about protecting them. That means I will be relying on you and the two others I have contacted to do that work for me while I fend off the newborns and work on training the family. I stated rather bluntly, causing Chelsea to purse her lips, but eventually nodded in understanding. Who have you chosen to help with this? You made no mention of it, but I noticed you sending texts right away after finding out you would need to enlist Outsy. The assistance, she asked with a tilt of her head, and I leaned back against the seat in thought. I reached out to Anita and Gunnar, both of who accepted the mission without me being able to really speak on the details. Once we meet up with them in Forks, I will provide the details so the Cullens are also aware of the plan. I supplied and she nodded. ___. My min. D moved back to how I had met Anita and Gunnar, and my eyes glazed over as I began the journey down memory lane once more. I had met them both during my very first classified mission, under the command of Felix. We had been tasked with bringing a small group of rogue vampires to justice who had infiltrated a handful of small towns and villages within the northern Scandinavia region. Upon arrival, He village had unfortunately already been destroyed and was littered with burning buildings and corpses. The small group of vampires had not been a match for Felix's strength or mine for that matter. We were quickly able to capture and restrain the leader and his followers, ready to take them back to Volturi for judgment as outlined in our directives. As we were getting ready to leave, I had wrote a faint sniffle and the pounding of hearts. Out of curiosity, I had investigated and found an adolescent boy and girl, cowered together near burning rubble of what used to be a home. Both had suffered numerous injuries but had somehow managed not to be killed or bitten. To the right, I saw a third slightly older boy lying face down in a pool of blood, and a very visible bite mark where his throat had been torn out. I kneeled before him and took his broken body into my hands, trying to offer some sort of comfort in his final moments. His wounds were too severe for me to change him or to do anything. I watched as he gave out one last shuddering and blood-filled breath, before no more came and his heart stopped. I had bowed my head down and moved my hands to his face, his white eyes locked onto mine. I closed his eyes and laid him back to the ground, barely able to contain the deep growl that rumbled in my chest, barely able to stop myself from destroying the responsible vampires to shreds. I moved back and kneeled before the two injured children, their eyes looking at me with fear and apprehension, rightfully so. Their whole family and town had been destroyed and murdered right before their eyes, and yet, somehow, they had lived. I was positive that they were dealing with a strong sense of survival guilt. Please do not be afraid. I am not here to hurt you. My name is Bella. What are your names? I had asked, and the boy spoke up first, moving his uninjured arm to hold the girl protectively, flicking his shoulder-length light auburn hair from his green eyes to meet my own, a brave act in of itself. My name is Gunnar and this is Anita. He had spoken with a slightly trembling tone, regardless of the front he was attempting to put on. I know so much has happened and you are both injured, but please, come with me. I will take you somewhere safe, far from here. I smiled and offered my hand out. I waited patiently as the two shared a glance with one another, trying to come to some sort of silent agreement. I watched as they stood and looked around, moving forward and standing in front of separate burning structures, which I knew had been their homes and where their family had met their untimely end. I watched patiently, understanding just how it felt to have the life you held dear to be changed right before your eyes, powerless to do anything. Eventually, they both moved to stand in front of me. Gunnar ran a comforting hand through Anita's long and straight, almost white blonde hair and had nodded. I took Gunnar's hand in my right and Anita's in my left and walked slowly at a human's pace back to Felix, who looked at me with raised eyebrows. I was struggling with my emotions, beyond livid that these children had to go through this type of pain. I had made my mind up that they were to become mine to care for and that I needed to become stronger, faster, more efficient. My thoughts lingered on the fallen boy and had wished that we had gotten there sooner. I knew that we could not save everyone, but his death was the first I had witnessed in my arms and I had been unable to do anything. What is the meaning of this? Felix had inquired and I sighed. We cannot just leave them here, Felix. They are children. They at least deserve a chance at a better life. If we leave them here without any treatment, family or resources, they will die. I think there has been enough killing today. Don't you? I had responded and he had eventually nodded, and called for a separate helicopter to come for the two humans, along with myself so that he could take the rogue vampires back separately. Gunnar and Anita had then come back with me to Volturi. I pleaded my case to Arrow, Keys and Marcus, who agreed that they could stay, with the caveat that they were eventually turned. I had explained the situation to both Gunnar and Anita, revealing the truth of what we were and what their options were. I had hoped that they would understand why I brought them into my world and would be wise enough not to act rash. After a few days, they had agreed on the terms. It was then that I tended to their wounds and had raised them as my own for just over a decade until Gunnar had reached the age of 24 and Anita, 22. It was then that they had chosen to be changed, and I had turned them, creating a further bond with them as my venom ran through their very veins. It was the first time my teeth had ever sunk into a human. A sense of hated control had also been a trait I had obtained after being turned, which had meant that I was the only vampire, apart from Carlyle and Rosalie, who had not consumed blood directly from a human. It was believed, due to my strong aversion to blood as a human, that had given me this control, something that had played a huge role in my ability to shift the mentality of my family to begin drinking from the blood bags. However, this only meant that I struggled with control on a different level. Knowing that vampire Who broke the laws in place, stole away choices from humans and senselessly murdered, only fueled my anger towards rogue vampires even more, and I was not exactly proud of how many I had slain without mercy or consideration. I knew that this specific dark part of me existed, and I did my best to keep it locked behind lock and key, but it was part of me regardless. My rage and inner beast blinded me. As much as it empowered me, and I gave in into it more than I should, but I did not always have the power to rein it in. It always lurked in my subconscious, ready to escape and take over, shutting down whatever humanity I had left in me. After Anita and Gunnar were turned, they had declined the offer to join ranks, which I understood completely. I had raised them to be independent and strong, one thing I had wished I had been as a human. They had expressed a desire to explore the world, find themselves in the process, who they were as a vampire and what type of mark they wanted to have in the world. Saying goodbye had been painful, but I knew that it was because I loved them as my own, that I had to let them go. Regardless, I had kept tabs on them throughout the years, and knowing of their gifts, I knew that they would be the ones I could trust the most with this mission, outside of my coven. Blank. I was brought back to the present world as Chelsea sighed and anxiously shifted in her seat. A signal that she had something of importance to say and was unsure how I would take it. I understand the reasoning for keeping us separated, but that does not mean that I am going to enjoy it. I don't particularly like the thought of you going through this alone, especially with the family who treated you the way they did. They don't deserve your help, Bella. And if anything happens to you because of them, I will never forgive them. She spoke with a harsher tone than I was used to, and I watched as her orbs instantly darkened. I sat silent for a moment or two, trying to figure out the best way to respond. I was not surprised by her statement. She had never once shied away from her feelings on the Cullens or what they had done to me as a human. While he was happy to have me in her life, she was not happy with the events that led up to our fateful meeting. I knew that this had to be hard for her. She always looked for ways to protect me, even if I didn't feel it was warranted. It logically would make sense that she was not at ease with me being with the family that had left me so shattered. She had seen firsthand what that had done to me, and I knew she was worried I would revert back to that state. I understand, I truly do. I am not looking forward to working with them at all, if I were to be honest. However, I have made it my life's missio, and to protect those who cannot save themselves. I will not allow a town of innocents fall due to the Cullens' inadequacies. I don't care about the Cullens, but Arrow does, and as his daughter, I want to saw him any pain for having a longtime friend fall at the hands of an enemy I can likely easily take down, once I know who is behind this all. I responded back with a slightly icy tone before feeling the plane begin its descent. As the plane landed in an open snowy field, I stood from the seat and swiftly put my hood over my head, pulling it down so that it covered the upper portion of my face, leaving only my nose down visible. Chelsea said her farewells to her mate, and I exited, giving the couple a sense of privacy, doing my best to ignore the twinge of jealousy that shot through me. Mated pairs made me ache for one of my own, although I knew that it was never going to be in my cards. I had rightfully so gathered a large number of vampires who wanted me dead. I could never allow myself to find a mate, because in doing so, I would be putting their well-being on the line. There was not a more efficient way to hurt a vampire than to go for their mate after all. Besides, I was much too emotionally guarded to ever allow anyone ever to get that close to me again. I was truly better off on my own. Thinking of the possibility of finding a mate always brought up the lingering question if Edward had been right and I was his. I was hoping that Chelsea would be able to view Edward's bonds and be able to provide some sort of long-awaited closure. It wasn't that I wanted Edward. I was fully and utterly over him, but having that confirmation would be exactly what I needed when I confronted the family, only adding to the reasons why I could never be with them again. I pushed those thoughts and feeling aside as I gracefully walked over to the waiting all-black Nissan model truck, and opened the side doors, looking through the bags and coolers in the backseat. In such, I owned a supply of blood bags enough to last Chelsea and I at least a month, assuming neither of us received any major injuries. The other bags contained human-based clothing, along with other items from Marcus. My fingers picked up a small glass vial with a dropper and I recognized them as an eye-coloring serum. We had learned that contacts only worked for a handful of hours before our venom descent. Graded them, but these drops allowed for a longer period of time and were a lot more comfortable. It was of my own invention, something I was rather proud of. By using this, along with other items, I had been able to change my appearance at will, which had served its purpose for infiltration missions. This meant that no vampire knew what I truly looked like. I had always been keen with science-based topics as a human. And it had finally paid off. Apart from that, our earpieces were set to be paired with our phones to allow for instant communication, which would come in handy if my hands were otherwise occupied while fending off newborns from the town. I divided up the supplies and clothes into bags and coolers, placing Chelsea's outside of the vehicle for Afton to deliver to the house. Effectively closing the door as she skipped to me and climbed into the passenger seat. I climbed in as well, and put my fingers to the awaiting keys in the ignition and the vehicle roared to life. I moved my hood back down, satisfied that none of the Denali coven was waiting to see me. I made a mental note that I would need to thank them for their tactfulness and understanding to the situation. I would have gone through the awkwardness if they deemed it necessary to meet, but it was clear that they understood that the less they knew, the better. They couldn't have been more right. I allowed Chelsea to connect her phone to the vehicle's radio and begin to act as the DJ for what would normally be a 44-hour drive to Forks, but I knew I could make it in less time. My foot pressed down on the pedal, and Chelsea let out a squeal of happiness at the sudden burst of speed, causing me to smile myself. As a human, the driving of the Cullens had made me uneasy, but now as I could move faster than they even could, I understood why they acted the way they had. Blank. I maneuvered the truck easily over the off-road terrain until we reached the clear road. And I was able to really open the engine up. My eyes glanced down to the speedometer, seeing we were traveling at about 100 miles per hour. I listened as Chelsea sang along with her pop mix of songs that were popular back when I was a human. As she had fallen in love with that particular time period of music after meeting me, grinning as she danced in her seat. She almost made me forget about what was waiting for me at the end of the drive. Almost. My fingers gripped at the steering wheel tighter and I exhaled a non-needed breath. "Are you all right, Bella?" she asked after a few hours of driving, as the clouds broke up, revealing the beautiful velvet of the night sky, riddled with diamond-like stars. "I am in control. No need to worry. Just anxious to get the initial meeting over with both Jacob and the Cullens." I sighed and I averted my eyes from the road to meet her own. "Hey Bella, can I ask you something?" she asked after a moment or two, causing me to chuckle. I'd say no, but that wouldn't stop you. "What's on your mind?" I asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Why didn't Jacob tell you about all of this? I mean, you've been back to Forks multiple times and went so far as to create an alliance with them and the Volturi once he learned of what you had become. They would have known that the Cullens were back, and I feel like by not telling you about the newborn issue, he put our own treaty on the line. It just doesn't make much sense to me," she said slowly, causing me to tap my fingers against the steering wheel in thought. I haven't given that much thought. The last I was in Forks was the night that Charlie passed away in his sleep, right after he turned 90, which was about 25 years ago. I never could tell Charlie what I was, knowing that if I did, I would be in violation of the same laws that I have sworn to uphold. Just the same, I told him I would keep in contact if he could understand that I could not answer his questions and if he swore he would not tell a soul about seeing me. He had agreed and kept his end of the deal, and my secret existence died with him. At that time, the Cullens were not back and there were definitely no newborns in the area. If I had to guess, the Cullens came back after hearing about Charlie's passing and reading that overly dramatic obituary that Eric Yorkie wrote, and the newborns must have started me after then, but there is no way that they would have been dealing with this for this long without asking for help. I sighed. "What did the article say?" she asked, turning her body sideways and crossing her legs so she could study me better. I wasn't surprised. I rarely spoke regarding any concerns or situations that connected me to my human past. It started off like any other normal and appropriate obituary, but he of course referred to me as the phantom daughter, who had disappeared without a trace 50 years prior. I couldn't have very well attended his memorial service when I was frozen. At age 25 and all my classmates had aged on. My last night in Forks, I had told Jacob that I was going to be busy with missions, and with Charlie now out of the picture, there wouldn't be an need for me to return as often as I had been. I asked that if he should ever run into the Cullens, to keep his distance so that Edward wouldn't read his mind, or any of the pack members for that matter, so he would not know of my existence. He had agreed, mostly because I think he wanted to do all he could to make sure I never was involved with them again. His hatred for Edward may run even deeper than your own, I finished, causing Chelsea to growl lightly. I wouldn't be so sure of that, she huffed, crossing her arms dramatically against her chest. Knowing Jacob, he likely didn't inform me of these recent developments because the Cullens are involved. He's always been extremely arrogant. I'm sure he thought they could handle it and didn't see a reason to get me back involved with them. That is something I will ask once I see him, I confirmed, and Chelsea nodded before apparently getting lost in thoughts. Blank. You know, I can always reach out to the Cullens and ask that they meet with us at the boundary line. That way we can all be there and the pack too, in case anything were to go awry. Though, if they move to attack you, I will not be accountable for my actions. She huffed, and I let out a light laugh and shook my head. In all seriousness, that's not a terrible idea. Give them a call and I'll send a quick text to Jacob, I replied, and pulled my phone from the drink holder and quickly sent a text message as Chelsea called over to the Cullens. Hello, a soft voice said, and I instantly recognized it as being Carlyle's. It was easy enough to determine as I made out a faint British accent, one I had never been able to notice as a human. Hello, Carlyle. This is Chelsea. Can you please gather your family? I only want to go over this once. Her pleasant voice chirped, and I remained silent as I continued to listen to their interaction. We are all here, please, continue, he replied after a few moments, and I heard the echo of the line, indicating that he had activated the speaker, something that caused my eyes to roll. Vampires would have been able to hear the conversation regardless. Perhaps they had been around the humans for too long. I am speaking on behalf of the person assigned for protection duty. They have asked that I call to you. We are presently headed to Forks. For convenience, you are asked to meet with us at the boundary line, separating your land from the shifters. We have already alerted them, so no need for you to, she said, causing a slight gasp from the family. You know of the shifters and are in contact with them? Carlyle asked, and Chelsea looked over to me with a raised eyebrow, and I shook my head. Carlyle, we are a part of the Volturi. Do you really believe we would not know of their existence? Just count yourself lucky that Keyes does not view them as true werewolves, otherwise we would have intervened a long time ago. She paused as she changed the song. Now, please confirm you understand our terms. Of course. We will meet with you there. May I ask who is overseeing our protection and what the plan is? Arrow refused to provide any information, and my family is rightfully curious. Carlyle responded a few seconds later. Yes, of course, although I cannot go over the specifics of this mission as it is not mine and it would be inappropriate. All you need to know is two other vampires are going to be assisting, and you will meet with them at the same time as you do us, which will be in about 36 or so hours. As for who is overseeing the mission, she grinned as we locked eyes and shared a knowing look. You will have the pleasure of meeting none other than the inquisitor herself. I am sure you and your family are familiar with her. Silence was all that we were met with. Rightfully so. Shock and fear were to be expected. This was the first time that I had been assigned to a mission in which I was sent to assist a group of vampires, not destroy them. I would have been surprised and honestly rather offended if they had displayed any other type of reaction. Yes, I along with my family have heard of her and the success of her missions. I must call to thank Arrow. I was not expecting him to dispatch the captain of the guard to assist my coven with this matter. To be working with her is nothing shy of an honor, he replied after a few moments, and I let out a mischievous smirk as Chelsea hung up the phone, after saying her goodbyes. I know that expression anywhere. What has you so excited all of a sudden? She asked as she head behind her and pulled out a couple of blood bags, one for herself and one for me. I ripped the corner off and drained the bag, allowing the cool and slightly coagulated substance to run down my throat and subsiding the slight ache once more. They just have no idea what shock they are in for, I replied and turned the music back up, before moving my eyes back to the road. Soon, very soon, they were to learn of their mistake. I watched as the green blur of pine trees blurred past my windows as I drove quickly throughout the all too familiar and somewhat nostalgic roads I had traveled on more than one occasion. I had learned these driving routes like the back of my hand as a human, but as a vampire, I had learned all the secret and hidden forest paths and could practically navigate the area blindfolded. The oddly comforting sense of pine, rain and earthy scents invaded my senses and I began to feel slightly dizzy at the sensations. This was how I always had felt when I returned to the place of my birth, where I had spent a month or so every summer of my childhood, and eventually where I had returned to after Renee had remarried. Volterra had of course become my home, but Forks always held some sort of sentimental connection, always drawing me back, no matter the lengths I had gone to try and separate myself. This had remained true as a child, a human, and even now presently as a vampire. I had grown incredibly anxious with each mile that passed, effectively bringing me back to the people I had practically sworn as enemies, the people who were responsible for stealing my choices as a human. If it had not been for their involvement, I never would have known of vampires. I never would have had my sense of perception of the world altered. I never would have found myself alone in the forest, ready for death at the hands of my now adoptive father. In my mind, they were very similar to Rouge vampires that I had destroyed, who had done very similar acts in the grand scheme of life. To know that Arrow did not deem it necessary to punish them for the involvement with me as I had been turned seemed like almost like a ludicrous technicality. They should have faced some sort of repercussions but had been spared. This was one area in which Arrow and I saw things very differently. I could not see the world in shades of gray. It was very much black and white to me. Either you followed the laws laid out governing your existence as vampires or you did not. You either deserved to face punishment for actions or did not. There was nothing in between, no room for interpretation. My clenched hands tightened against the steering wheel as I felt my eyes slightly darken, knowing I was only moments away from facing and likely confronting the Olympic Coven once more. It was in my directive to protect them, but never had I wanted to disobey orders as much as I currently wanted to. Logically speaking, perhaps the situation with the newborns were their fateful and karma-based punies. Meant for their actions, but that wasn't enough for me. I knew my directives were to protect them, but this was going against everything I had believed in, all I had sworn to do with my life and the power given to me when I had changed. The internal battle I is currently dealing with was more than I had ever faced. I slowed the truck to a stop in an open field. I looked to my right and saw the raging river flowing steadily. Knowing that I had reached the boundary line, Chelsea let out a deep sigh and took my hand into her own, pulling it from the steering wheel. I shot my head to look at her, watching as she gauged my expressions and darkening orbs. It is not yet too late to call Arrow and inform him that you cannot accept this mission, you know, she said slowly, and I huffed, taking in unnecessary deep breaths to try and rein in the beast that was ready to come out and play. I can't do that, Chelsea. If I don't do this, then someone else will have to. Would you rather another of our family members be dispatched to this mission and for their life to be put on the line? I finally asked, comforted as I quite literally felt the vermilion color flooding back throughout my irises. Bella, I don't want to see any of our family members facing these risks, but you know my loyalty remains with you. If I had to pick between saving you versus any of them, I would choose you, no matter what, and always will. Just the same though, I know that it would be much more costly for any of them to attempt this mission. I know you have the best chance of survival. I just haven't seen you revert to this state so quickly during a mission. I worry that you will have a hard time in keeping yourself in check, and in turn, put yourself in a vulnerable position. If I had it my way, we all would come together to end this threat. Not dispatch a select handful of guard members. I feel like you have been chosen as the sacrificial lamb of sorts, and I don't care for it. I've never been so close to disobeying orders before, she replied with a slight rumble in her chest before her own eyes became dark as night. I sighed, and shook my head. Her choice of words struck me in a way that she never would be able to realize. By her referring me to a lamb, I thought back to a very similar conversation I had once with Edward when we had created the sick and twisted correlation between a lamb and lion ling in love and how it related to him and I. Looking back, I had quoted the lamb as being stupid and he had said the lion was masochistic. I wish I had enough foresight to realize just how stupid I had been. No vampire could ever truly love a human. The only thing he had likely loved about me was the appeal of my blood, something that no longer existed. With a slight growl, I aggressively pulled my hood down. Ignoring Chelsea's quixotic expression. "Let's just get this over with, shall we?" I almost snapped, and opened the door and slammed it shut, moving forward and waited. Within moments, the familiar earthy scent became no more and was flooded with the harsh and combative sweet scent of vampires and the wet dog smell of the shifters. I pushed the scent out of my nose harshly and stopped breathing completely. "Ah, this scent is horrific. How on earth are you managing?" Chelsea inquired, and I couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled up from my throat. I have more or less grown accustomed to the scent of the shifters. I have spent a great amount of time with them throughout the years. "In time, it won't really faze you," I replied with a slight shake of my head, bringing my focus back to the matter at hand. My attention was averted to the left as the blur of the fast-moving Cullens abruptly came to a stop. I watched them from behind the veil of my hooded cloak, and held back a deep growl from my chest that was threatening to break loose at any moment. My eyes took them in, seeing only Edward, Carlyle, Esme, Alice and Jasper. I had always pondered what my reaction would be. Like if I were to ever come face to face with them again. What would I feel? What would I say? How would my instincts react? I thought I this down packed, but no amount of preparation could have ever truly prepared me for this moment. My eyes moved slowly as I took in their appearances. They of course all looked the same, from Carlyle's kept blonde locks, to Alice's onyx-feathered ones. I tilted my head in thought though as I took in a somewhat haunted aurora that surrounded them. Their eyes, as golden as always, lacked the shimmer and shine that I had grown accustomed to seeing. For the first time, they truly looked like they were dead, nothing but corpses unable to find rest. The dark circles under Carlyle's eyes were more pronounced than ever before. Was this because I had not been able to see all the details with my weakened human eyesight, or was this because of some other reason? My thoughts were broken as I heard Chelsea growl. "I believe that I had instructed that all of you be in attendance. Where are your other coven members?" she snapped, and I watched as Alice looked down at the ground, wrapping her arms around her body. "This is all of us that remain. Rosalie and Emma." TT unfortunately found their end when dealing with a wave of newborns who had ambushed Alice here while she was hunting. Emmett and Rosalie had been hunting nearby and went to assist and unfortunately sacrificed themselves so she could return to us, claiming her gift was of more significance than their own and a better tool for us. Carlyle murmured, and I looked down at the ground. I had been too late after all. Such is the story of my life. This is why we reached the decision to reach out to Arrow for assistance. We couldn't bear the thought of losing anyone else. Esme forced out in a trembling voice. And I knew if she could cry, she would be. "You have our sympathies," Chelsea said after a few moments. "Damn your sympathies. You have no idea what it feels like to have lost anything. Why? Oh, you have no idea what any of this feels like in your world of privilege." Edward snapped, and I clenched my fists together and bit back a retort. He had no idea just how wrong he was. "Edward, shut up. This is not the time, nor is it helpful. The wolves are approaching," Jasper said harshly, and I felt my being tense dramatically. Long gone was the almost velvet-like tone and had been replaced with a harsh, almost dagger-like replacement. This coven was shattered. I let out a sigh and quickly expanded my mental shield from only Chelsea and I, to Jake and his tribe. I watched as the cellophane-like shimmer moved around the area, effectively securing them into the safe net bubble. This action did not go unnoticed, however, and Edward clenched his fists tightly. "What is it, son?" Carlyle asked with a raised eyebrow, causing the family to turn their attention from us and to him. The thoughts of the wolves just went blank. "I cannot read them, any of them." He practically snarled and shot a glare my way, causing the edges of my lips to curl into a knowing smirk. "That would be because of me. I will provide the information you all are searching for in due time. You will just have to be patient. This mission is being overseen by me after all. Take these conditions as is, or I will be forced to inform Arrow that you declined the conditions, and in turn, our assistance," I stated with a low but firm voice, causing Edward to growl in response and bare his teeth, clearly challenging me. My eyebrow raised from beneath my hood. Chelsea let out a warning hiss. "You will show the due respect when speaking to a member of the Royal Guard, boy." she forced out, excess venom beginning to drip down from the corners of her mouth. Edward, son, please, pull yourself together. We are in way above our heads and we need their assistance if we are going to try and save this town. We all have agreed on this matter. I know you blame them for this occurring but it's not warranted. He chided, causing Edward to bow his head. Chelsea, you need to calm yourself as well. I do not understand the reasoning for Edward's reaction either, but this is not the time or place to have that conversation. You understand the directives to this mission, correct? The Cullens are not to be harmed. I said as calmly as possible and watched as Chelsea began to rein in her emotions. Yes, of course. My apologies, she finally replied. Excellent. Now then, let us continue. I responded and Chelsea looked to our right as the shifters appeared. Blank. I turned my back to the CU. Jensen smiled widely as my eyes met the dark eyes of my best friend. Our relationship had only grown stronger once Jacob had found his imprint, a woman named Ayana, who had been an extension of Th. Quileute tribe named the Makah tribe in the most northwestern regions of Washington. I moved forward, taking slow but deliberate steps, as did Jake until we were only about a foot apart. I raised my hood slightly so he could see my eyes. And I watched as his smile grew wider. Hello, Jacob. I smiled as I reached down to the sword on my hip, gripping the handle of the sword tightly. I watched as his eyes mirrored my movements, before looking up at me with raised eyebrows as the other pack members who remained in their wolf form growled warningly. I pulled the sword out of the sheath and laid it horizontally against the palm of my hands, and dropped it to the soft and slightly damp dirt at my feet, and gracefully fell to one knee and bowed my head in submission. I looked up to Jacob, who was ruffling his hair and shifting uneasily at my act of submission. It clearly made him uncomfortable. I retrieved the blade and sheathed it. Where the hell have you been, Loka? He finally asked, and just like that, the tension broke between us. I stood and smiled, before stepping forward and wrapped my arms against his scorching hot body, nuzzling my face against his neck as he ran a hand up and down my back, the other firmly grasping my ebony and royal purple designed cloak. Oh, you know, kicking ass, taking names. Business as usual. I grinned as I pulled back to an arm's length as we gripped each other's forearms tightly. It's been forever. I've missed you, he replied with a serious tone, making me feel slightly guilty. I hadn't been back since Charlie's death and I never had cons. I'd the impact that it would have on him. While there were no longer any awkward feelings between him and I, we were still friends. I cringed slightly before shaking my head. For someone who could gauge emotions, you think I would have been a better understanding with this situation. I missed you too, but I had other pressing matters to attend to. I apologize for my absence, but I am here now, and that's all that matters, right? I shrugged and he nodded. Jacob, why did you not inform me of this issue with the newborns? I didn't want you involved in this, with them. I thought we had it under control, but I was wrong. Our alliance with the Volturi solidified our involvement with this matter, but none of us are exactly thrilled to be working with them. He emphasized with a huff as he ved his gaze to the anxiously waiting Cullens, who were listening carefully to each word said and studying every moment. We have lost a handful of wolves as well. I went before the council and they decided we would reach out to you if the Cullens did not. Trust me, that feeling is very mutual, but as I keep saying, this isn't just about them. Throughout the years I have seen firsthand what happens when unprincipled vampires are left to their own devices. I will do anything and everything within my power to stop that from happening to this town. I replied as Jacob moved a hand to push aside some of my cloak, exposing just a small number of scars that I had received during various missions located near my collarbone. Even if it costs you your life? He asked with a harsher tone, causing Chelsea to growl lightly. Yes, I finally spoke, causing Jake to sigh and for Chelsea to walk over and take my hand into her own. But that's not going to happen. Don't underestimate her, she said slowly, causing Jake to look at her with curiosity. Jacob, this is Chelsea. She is a member of the Volturi and my partner with the guard. She will not actively be staying with me while I am in Forks. But I needed you to meet her so that you and your pack were to know that if she ever is here, she's delivering information and supplies and you are to not harm her. I spoke and watched as Chelsea fought her vampire instincts and eventually extended a hand to Jacob, to which he accepted as he shook it gently. It is nice to finally meet you. I have heard so much about you. The Impovidia Inquisitor has spoken so highly of you. While I agree I wish it was under better circumstances, I am happy to meet you and be able to witness such a close and pure bond between you and her. She smiled as I turned to meet Jake's sideway glance to me. You know, some vampires have certain abilities or gifts that they obtain when they are changed. Chelsea is able to influence the emotional ties between individuals, meaning she can strengthen or break bonds as she deems appropriate. I supplied and Jacob nodded in understanding. It is nice to meet you as well. Hopefully we can end this quickly. He smiled as he dropped Chelsea's hand, turning to the growling Cullens who had averted their gaze and had gotten into defensive poses. No need to worry, they are expected. I smiled as I pulled the hood back down and turned around. Blank. From the forestry abyss, Gunnar and Anita emerged, walking swiftly and gracefully towards the Cullens and the pack, their eyes glued to me. I took them in, my dead heart soaring with pride as I noticed their bright golden eyes. Gunnar had indeed grown into a lovely man, and while less muscular than Emmett or Felix, he had definite Lee filled out more than the average male vampire. He sported dark jeans, a plain black long-sleeved shirt, with an oversized burgundy and slate gray colored tweed-style poncho and black boots. His light auburn hair remained at his shoulders, styled into a half ponytail, and he kept his goatee that he had when he was first turned. Anita had remained lean but had acquired a similar muscle amount as I had. Her long and straight practically white hair was styled into a loose and messy bun, her side bangs styled to sweep across the left side of her face. She wore a pair of tan skinny jeans, tucked into dark brown ankle boots, along with a burgundy shirt and a navy and gold-colored long cardigan-like sweater. I felt my body practically vibrate with happiness as I gracefully walked forward, and opened my arms. Both Gunnar and Anita broke into wide grins and rushed into my arms. I closed my arms around them and relished in our closeness. It had been far too long since I had seen my adoptive children. I eventually pulled back so I could look them over, happy to see that there were no scars on them, at least visible. Gunnar, Anita, I am so happy to see you both. I smiled lightly and Anita took her hand into my own, lacing our fingers together. We have missed you so much. I apologize for being away for so long. We should have come and visited, but we needed that time away to grow and become who we desired to be. I hope that you can find it within you to forgive us. She sighed and I shook my head. There is no reason at all for you to apologize. I am glad you had the time that you needed. Being separated was difficult, but you were not created with the caveat that you had to join the ranks. I tried to soothe and she eventually nodded in understanding. We will need to catch up. She replied and I nodded. Yes, but this is not the time. Please come. I sighed and moved my focus back to the mission at hand. Anita, Gunnar. This is Jacob Black, and he is the alpha of the Quileute Shifters. They have been aiding the Cullens before I arrived. I introduced and Anita and Gunnar both shook his hand. Are they gifted as well? He asked and I nodded my head. Gunnar is gifted with enhanced tracking and Anita with the ability to control and alter wind currents. I explained before taking in a breath. Jacob, these two will be in the area a lot more than Chelsea, and no harm is to come to them while in the area. I instructed, watching as Jacob's eyebrows furrowed in thought. They have golden eyes, why would be moved to attack them? He asked and I shifted as I looked over to them both. For now they do, but they will have to switch their diet for the duration of this mission. You don't need to worry though, they will not feed from humans in the area. I supplied and Jacob slightly clenched his jaw but nodded. Now that you are all here, I suppose, it is time to discuss the logistics and my purpose for being here, along with all of yours, unless there are any objections. I stated. Of course. Please continue. Carlyle said and I nodded. I will stay with the Cullens and train them in the art of fighting newborns. Fighting them vastly differs from fighting one of us. They are stronger, faster, and do not have the ability to mentally register pain. They have one purpose, and one only: to feed and to kill. If left unchecked, these vampires can cause nothing but havoc. The uniqueness of their altered mental state is why Alice and Edward are not able to use their gifts effectively when fighting. Newborns make snap decisions on the whim, meaning Alice will lickle. Why not receive a vision or Edward to make out their thoughts until it is simply too late? That is why I need to train them to fight. Jasper is the only one with any experience in this field to my understanding and cannot protect the town while attending to the family. I explained and the Cullens nodded. We are forever in your debt. Esme replied with a light bow of her head. It is a little early to be thanking me. While I have vast experience in fighting newborns, we are at a great disadvantage. I can only hope that with me being here, it will be enough. I replied, causing her to lower her head further. And what of them? What is their purpose? Alice finally asked. I would not have been able to know that it was she who was speaking if I had not seen her lips move. Her normal whimsical tone was devoid of any light and sounded almost hollow. Anita, Gunnar, and Chelsea are going to be tasked with information gathering. While it is fine and all to dispel of these newborns, unless we are able to handle their creator, all of our efforts will be in vain. Generally speaking, I would normally be tasked with this type of mission, but I cannot do the things I would need to do to be successful while also managing your family's security. Once I have more information, we can regroup as necessary. I explained and the family nodded in understanding. Where are they going to be stationed? Jasper inquired and I looked over to Anita and Gunnar. Chelsea will be stationed with the Denali's. They have agreed to house her and be the safe house for any supply shipments I may require while away from Volterra. As for Anita and Gunnar, what would you believe to be best? I asked. It was not normal for me to not be laying out all the details on the plan, but I knew that Gunnar likely would Avenue noticed some sort of trend on their way to meet with us. Trends and paths created by newborns are always rather chaotic and do not follow patterns. However, the majority of the paths created seem to indicate that they are coming from the far north. We both saw several footprints coming out from the sea. Logistically, I believe the best course of action is to head to that direction, he affirmed. Ed in a deep voice, and I nodded in understanding. Very well, then that is where they will be. I paused as I walked back to my truck and pulled out an insulated bag, filled with blood bags. I know why. Oh, you have chosen to follow what the Cullens call a vegetarian lifestyle, but we both know you are stronger and have more control of your gifts when you feed from human blood. I believe that this will be sufficient for now. If you should require more, please reach out to Chelsea directly, I said as I handed the bag to Gunnar, who nodded along with Anita as he slid the strap over his shoulder. We've everted back and forth before as the need arises. This will be no problem, he affirmed. You don't need to listen to her. The Volturi have been trying to change our lifestyle choice from occurring in the vampire world since the dawn of time. You do not need to feel as if you must adhere to her selfish desire and hidden agendas. Edward practically sneered and I was about to respond, but Anita beat me to the punch, quite literally. Faster than expected by the Cullens, she channeled wind to her feet and pushed forward quickly, her fist coming in contact with Edward's jaw and sent him flying into the air before he twisted around and landed neatly on the balls of his feet, his golden eyes wide in shock. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? She has done absolutely nothing to warrant this type of attack of her character. She is here, helping you of all people and putting her life on the line for your ungrateful sorry ass. Assisting the very coven who broke one of the laws she fights to uphold. You want to discuss selfish desires and hidden agendas? Why don't we discuss the very ones that you and your family had when you invited a human girl into your world and then left her completely shattered in the forest? How you lied about being mates to delude yourself into believing she was more than your Latua Contante. She seethed as her golden orbs had been replaced with onyx. Yo, you have no idea what you are talking about. Edward countered as he stole a glance to the family, who was looking on with wide and confused eyes. I tried to understand their reaction, but there was no time. I needed to get a handle on the situation. That is more than enough, Anita, I scolded, causing her to turn her gaze back to my own before looking down sheepishly. My apologies, I mean Impividia Inquisitor. She sighed, causing a slight gasp from Esme, who looked up with wide eyes. Anita had caught herself before finishing the word mother, but I would not have found it impossible for me to put two and two together given our interaction. I understand your feelings, I truly do, but if this is going to work, we need to work as a team. I'm not thrilled about this either, but you all need to think outside of the current emotionally charged boxes you are in and see the greater picture. Anita, surely you can understand of all people why I need to do this, I said, ignoring the Kuryu's looks from the family as I moved forward and placed a gentle hand on the small of her back. I understand, it will not happen again, she said after a few moments before I nodded and gently urged her back to Gunnar, who was looking on with onyx eyes as well. Both of you, please go. Time is truly of the essence. If you find any information, you are to relay it to me immediately. I instructed N.D. They nodded before turning on their heel and disappearing from the forest. If that is all that is needed from us, I believe it would best if we were to go as well. Jacob spoke and I watched as his body quivered, obviously fighting the desire to phase. Edward's obvious hatred for me and the Volturi had caused tensions to rise with everyone who was clearly on my side. Yes, by all means. You're free to leave. I will be keeping in touch. I nodded and with a huff, Jacob along with the rest of the tribe left, leaving me alone once more with the Cullens and Chelsea. Chelsea. It is time I believe for you to depart as well. You have a bit of a journey ahead of you. I said and she shook her head, causing me to raise an eyebrow and to slowly pull my hood back to meet her gaze. There is no way that I am leaving you alone with them. They are nothing but a liability to you. They are going to be the reason if you are to fall in this mission and I do not trust them. She snapped back. Chelsea, my previous statement was not a request. We have our directives from Arrow. This is not my choice. I argued back. To the hell with Arrow and the directives. I was not trained to allow one of us to sacrifice themselves, especially for a group of undeserving and selfish beings such as them. She growled back and I sighed. But you were trained to follow orders. I paused as she sighed and looked to the side. I'm not asking that you put your faith in them but rather, in me. I will return to you, Chelsea. This I promise you. But I cannot perform my mission if you do not play your role as well. Please, I need this from you. I urged and she finally nodded reluctantly. Very well. She finally nodded and I breathed out in relief. You will have to excuse my son's behavior. I know that it doesn't show right now but we are extremely grateful and will do what we can to assist with this mission to prevent any further deaths from occurring. Carlyle spoke and Chelsea rolled her eyes. My behavior is acceptable given the circumstances, Carlyle. Edward argued back as he ran an aggravated hand throughout his messy bronze-colored locks. The newborn that are attacking us have said that we only have the Volturi and specifically her to thank for this all occurring. They are the reason why Emmett and Rosalie are dead, why we have all been injured, why Alice is no longer the same. The inner beast inside of me roared and I felt my control slipping. I had been able to rein in the emotions of those around me and had been able to stomach all the attacks against me so far but I was reaching my breaking point. The Volturi have many enemies, and I do as well but do not put the blame on me. Whoever is behind this is doing so on their own accord and you should put the blame on them. I replied with an icy tone. Besides, perhaps this is your just reward. You escaped punishment for what you did to that human girl. Perhaps karma has finally caught up to you. Chelsea hissed out. You were incorrect, just as Anita was. Bella deserved a chance at a normal human life and we provided that, no matter how much none of us desired to leave. We loved her enough to do what was best. Even if she could not understand it at the time. If she was here now, she likely would have already fallen to the newborns. Carlyle argued back and I felt myself talk. A couple of steps backwards before pulling my hood back down and whipping around to face Edward and the family. Excuse me, come again. I asked, momentarily frozen as my mind raced to understand words that had just come out of his mouth. After unfortunate events that took place during her 18th birthday, she grew scared of us, even if she would not admit it. She was wrapped up in the dazzle of Edward. Too far gone to reason. While it all but destroyed the family, we decided to leave and swore to never return, for her safety. We loved her more than she ever could know. He explained and I felt my hands clench into fists. If that is the case, why are you here now? I forced out. Because we heard of her father's passing and her disappearance. Alice told us that she never saw Lee's death or anything that had led up to it and believed something happened. That's why we returned. Esme sighed and I felt my body begin to tremble. Given that Bella was not at the memorial service, I thought perhaps she had been turned somehow into one of us. I thought that if that was the case, she may need help or guidance. I didn't want her to get the attention of the Volturi and face their wrath. Alice breathed out and I felt my chest constrict. But that doesn't change that you still can't see her. Be honest, Alice. We came back because you selfishly wanted to be with her again. You missed her. It's time to face the music. Bella is dead and us coming back here led to all of this. You didn't see her death, You didn't see her disappearance, you didn't see the newborns attacking. What good is your gift? Rosalie and Emmett's sacrifice was in vain. Edward growled out. You twisted and demented fool. I finally shouted, causing the Cullens to jump and look over at me. How long have you lied to your family? She did not ask for any of that. You dragged her into the woods and broke up with her, very kindly informing her that the family had grown tired of her and having to act human. You told her she was not wanted or loved by any of you and not to follow when you vanished into thin air and took her heart with it. You destroyed her and left her for dead. I growled out and Dee felt the control slipping faster than I could reel it in. Jasper suddenly looked up in surprise. I can finally feel her emotions now and I have never felt such conviction from anyone. Edward, what have you done? Did you truly break the news to Bella in this fashion? He growled out and the family looked at Edward. I did what I had to do to protect the family and her, regardless of the cost. He replied before looking back at me with a harsh glare. Edward, how could you? You swore she was safe and that the meeting had gone amicably. She deserved to know the reasons why we were leaving. You lied to her about our reasons and in turn, hurt her more than necessary. Alice practically screamed. The only way you could know the truth of what happened with Bella in the forest is if you had been there. Which means you know what happened to her. What have you done with her? He roared. I saved her, which is more than I can say for you. I spat back and felt the crimson color drain from my eyes. Edward, no, Alice yelled, and moved forward in a feeble attempt to restrain her brother. It was clear she had seen his decision but was too slow to react. Oh, son of a bitch. Alice, get back, Chelsea cried and lunged forward, pushing Alice out of the way as Edward moved forward to attack blindly. I watched from beneath my hood and shot myself backwards, twisting and turning neatly in the air as the sound of tearing fabric met my ears as his fingers latched on. I landed with my back to the Cullens and felt my long hair spill out from across my shoulders. Edward, that is enough. Carl. I snapped and moved to restrain Edward who was struggling in his arms. You monster, you're the reason why my Bella is dead. He yelled at me and I stood from the ground and rustled my hair with my hands. You are correct. I am the reason why your Bella is dead, as dead to you as can be. She is no more but I assure you, she very much so still exists. She has simply changed. Become more. Better. I responded and felt Chelsea slowly moving towards me, likely in an attempt to try and restrain me if needed. She was the only one who could calm my inner beast when I got too lost in it after all, one way or another. Where is she? Edward asked in a calmer voice as he calmed down within Carlisle hold. She's right here, Edward. I stated simply, taking in deep and calming breaths to prepare me for the inevitable and lowered my shield enough to allow my memories to flood through his mind. No, this cannot be. He panted out as the weight of the situation came crashing down on him like 1,000 bricks. What is it, Edward? Jasper asked as his eyes darted between the family and I. I grinned as I turned, flicking my long and layered hair from my face and opened my pitch-black eyes to peer into his own. Hello, Edward. Silence. Complete and utter silence except the slight breeze rustling through the leaves of the forestry area and the raging river were all that could be heard as I oved my body from the ground and squared my shoulders, lifting my upper lip to reveal an almost animalistic snarl as I looked over at the group of vampires who I had once called my family, the same who ultimately betrayed me and sealed my fate. Edward had moved from the strong grasp of Carlisle, who remained frozen in a state of shock, as did the entire family as they looked at me with wide and unbelieving eyes. Bella, is that you, truly? Alice finally breathed out and my eyes quickly darted from Edward's to meet her own. In the flesh, or so to speak, I affirmed as I focused on calming down my turbulent emotions, fighting every instinct in me to strike Edward down from where he stood. I don't understand. How did this happen? What did she do to you? Edward growled as he glared at Chelsea, who stopped her slow advances towards me and looked over her shoulder to give a harsh glare. What I did to her? For the love that all is holy, you really need to start loading that bray of yours before you go around shooting your mouth off. She responded. Edward took exactly one step forward, his fists clenched tightly and I finally met my breaking point. He could badmouth me all he wanted. Possibly even the Volturi as well. He could try and threaten me but to move in a threatening manner towards one of the very few beings on this planet that I allowed myself to develop a bond with was going too far. I hissed out my warning, and rushed forward, pushing Chelsea behind my back with one hand, the other gripped at Edward's throat tightly as I rose him from the ground. "You will not touch her," I growled out, my grip on Edward only increasing as I felt his malice, his anger, his ill intentions. His black eyes immediately turned back to gold as he stared into my own. "Bella, I'm all right. You need to let him go," Chelsea said in a gentle tone as she looked over to the Cullens, who were rightfully so on edge. She reached her free hand out, signaling the Cullens from advancing. "You have no idea what his intentions were if he got you. Trust me, I can feel his ill will for you practically oozing from his being." I growled out, and Chelsea sighed once more, placing a gentle hand over my forearm that was still holding her in place. "But he didn't. I'm fine, honestly. Please, remember who you are. You are Isabella Marie Swan, the captain of the guard over the Volturi, on Lee second to the kings and queens themselves. You are not the monster that everyone feared you would be. Please, don't give into that now. He's not worth it." She tried to reason once more, and eventually I released my grip on Edward's throat, causing him to drop to the ground and scurry back a few steps, his fingers automatically moving to feel the cracks that had spread out like a spiderweb across his throat. "Bella, are you okay?" she asked as she took my hands into her own gingerly, and I nodded as we interlaced our fingers. "I am in control now, I promise." I paused as my eyes moved from her own to peer into Edward's. "But I don't know for how much longer that will remain the case if this one keeps up with his childish melodramatics. I don't understand, Carlyle. Bella is my mate. How can this have happened?" Edward finally spoke, causing Chelsea to growl. "Infatuation with her as a human has allowed you to twist your understanding to the situation. She was your blood singer. Nothing more, nothing less," she said with a fierce tone. "No, you are wrong. I love her," he argued back, and Chelsea heaved a sigh as she walked closer to him and crossed her arms against her chest tightly. "You say you love her, but do you? Truly? Have you seen her darkest truths and stomached them as your own? Have you seen her in her weakest and most vulnerable state, mentally, physically and emotionally? When all of her layers have been stripped away and she is left completely barren to you, her shield completely down? Have you experienced her pure primitive emotions when she's angry, hurt? Or when she's cried without trying to control her or the situations, but simply understood that this is her own battle she must take on and you can only help support her in?" she asked, and Edward looked away, clearly not having a response. "Love, real love, love that is experienced between mates only happens when you see someone at the very worst of themselves, and still find your heart full with softness and warmth for them. No matter how cold it makes you feel. You seem to forget I can sense bonds, Edward. Let me make this clear to everyone. I can sense your bonds, all of them. There is a bond between Carlyle and Esme, along with a severely torn one between Alice and Jasper, and an even more damaged familial bond that is loosely holding this coven together. That is it. I doubt that here ever was a mate bond between you and Bella, Edward. If you were honest with yourself, you would see that while you likely find her to be attractive, the appeal and desire to be close to her is gone along with her blood." She paused as Edward sighed and looked down and nodded in confirmation a few moments later. "I strongly suggest for your own benefit that before you ever confess your love or someone in the future, that you see them without the mask they wear for the world every day. It will save any further casualties." Everyone paused and looked over at Edward, who finally became unfrozen and blinked a few times as he brought himself back to present day, looking at me as if he had finally found something he had been searching for forever. He realized the truth behind Chelsea's immense and the urge and almost sadistic bond created between a vampire and an undrained blood singer was no more. For all intents and purposes, he was finally free from himself. "I am so sorry, Bella. It was never my intention to hurt you. I desired you to be mine and fought destiny, and in turn, I have caused you nothing but anguish. I hope that in time, you find it within yourself to forgive me. I realize now that I was too lost in bloodlust to think straight," he murmured. I remained silent and rather stoic as I soaked in his words. As genuine as his statement was, it was far too late for apologies in my book. "Bella, I know we are not in a position to be asking anything of you, but I think my family could use some answers," Carlyle finally murmured, and I moved my eyes from Edward's and sighed. "I understand. You are putting your family's well-being in my hands after all, and if you find that you cannot trust me, this will not work. That being said, I will answer all of your questions, but not here. We need to go somewhere safe, and that cannot be your old manor. The newborns have grown used to your sense and will always target you there. Due to my shield, I can expand it and actively mask your sense, and we can go back to my house as a human. The last I checked, the surrounding neighbors have all passed on and there is no one around. We will need to go back to your old place. Ace from time to keep the scent fresh for when newborns come to throw them off and to prevent them from searching closer to town. I will take you to your old house to grab items you deem necessary, and then we will go to my old house. I finally replied, watching as they all seemed to think it through before finally nodding in agreement. Chelsea, it is time then. I sighed, ready for a battle. I will go. But not before I say one thing. She paused as she looked over to the Cullens. I mentioned this briefly already, but your bonds as a coven are a complete mess. I would have never been able to influence the bonds between you all years and years ago when they were strong, but if I desired, I could easily tear them apart now. You may want to consider this fact, Carlyle, and work on fixing it. If you truly want your coven to survive, you need to fix the internal issues first. There are some definitely unique occurrences as well. I looked at her curiously and she gave me a knowing and rather meekly grinned before she leaned up and placed a kiss to my cheek. Chelsea. I sighed and she shook her head. I can offer no other explanations. I am off to Denali. I will inform you once I have made it back safe in Bella. I expect you to keep me in the loop. She grinned and I sighed as I leant down and placed a kiss to her forehead. Of course. I promised and watched as she turned her back to me and gave me the same knowing smirk before sprinting away, back towards Denali. I felt my eyebrows furrow at her almost cryptic announcement. In many ways, she reminded me of Alice, and this was one of them. Alice usually answered questions about her visions in a similar fashion as Chelsea did when she discovered something unique about the bonds she witnessed. It drove me insane, and she knew it. All right, let's get this over with then. The sooner we are somewhere safe, the better. I sighed and motioned to my truck. Blank. I climbed into the driver's seat. And Alice climbed to the front passenger seat with Esme in the back. Carlyle, Jasper and Edward moved to the bed of the truck as I started up the engine and began the drive back to the residence. The very one I had sworn I would never revisit. I breathed in and out, seeking some sort of comfort as I turned off the main road and my eyes moved to Alice, who had remained unfittingly quiet. Almost as if she sensed my movement. She moved her eyes to look into my own and I gasped lightly at the intensity of our stare. She had been the one I had created the closest bond to as a human, and her leaving had created a whole new level of pain apart from Edward. When they had left, it was true I had lost my boyfriend, but her leaving caused me to lose my best friend, and that was almost worse. It had been her after all that I had emailed every single day, always met by the automatic undeliverable message. I felt the unspoken words and tension of such build up in the base of my throat as we peered into each other's eyes. I could read the emotions dancing across her own as if I was reading a book. Agony, remorse, grief, desperation, longing, such strong emotions, and yet I could not bring myself to lower the walls I had built up around me and my non-beating heart long enough to offer even an ounce of comfort. I was simply not the same, nothing was anymore. Notwithstanding of the twists of the situation that Edward had presented when he shattered my world, they still had all left. They knew what they were doing, and regardless of their intentions, it had hurt me in ways that they would never begin to possibly understand. Pain changes people, and I was no exception. Things could never possibly go back to how they had been. I had become a vampire, and the life that I had known at had also been changed right along with my body. My perspective on the world and my role in it was nothing like it had been as a human. The missions I had taken on had all but shredded whatever sense of humanity I had left. All the places I had been, things I had seen and done. The Cullens could never understand any of it. They lived a life more or less completely sheltered until now. They lived a life of peace. Feeding off of animals and trying to blend in with the humans, perhaps all in an attempt to maintain a certain amount of humanity themselves. Their world was one of amity, unity, and harmony. While I had that type of life within the walls of the castle with my family, I knew the world as a whole was not like that. The world was full of discord, violence, and betrayal to oneself and to others. I knew this because I fought and destroyed countless vampires who had displayed this very sort of demented morality, resorting to the use of my gifts, my beauty and emotionless sex, if need be, to infiltrate these groups, destroying them from the inside out. My ledger was practically overflowing with venom, filled with the names of those who had fallen at my hand. Such was a price to pay. When trying to uphold the law so that vampires like the Cullens and the Denali's could live out their existences in peace. I did not regret the things I had done or the person I had become, but I knew that they never could accept me the way I was now, and there was no way in hell I was going to give any of them the chance to hurt me ever again. Bella, please, say something. Alice finally breathed out, and I quickly averted my eyes back to the road and clenched my jaw tightly. What do you want me to say? I finally responded with a raised eyebrow. This entire time, for the past 75 years since you vanished from my visions, I logically assumed you were dead but held on to some sort of hope that I was wrong. To see you here now, I am beyond shocked. Please, I am dying to know, Bella. Alice replied back in a soft voice, and I sighed. Need to know what, exactly? I asked as I glanced at her direction. I want to know you, the person you are now. I want to know the reason why you were sent here and the meaning behind this all as it connects with the grand scheme of fate. I want to know how you feel about being back and how you ended up on this path. I want to know everything, and I mean everything. She replied, and I shifted uneasily in my seat. I will provide answers when we are back at Charlie's old house, I replied, causing her to look down and to bite at her bottom lip. Conversations always flowed so naturally between you and I. I didn't think these barriers would be up. She whispered, and I gripped at the steering wheel tighter. Yeah, well, you gained my trust, and then left right along with the others. Regardless of acting in a way that you all believed to have been based on good intentions, you have no idea how much you all damaged me. I don't even know why you bothered to save me from James. It seems to me as if you all would have spared yourself a great amount of pain and strife if you had just allowed him to kill me. I assure you, the physical pain during that confrontation pales in comparison to the mental and emotional anguish you all left me in. I snapped as I ground my teeth together. I am so sorry, Bella. I know damage has been done, but I will do anything and everything to gain your trust back. Now that I know of your existence, I cannot lose you again. She replied in a broken voice. I don't think it's possible to get back to where we had been, Alice. You shouldn't even try. You'll just be wasting your time. I shrugged. If there is something that I have, it's time. Besides, she paused as she tentatively put a hand on my shoulder. I'm not giving up on you that easily. I was about to respond when suddenly I felt the presence of a vampire heading our way. Shit, I murmured out as I reached behind me to start digging through the clothing bag, causing Esme to look up at me. What is it? She asked, and I growled. Hand me a cloak, now. Alice, take the wheel. Do not let your foot up from the gas, no matter what. Continue towards the manor. All of you. Do not leave the truck, I replied as I shed off my torn cloak and put the replacement one on, swiftly putting the hood over my head. Alice quickly nodded and did what was asked, thankfully without questions, as we shifted our positions and I put my hand on the handle to the passenger door. My eyes squinted a tad and I heard Jasper growl from the back. We have company, he hissed, and I nodded as Alice looked over to me with wide eyes. Just keep the truck going, I'll handle it, I said with a somewhat flat tone as I flung the door open and launched myself out, effectively colliding with the incoming newborn in the air, sending both of us flying off of the path and into the woods. Blank. I felt his desperate and strong fingers gripping at my arms, resulting in the painful and slight cracking of my skin as I took his head between my legs, landing on my palms before using my momentum to launch him off of me and into a nearby tree. Splinters of wood filled the air at impact. I turned around quickly and evaded his movements as he rushed towards me, grabbing his arms mid-jump and tore them off as I placed my feet on his back and launched off. I heard his cries of agony as I turned around, and for the first time, took in his appearance. He was a boy, no older than Gunnar was when I first met him. His shaggy and mangy blonde hair clung to his face, his pitch-black orbs looking up at me with pure fright. I let out a shaky breath as I dropped his arms onto the forest floor and walked over, kneeling before him as he scurried D back to lean against the very tree that he had been thrown into moments prior. I watched with curiosity as an almost murky film faded from his eyes, causing him to blink repeatedly almost as if he was trying to clear his vision. I seem to have the upper hand in this battle. You are going to die anyway, so you may as well end this all on a high note by doing something right and of good conscience. So, tell me, why are you attacking the Cullens? I finally asked, and he shook his head. You don't understand. We don't have a choice. We were told that they all needed to die and were a threat to us all, that if we did not kill them, they would us in time. He gasped out, and I tilted my head. Who is behind this? I asked as I placed my hand on his shoulder so I could gauge his emotions and the validity of his next statement. I don't know. None of us have ever truly met him. Our orders come from a vampire who goes by the name of Nero, but the orders are dispatched to select guard members who assign them to us in the form of letters. If we disobey our directives, the guard members kill without a second thought. The Cullens are first on the hit list, followed by the wolves, to the town, and eventually to the nearby covens. He sighed, and I looked away, knowing there was more to this situation than I originally thought and more than was available from this source of information. This was not just a rogue vampire creating newborns who were left unchecked. This was a highly crafted and well thought out army, one more carefully constructed than any other I had ever taken down. The reasons for the creation and the targeting of the Cullens still were not exactly clear, but I knew I had to report this intel to Arrow right away. In exchange for this information, can you do me a favor? He asked, and I looked back at him with a tilt of my head. You're hardly in a position to be asking anything of me. What is it? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Kill me, please. Failure is not an option. If I go back without a head of a Cullen in my hands, my fate will be worse than death, and if I try and flee, they will find me. They always find the deserters. He sighed, and I looked away swiftly as I felt venom build up in my throat. He was only a child. A child who deserved more out of life than this. He deserved to be punished for his acts, but the fact he was even put into this position enraged me beyond belief. Please, I beg of you, end my suffering. I did not want this life, and I do not have the courage to end it on my own. He pleaded again, and I sighed and eventually nodded as I pulled the saber from its sheath. I am sorry. I wish I could do more, but you are too far gone for me to save. I will grant you what you seek, the final liberation. I sighed and sliced the blade through his neck, his head falling off of his shoulders with ease. I leaned down and closed his eyes with my hand and then tossed his arms next to his body. Riposer in pace. I breathed out and pulled out my Zippo lighter and set his broken body aflame. I watched as the flames danced around his corpse, lost in thought. There had to be a reason for this. There was always some sort of justification or reasoning behind these types of attacks and actions. This was the first time that a name had been spoken that I had no knowledge of, which only added to my irritation. I had to find this Nero, quickly. My only hope was that my family had some sort of knowledge of his existence. Blank. As the flames died down to embers, I reached down and retrieved my lighter, putting it back into one of the pockets to my black cargo-style pants, against my calf, and broke into a sprint, heading back towards the truck. Within moments, it came into view and I jumped back in, closing the door absent-mindedly. Are you all right, Bella? Esme asked with a soft voice as I stretched out my arms, feeling the cracks slowly but surely healing. I bit back a slight hiss as I felt my venom oozing up, attempting to fill in the gaps. I am fine and the threat has been taken care of, I replied as I leaned my head down against the palm of my hands, willing my mind to forget the images of the young boy I had just slain. Logically, I knew I had done what needed to be done. Regardless, he would have been judged and found guilty for his crimes, and the death I had provided was done in the most humane manner possible. That did not, however, do much to ease the slight rise of guilt that was rising up in the back of my mind. How many other children had fallen at the hands of this Nero? How many were there that had become lost in his snare? How many more would be turned if I could not locate him fast enough? These questions swirled in my mind like a tornado, and I could only groan out in frustration. Bella, Alice asked as she shot a worried glance my way. I lifted my face from my hands and shook my head. Just focus on getting to the manor, I replied, and expanded my shield to us all, cursing myself for not doing so sooner. She nodded but not before shooting a worried look to Esme, who was also looking at me with great concern. What had I gotten myself into this time? Blank. I sighed in relief as we finally pulled up to my old home, and I climbed out of the truck, grabbing the bags with my left hand, and walking up the old weathered wooden stairs. My right hand reached up to grab the key that hung around my neck and opened the door, escorting us all inside. Right. So, as I am sure you remember, there are 3 bedrooms. Carlisle and Esme. Feel free to take Charlie's upstairs, down the hall from my old room. Alice and Jasper, take the latter one, and Edward, take the guest downstairs. I will set up a spot for me in the living room. I spoke as I started pulling out clothes from the bags to put into the old coat closet since I didn't have much to store, stopping only as I heard Alice clear her throat uncomfortably. What is it? I asked as I looked up. Bella, Jasper and I are no longer together. Can the room choices be reevaluated? She said after a few moments, and I felt my eyes widen a bit. I had heard what Chelsea had said regarding their mate bond, but I didn't realize that they truly were not together anymore. I felt a rise of curiosity but pushed it aside. By asking for details, that would mean that I cared, and in turn, I would be opening a door that I never wanted to open again. Emotions could not be a factor during a mission, especially one like this. Very well. Jasper and Edward can share my room and you can take the spare, Alice. We can work on additions later on if we find that to be necessary, but I am hopeful we won't be here long enough for that to be a priority. I shrugged and the family nodded. I watched as Carlisle put a gentle arm around Esme as they walked up the stairs to Charlie's old room with their select belongings, along with Jasper and Edward. I watched them move up the stairs, and Jasper stopped halfway up and looked at me with curious eyes. For the first time since being turned, I found I could not read his expressions, the only vampire who remained a mystery. I met his gaze and felt an odd sensation in my chest. One that I had not felt before. It was almost as if there was some sort of pull, urging me to follow his lead. My head tilted to the side as I watched him contemplate what he clearly wanted to say. Bella, I know you have been dispatched for our protection, but I want you to know that you are not alone in this. With training, the rest of the family will surely get caught up to speed. I know that we don't deserve any help, especially from you, but I am glad that you are here. I know all too well what it feels like to be used as a pawn in someone else's sick and twisted games. I want the person responsible for these newborns to find their end. He finally spoke and I nodded my head, not trusting myself to speak. He and I clearly were on the same page. I knew little of his past. It was just something that never had come up while I was a human. I had always found myself gravitating towards his calming presence, but out of fear of him being the newest vegetarian of the family. Edward had done all he could to keep us separated. During my brief stay with Alice and Jasper while they were trying to protect me from James in Phoenix, I had found myself HT to the necessary levels of calm to prevent a panic attack from occurring by the use of his gift. Surely it had to have been challenging to say the least to be in such a confined space with me, Brea. Thing in what they all claimed to be was an almost irresistible scent, but that did not seem to be an issue. He was far more concerned with keeping Alice and I calm than he seemed to be worried about himself. Of course, I had been able to sneak by Jasper and prepared to meet my end to save my undeserving mother, but they had come and found me in time, Alice being the one to actually kill James and free me from his sadistic games. The incident of my birthday still hung in the back of my mind, but I did not blame him for what happened. I had been the one to bleed after all, and even more so after Edward had launched me into my presence and the glass table. All the Cullens after that had nearly given into their bloodlust, except for Carlisle, who had tended to me. I found myself needing to say something completely out of character, but I was not able to stop it as I watched as he turned his back to walk back up the stairs, apparently expecting no response. Jasper, wait, I sighed, and he turned back around with a slightly raised eyebrow. I just want you to know that I do not blame you for what happened during my birthday party or the events that happened preceding it. I never have and I never will. You acted on your instincts, and as a vampire now, I understand the plight you found yourself in. I hope in time that you are able to let it go as well. You only did what your instincts forced you to do. I finally said, and I watched as his eyes widened for a moment as he contemplated my words before his expression softened. Thank you for that, Bella. he replied and let out a small smile. One that for some odd reason I had been dying to see. What the hell was wrong with me? With that, he nodded at me with his custom smirk and continued up the stairs, and I let out a breath that I didn't even realize I was holding. What in the world was that? I had never felt a feeling so strong in my life, the feeling of wanting to be close to anyone, ever. It actually terrified me. I did not see, or for these feelings, and I was sure that in that moment, I never wanted to feel them again. The only question was, how could I stop something that I did not understand? Blank. I looked over to Alice, who was looking at me with curious eyes, and I shrugged before going back to sorting my clothes into the small closet, taking off my cloak for the first time, revealing my short-sleeved polo-like shirt underneath. I ran a hand through my hair and winced. Damn newborns and their innate strength. I was going to need blood to fully heal from these cracks. Bella, you're injured. Alice sighed as she walked over and ran her fingertips across the now exposed cracks, causing me to look at her with curiosity. It was a small act and could easily be seen as insignificant at first blush, but I recalled all too well that she had always displayed this type of affection to me as a human when trying to comfort me. I had always assumed her light touches were because she was fearful of her strength over my fragility as a human, but here I was, a vampire, even stronger than she was, and her actions remained the same. She was handling me as if I was something delicate, and it was unwarranted. She was confusing as hell. It is nothing that a bit of blood can't fix. I shrugged and brushed past her and opened up the insulated bag, heading to the kitchen to put the bags into the fridge. She followed me, seemingly lost in thought, as I quickly put the bags away, leaving one out on the counter. Bella, can I ask you something? She asked, and I looked over at her as I picked up the bag. You may ask, but whether or not I will answer is another matter entirely. I shrugged and she bit down on her bottom lip. Why do you drink from blood bags and not humans? She asked as she motioned to the bags, and I sat it back down on the counter in thought. This is something that I would rather answer when the whole family is present. I have already soundproofed the rooms, you say. Throughout the years, so Charlie or Jake couldn't hear my conversations and future mission details as they came from the Volturi while I was here, so in turn, your family can't hear this conversation. However, the simple answer is that for whatever reason, my body rejected the blood when it came directly from a human, meaning, I could not bring myself from biting a human, no matter how bad my thirst was. At first, no one was sure what to do, but then the thought of using blood bags came up, and for whatever reason, I was able to drink from them. I thought of trying animal blood, but my, gifts make it impossible to function at 100% on it. I need human blood to keep me sustained, especially when I am maxing the limits of my gifts for an extended period of time, like I am doing right now. I answered as I picked up the bag. You may want to leave or hold your breath, Alice. I said as I went to tear open the package, but to my surprise, Alice reached into the fridge and pulled out a bag herself. The bag stopped halfway to my mouth, and I looked at her with inquisitive eyes. May I? She asked as she looked at the bag in her hands and away from my eyes. You may. I can request more to be delivered, but can I ask why? I replied, playing with the bag in my hand. You mentioned the same thing regarding control and the strength of our gifts while consuming human blood to Anita and Gunnar. They made mention that they shift back between human and animal blood as necessary. That being said, I am tired of being seen as one of the weakest links of the family, Bella. If consuming human blood will enhance my gift and make me stronger, faster, then I am willing to switch for the duration of this mission. I do not want anyone else feeling the need to sacrifice themselves for me. She replied with such conviction that I found there was no way I could talk her out of it. Very well. I will inform Arrow when he calls to send additional shipments, especially if anyone else in the family shares your standpoint. I finally affirmed and watched as she mirrored my movements. We both lifted our blood bags to our mouths in unison and ripped open the plastic, the thick and rich substance sliding down both of our throats. I heard her sigh of completion as she closed her eyes and drained the bag dry, looking at me as she finished the bag, an apparent red ring already formed around her irises, bleeding out seemingly with perfection into her gold. I was going to ask how she felt, but was interrupted as my phone started ringing. I moved from the kitchen with Alice on my heels, and heard the footsteps as the rest of the family moved down to join, an indication that they were all settled in and were ready for our talk. Excellent timing as always. Alice, what happened to your eyes? Edward snapped out and I shot him a look. Not now. I almost growled, almost shocked by the protective tone that had come over me. Seriously, what in the actual hell was going on? With that, I hit the answer call button on my phone and disconnected my earpiece so that the family could listen on as well. I did not have the patience to repeat this conversation. Hello. I answered and heard the deep sigh of relief from Arrow on the other line. I suspected something may have happened. It is not like you to not have called to report with such a delay. He sighed out and I looked over at the family who was situated on the couch, looking on with wondering looks. It was no surprise. This was a side of Arrow that no one was privileged to ever witness outside of the family. Before we continue, please know that the Cullens are already aware of my true identity and are listening on. I have no desire to repeat this conversation, I stated as I looked over across the room and then out the window. Yo, tone indicates that something is troubling you. What is it? He asked in a hurried and slightly on edge manner. Get keys, Marcus and Sulpicia along with Jane, Felix, Alec and Dmitri naturally. We have much to discuss. A sigh of complete and total irritation escaped my lips as I put my phone down on the old and weathered wooden coffee table covered with ring mark stains left on the wood from bottles of beer over the years. I shoved my hands deep into my pockets of my black cargo pants, and leaned against the faded and slightly chipped blue-painted wall and kept my gaze fixated out the window at the setting sun. What was the point of having the speed of a vampire if it never was used? Logically I knew it had only been a couple of minutes since Arrow had dispatched the others to join him in the courtroom, but the weight of silence between the Cullens and I while waiting for my family to get on the line was driving me utterly and positively insane. I was sure I could have pulled my saber out and sliced through the air given how thick it was. Finally, after what felt like an entire lifetime, I heard the rustling on the other end of the line and I brought my gaze from the window to the phone out of habit, desiring nothing more than to be home with them all. It was not common for me to do back-to-back missions and the last one in Romania had caused me to be gone for a solid month as is. I had been looking forward to settling back in with my family for at least a handful of months before having to take on another mission. A vacation of sorts had been planned, and I had been planning on retreating to my private island located off of the coast of Greenland. Most people would assume that having a vacation home near the Arctic Circle wasn't logical or ideal, but as a vampire, the cold was not a factor and I was not one to enjoy the tropics. That had become all too clear when I had gone to visit the Amazon coven about a decade ago. I had built a 2-story cabin on the island. It was fully furnished, complete with a library and reading room, 2 bedrooms both with connected balconies on the second level, and a hot tub on the lower level. While unnecessary for a vampire, I found it incredibly relaxing all the same. Apparently not all my human tendencies had been lost. It was there, at Svanurea, which was Icelandic for Swan Island, that I often retreated after long missions to collect myself, taking Chelsea, Afton and usually Dmitri as well. These breaks were crucial to disconnect from my past missions and helped aid in me keeping the beast locked away, allowing me to mentally disassociate from the horrors I had seen and also committed. I would go away for a month or so at a time, but not before spending time with the family within the castle, which was something that I was desiring more and more at the moment, especially knowing that I could hear their voices but not actually see them or be with them. My thoughts lingered on my family and I allowed myself to give into my emotions. I missed my private quarters, my possessions, my books, my sanctuary. I missed my early morning routine of drinking blood while discussing various topics with Arrow and Sulpicia. I missed my afternoon sparring sessions with Felix and the laughter that always followed when I effectively and inevitably pinned him, forcing his surrender. I missed my late afternoon walks around the garden with Chelsea, spending precious and invaluable time spent with my absolute best friend. I missed my nights spent with Dmitri, wrapped up in each other's arms and comfortable silence after satisfying both of our very physical and primal needs that were present as a vampire. We knew that we were not each other's mates, and that made our arrangement even that more comfortable and necessary. Being the only two except Jane and Alec who were not mated in Volturi, or had been at one time in the case of Marcus, had meant that we found release within one another, both with the understanding And emotional ties were not to be created between us while having sex. Sex was very much a part of vampires that had found their mated half, but also very much existed as a newborn and also for those who had been turned as an adult. The fact that Edward had been able to resist me I knew was because he had been turned too young. He had not been at an age to truly appreciate the act, and that should have been my red flag looking back. Just another reason why he and I were not truly mated. As a fully mature woman when I had been turned, I had needs that did not go away when I had been turned but only had become that more desired. In my mind, I needed that release to the same extent I needed blood, and Dmitri was more than willing to help satisfy that basic need, for himself and for I. 1. Might have called what we had as a casual relationship, and perhaps that had some amount of validity, but I saw no harm in it. There were no expectations, no ties, no promises, no love, just a simple understanding and agreement that had been created along with a strong friendship bond. I would be lying if I said that the lack of sex had also not played a part with my increased irritability. We both agreed that if we were to ever find our true mates, something that I believed was more of a possibility for him than I, that our agreement would cease immediately. I apologize for the delay, I know how impatient you can be at times. We are all here, finally. Arrow finally spoke, causing me to huff in annoyance. Certainly took you all long enough. Is there some pressing matter going on that I should be aware of? Something of more importance than this conversation? I asked, and I heard Felix's deep chuckle come through. It is my fault. Dmitri and I were blowing off some steam and had left the castle and were sparring in the woods when you called. It took some time to locate us. He replied, and I shook my head. Oh, right. Because the path of destroyed vegetation and growls between the two of you is certainly something easy to miss. Where the hell did you go? The Riserva Natural di Castelvecchio. I replied sarcastically, earning another chuckle. You have my apologies as well. I was the one who requested the match. Now, what is going on, Isa, and how on earth did they discover your identity so quickly? Dmitri asked, and I found the corners of my lips raised slightly at his playful banter and at the nickname he had given me many years ago. That is a long story, one I do not feel like answering right now. It's not of significance. I shrugged. No, I think it is. You never They revealed your identity in the past and have fought so hard to keep this hidden for it to have been revealed so easily. He pressed, and I sighed and shook my head. He knew me well, perhaps too well. Fine. Edward and I had a disagreement, and in the process of him moving to attack me in a fit of blind rage, my hood was ripped during an evasive movement on my end, but we have since come to a mutual understanding of sorts, and it's not an issue. I responded with a slight snap, annoyed beyond words that we were wasting time on this. The line was filled with deep growls, but none more pronounced than that of Dmitri. I know they can hear me, so let me make this clear. If I ever hear of any of them acting with malice towards you again, I will personally find them, shred them where they stand, dance around the flames of their burning corpses. He growled, and I could only nod, my head tilting to the side at his words. Not even Chelsea had displayed this amount of animosity when I had been attacked, and that had happened right before her eyes. Understood. Carlyle finally stated, as he shifted uneasily in his seat, giving the rest of the coven stern looks, clearly indicating that they were to heed this warning. Now then, can we move on towards the actual reason for this call? I asked with a clipped tone, hearing my family murmur their agreement. All right, I'll do my best to make this as brief as possible, so please do not interrupt. I paused as I looked over to the Cullens, my eyes resting on Jasper for a second longer than appropriate, causing him to nod almost in affirmation of what I was about to say. Willing me to continue, something that I needed but could not figure out why for the life of me. I made it to Forks along with Chelsea. Anita and Gunnar arrived with the remaining Cullens and shifters. I was able to dispatch them appropriately and began the mission per the directives provided. However, on the way back to the manor to grab items that they needed before going to the safe house, we were intercepted by a newborn. I was able to subdue him and get some valuable information. He is part of an apparent large group of newborns who are following directives provided by a vampire who goes by the name of Nero. There seems to be a hit list with the Cullens, shifters, and other covens' names on it. The newborns are assigned targets and have to perform, otherwise they are executed. The newborn I encountered stated that none of them have ever met this Nero, and their orders are presented by their version of guard members in the forms of letters. I stated, allowing everyone to digest the information. Interesting. So, this is definitely not just a wave of crazed newborns in the area. This is a premeditated and efficiently organized clan of vampires wanting to wage war. This certainly does change matters. Arrow sighed and I nodded. Unfortunately, you are correct. If this Nero is not with the newborns, then having Gunnar and Anita locate the newborn hideout is not going to be sufficient. We could dispel of each of them, but more will always come as long as this Nero remains alive. Tell me, does this name ring any bells? I asked, already knowing my answer as the line remained silent for far too long. I wish I could say yes, but that is not a name that any of us are familiar with. This Nero has managed to keep hidden from our scope and remains as much of a mystery to us as he is to you. He finally replied, and I ground my teeth together, a deep growl rumbling in my chest. Lovely. I spat out and pushed away from the wall, all while running a hand through my hair. I hate to ask, but are you absolutely positive on the validity of this newborn's intel? Jane asked out in a rather hesitant tone, causing me to whip around and send a harsh glare at the phone. Are you questioning the effectiveness of my gift, Jane? I practically growled out, tapping my foot with impatience with the delay in her response. You know that I of all people nay. Veerwood, considering one of them completely blocks out my own. She responded in a slow and deliberate tone, it just doesn't make any sense. Newborns by nature are wild, uncontrolled. They cannot govern themselves. Every other rogue coven who has attempted to capitalize on their strength has found it too tough to manage, and it has always led to their downfall and demise, with the exception of Maria. Granted, but that was only because Maria relied heavily on Jasper to control the newborns. Keys cut in. My eyes darted to meet Jasper's, and I watched as they darkened as he clearly reminisced over his time spent with Maria during the Southern Vampire Wars. I had learned only a surface level of what had happened during these wars, but it was not something that Keys liked to speak of, and I definitely had not heard the details from Jasper. I sighed before my eyes widened, shock of my realization coming at me in full force. Nero is a Maria copycat. I finally sighed and turned around briefly as I looked out the window. My back to the family and my phone. Please expand that thought. Arrow breathed and I nodded. Nero may be behind the creation of these newborns, but he obviously had built a coven of his own. And have successfully evaded becoming caught in our line of sight, living a relative secret existence until now. I agree with Jane. Newborns cannot govern themselves. That being said, these guard members are not newborns. They are vampires who were created and have passed that stage, trained to fight newborns just like Jasper and I were. Don't you see? This coven is nothing more than an anti-version of the Volturi. I finished with a slight groan. I believe you are correct. Keys finally confirmed, and I cursed my luck. If I had to take down an army like Maria had crafted, I could have on my own or with the aid of the rest of the Volturi. It would have been difficult and there would have been losses, but I would have at least had a shot. But that was not my mission. I had to protect a town of humans. Shifters and a coven of inept vampires who were truly in way over their heads, and I had limited support. What now? I asked after a few moments of silence. NK, it is best that you return home and we regroup. Arrow finally responded, and I shook my head. Absolutely not. I hissed out as I began to pace. Retreating meant failure, and failure was not something I was going to stomach, not now. Not ever. Besides, there was no way in hell I was going to leave and let any more children fall to Nero's hands. Isabella, this is much more than you can take on. If we are truly dealing with the same type of situation as we were in during the Southern Vampire Wars, you need backup. You need support, and we cannot offer that while not knowing if the Volturi itself is on that hit list. If you stay, you might as well be forfeiting your life, and I cannot and will not stand for that. He responded in an irritated tone, but I knew it was because he was fearful of losing his only truly adoptive child. Fear that was clouding his reasoning abilities. With all due respect, I don't care what you say on this. I am staying, period. I did not join the Volturi to run WH. The first threat of danger presented itself. The only way I will return to Volterra without seeing this through is if I am sent back as a pile of ash. I retorted with a snort. You would dare defy your directives. Everyone else, leave us. My wife and I need to speak with the captain of the guard in private. he hissed out, and I fiddled with my hands while contemplating my response, before looking at the Cullens, who were looking at me with pleading and anxious eyes. If need be, yes. You need to understand. You aren't thinking within the mindset as a coven leader presently. I sighed. You are thinking as a father. A father who is scared about losing his daughter. I finished. I heard the gasp that came from Esme and Carlyle, but I ignored them as I played with the ends of my hair. Isabella, he began, but I cut him off. I do not fault you for that. Becoming your daughter has been one of the greatest and most rewarding experiences of my existence. You and Sulpicia opened up your arms and took me in. You found me when no one else was even looking. You saved me from myself and in turn, taught me how to save me from myself. You showed me what it was like not only to be loved but how to properly love in return. You gave me a sense of stability and for the first time in my life, provided a true family. A family who consisted of not just a father and mother but with uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters. You taught me how to find my voice, my inner strength, and that is why I am telling you now, Father, that you are wrong. We cannot sit back and allow an entire town of defenseless humans to fall at the hands of this new threat. The newborn I had to dispel of today was only a child, barely the age of 13 or 14 if I had to guess. I will not allow any of the children here to be stolen from their families and forced into this life. If you search through your heart of hearts, you will see just how right I am. I finished and waited patiently for a response. Arrow, your daughter speaks with wisdom beyond her years. What you are asking of her would be going against all we have raised her to be. While I desire nothing more than for her to be wrapped up in my arms within the safe net of our castle, she will not waver from this. If you force her hand, she will despise us and will likely rebel. Knowing that children are being used as the army only fuels that. I do not want to lose her because of that either. That being said, she has my blessing and permission to stay the course we have outlined. Sulpicia replied softly, and I felt my eyes begin to glisten with venom that could never fall. I cannot fight you both. Very well, Isabella. My directives will stand. You are to stay in Forks and see this through. I will discuss the situation with the rest of T. He guard along with my brothers and see what we can come up with. He finally relinquished and I nodded. And little one? He asked as I moved to disconnect the call. Yes, I asked as I looked down to the phone with a raised eyebrow. Worried that he was going to still press the issue. He only used that pet name for me on select occasions and I could not understand why he was choosing to use it now if not for that reason. I just want to say that I love you and that I am proud of the woman you have become. Please, be safe. He finally sighed and my eyes widened. I love you too, both of you. I breathed out in a slightly shaking voice as I hit the disconnect button and crossed my arms tightly against my chest, my eyes locked onto the floor. Bella, Esme began, but I shook my head. Hearing her concern clear as day in her tone. It was the same mothering-like tone she had always used when she tried to comfort me and I couldn't stand it. I already felt too raw, too exposed. I suppose now is the time that we move on to your questions. I interrupted and looked up to meet their wide and curious eyes. Blank. I moved to sit down in Charlie's old recliner and sat on the edge. Folding my hands together and resting my chin on top. You have my permission to ask away. If you ask something that I cannot answer, I will simply let you know. I confirmed as I steadily met their gaze. I suppose the first one is, how did you end up being turned into one of us and become a member of the Volturi? Carlyle asked first and nodded. I assumed that this was likely where we were going to begin. The answer to that is relatively simple. Victoria came back for me but wasn't successful. The shifters protected me. She grew frustrated and eventually went to the Volturi, where Arrow read her thoughts and agreed that I was posing too much of a threat to be left alive. Upon arriving to Forks, Arrow and Chelsea found me in the woods and I imagine I would have met my end right then and there, but then. Well, Arrow discovered the gift of my mental shield. It was then that he offered to take me back to Volterra and change me when he deemed it appropriate. If I declined, he would have killed me. Ultimately, I decided that I was not quite ready to be dead, so I decided to leave with him. I replied almost nonchalantly. I see, and how old were you when you were turned? It is obvious that you were not turned at 18 given your body structure. He continued and I nodded. The Volturi learned of their mistake of turning vampires too young when they changed Jane and Alec at the age of 14. It was determined after that almost hellish experience that a person should only be turned once they had reached peak maturity unless a dire situation were to occur that forced it to happen sooner. It helps to avoid certain unsavory issues that come with newborns. Newborns are hard enough to manage as is. Adding increased immaturity on top of a very large amount of impulsive behavior is a dangerous mix. That being said, I remained a human until the age of 25. I explained. That is a remarkable statement. I should speak with Marcus on this matter. Who was the one who changed you? He asked further, and I felt my lips smile at the memory, my hand moving to the spot on my neck where it had occurred at. Chelsea. From the moment it was determined had I was going back to join their coven, she was determined that we would become friends. You see, because of my mental shield, she couldn't influence the bonds between her and I. That meant for the first time in her existence, she actually had to work on gaining my trust and getting on my good graces. The outcome of all that hard work though led to an absolutely wonderful and beautiful bond. RDING to Marcus, and she became my best friend. That being said, she was who I chose to turn me and the reason why she is my partner with the guard. I replied with a slight smile, only for it to go off. The moment I looked at Alice and saw her crestfallen expression. I knew it hurt her for me to call someone else my best friend, but what did she expect? She left me right along with everyone else. Quote, "Can you explain your bonds with the rest of the Volturi? I've always seen them as beings incapable of experiencing them, but that phone interaction between Arrow and you, I am beginning to think I was wrong." Alice finally asked, and I nodded. You have to understand, the way we interact with one another is not something that we can openly express. The fact that you all witnessed that conversation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we were to act like that openly, many would view us as being weak, and that is just not something that we can have. I don't believe it was the intent for everyone to grow so close to me when I first moved to Volterra, but it was inevitable. Marcus witnessed the beginning of several unique bonds the moment I was introduced to everyone. Arrow and Sulpicia came to love me as a daughter and took me in as their own. Marcus was my teacher and finished out my academic schooling, while Keys oversaw my tactical battle training, and for all intents and purposes, I consider them to be my uncles. Chelsea, as I mentioned, is my closest friend, followed by Dmitri. He and I have a very strong friendship. The others at the bare minimum are siblings that I love dearly, and would do just about anything for. Which is why I am here. I couldn't bear the thought of any of them putting their life on the line for me, taking on a mission that was practically crafted with me in mind. I replied, and she eventually nodded. And what about Gunnar and Anita? Esme asked, and I played with my hands a bit before looking up to meet her gaze. I met them on my first classified mission. Their town had been destroyed and everyone else around them had been slain by rogue vampires. I found them when they were 14 and 12, and took them back to Volterra. I couldn't leave them all alone in the world. They were injured and I knew they wouldn't have had much of a life otherwise. Arrow allowed them to stay under the caveat that they be changed when they reached prime intellectual maturity. I explained it all to them and they accepted. My missions then were put on a hold for nearly a decade, and I raised them as my own until I eventually turned them. I suppose you could say in that aspect. They're my adoptive children and I love them dearly. I finally smiled, and Esme smiled softly at me before looking at me with a sense of pride that shook me to my very core. While on the phone, Jane made mention that you have more than one gift. We are aware of your mental shield, but what is the other? Edward asked, and I moved my eyes from Esme's face to meet his own. That came as quite the shock to everyone. It is a unique gift, called tactical intuition. All I have to do is touch someone, and I am able to feel their emotions and intentions. I suppose I have all of you to thank for this gift. I replied, and Edward shifted in his seat. What do you mean? He asked, and I shrugged. We all know that it is theorized that vampires obtain their gifts because of some sort of NCED trait or ability that they had as a human. Even though I was incredibly awkward as a human, I had a strong sense of intuition that worked when I wasn't too busy being dazzled. Arrow theorizes that I developed this gift as a way for me to never be surprised again, never lied to, used or hurt, all of which was something that was likely developed when my mind decided that it would never reach the state it was in again after you all left. I replied and watched with a sense of satisfaction as they all shifted uneasily, clearly in a state of discomfort. The last question I suppose we have is Why were you worried about sharing the concern of Gunnar, Anita and Chelsea with Jacob and the rest of the shifters out of worry that they would attack them, but you didn't seem bothered about making sure they wouldn't attack you? In fact, I am confused as to why they would have created a treaty with you at all while they knew you drink human blood. Jasper finally asked, and I furrowed my brow in the UGHT on how I would address this question. The reason for that is quite simple, Jasper. I don't drink from humans. I finally stated and watched as his eyebrows rose almost up to a comedic level. Bella, you have red eyes. That means that you drink human blood. I guess that you have to since you're a product of your environment, but I had always hoped that given our influence and what you had lair. Ned from us all that you would display a better moral code. Edward cut in with a slightly patronizing tone and shook his head, causing me to tear my eyes from Jasper's to look into his own. He looked at me with wide eyes and I felt the disdain for him practically seeping out of my pores. I am sorry, but are you seriously questioning my morals, you of all people? I asked with a raised eyebrow and watched as he breathed out harshly and looked at me with that same damn condescending look he always gave me when I was a human and had said something that displeased him. Of course I am. It's all in and dandy that you saved Anita and Gunnar from dying, but you gambled with their lives. There was no way that you could have known that Arrow would allow them not to be killed when you took them back with you to Volturi. Besides that, that's only 2 human lives saved, if you can call it that, since they have been turned into one of us. How many humans have died by your hands, drained dry so you could sustain yourself? He asked, and I shook my head at his stupidity, my hands coming together in and out as fists as I tried to reel in my emotions. You have got to be kidding me. I sighed as I looked up at the ceiling, wondering to some nameless god why I had just decided to argue against Arrow and decided to stay here when I could be at home with my family and away from all of this complete and utter bullshit. Edward, I don't really feel like this is a productive discussion. All of us with the exception of Carlisle and Rosalie have drunk from humans at one point or another. Hell, UEV. N left the coven after learning our way of life and rebelled. I don't think it is fruitful to try and measure or question morality at this point. Jasper argued, and I shot him a thankful glance to WH. He registered and nodded at me with a slight smile. I'm not trying to cause an issue, all I am saying is that she has a choice right here and now. She can revert to our lifestyle. It will not erase all she has done wrong. Just like we can never make up for any of the lives we have ended, but she could at least become the best type of vampire she can be. We can help her with it and in turn, help to redeem whatever soul she has left. He argued back, causing me to stand up from the chair, my eyes instantly darkening as my anger took hold. You know what I think, Edward. I paused as he met my gaze and stood as well, quietly challenging me, but I refused to back down. I can easily see it in your eyes that you're feeling paranoid. You are having trouble in trusting me because of the coven crest I wear on my robes. You know, along with the rest of the vampire world, what I've done, and what I have become as the Impovidia Inquisitor. You know the role I have played. Coupled with that, you still holding onto some version of who I was as a human. Weak, emotional driven, immature, easily dazzled, even more easily able to be misled. But you don't know who I am. Not now. And I will say this over and over again to all of you. None of you can even begin to understand me. It's true, based on my kill list I will not deny that I am a monster. And that is why you cannot help me. You'll never feel all of the weight I bear when I take on my missions. You'll never feel all the pain I feel from my victims as I watch them fall to my feet. And because you can never understand what I feel, you can never relate to me. You will never be able to cage the beast that resides just under my skin. And I don't even want you to try. I snarled, and Alice stood up, placing a gentle hand on my bicep. Bella, please. I beg of you to reconsider. She pleaded, indicating that I had lowered my shield enough while trying to control my emotions long enough for her to receive a vision abo. What I was contemplating, but I tore my arm from her grasp as I walked to the closet and grabbed my cloak and put it on, moving to put my phone into my pocket. Look, I need some alone time to process everything. You all are driving me absolutely insane, and quite honesty are making me regret my decision with staying. I'll be outside monitoring. I growled and moved to go past the family and paused as my hand was on the doorknob. And for the record, Edward, I have never once drunk from a human. I never could, even when I first woke up from my transformation and was taken into the feeding chambers. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That being said, I drink from blood bags, donated from hospitals all over the world who believe that they are donating them for medical research. The only two humans of bit are Anita and Gunnar. And that was only to change them. In fact, my entire family follows my same practice, so the feeding chambers are a thing of the past. That is why we were able to create an alliance with the pack. I supplied with a harsh glare over my shoulder, pleased to take in the family's wide eyes except for Alice, who only looked at me with understanding. I don't understand then. What type of control do you lack? What type of beast resides in you? Edward finally asked, and I shook my head. The control not to completely lose my humanity and to give in to the beast when I am on my missions. Executing and torturing rogue vampires who do to humans what you yourself are guilty of and got away with. I hissed out and opened the door, leaving the family in silence as I moved to the roof and looked up at the stars above me, thankful to have a clear night in Forks for a change. Blank. How on earth can I make them understand? This mission is not going to work if they do not trust me and stop treating me like the same pathetic human they all knew. Maybe Arrow was right, maybe I should fold the cards with this mission and head back. Before things get any worse between them and I. They are being incredibly unreasonable and selfish. I suppose some things never change. I don't know what I truly expected or what I wanted to prove to them. The sound of my phone ringing broke through my mess of thoughts, and I pulled it from my robes and put it to my ear, smiling slightly as I recognized the number. "What's up?" I asked as I breathed into the phone. "Arrow discussed everything that you and he discussed along with Sulpicia. I was moved by the passion and conviction when you were being the little rebel you are and were defying his orders." He laughed and I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, well," I began, ready to tell him that I was beginning to find some validity in Arrow's words, but was silenced as he interrupted me. "That's okay. I would expect nothing less of you. I'm glad you did. It gave me the ability to argue my case and defend you. That being said, I am on my way. Seems like you could use another tracker. I will be there in a couple of days' time and I will meet with you to discuss the next course of action," he finished, and I felt my eyes widen. Things were about to get interesting. A whole lot more interesting. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. This was my mantra that I repeated over and over to myself as I listened to the slight breeze flowing throughout the adjacent woodland area as I sat on the old and weathered wooden shingled roof. Centering both myself and my emotions. My mind was spinning with the information I had learned and the changes that were rapidly coming up during this mission. I was used to having my predetermined directives, and once that was set, there was never any deviation, at least that I was ordered to follow. I was given free rein to do what I needed to do to ensure success in the missions. I had never experienced any variations to arise, and quite frankly, it was not an experience I cared for. I also never had been this close as I had been to abandoning a mission. As I had been just a couple of hours ago. I had prided myself on my control of emotions, a sign of success with my training, but the Cullens and especially Edward had gotten under my skin in a way I didn't even realize was possible. However, between my unwavering desire not to let them win and force my hand in retreating, and also knowing that Dmitri was on his way and had argued his case against ARO in my favor, solidified my decision that I could not and would not leave. I would find this Nero and I would bring him to justice, shredding him piece by piece, a piece representing every child who he had stolen innocence from by stealing away their human youth, making them live out the horror of living through such a life for eternity. My thoughts were broken as I heard the slight creak of a CR shingle and turned my head to meet Jasper's steady and somehow calming gaze. "May I join you?" he asked with a slight smile and hands up in a sign of peace. I turned my gaze from his own to look back over the woods. "If you want." I shrugged and I heard him chuckle lightly as he sat down, his legs hanging off of the roof. "It's a beautiful night out. It's not common to be able to see the stars through the cloud cover," he finally said, effectively breaking the ice. "Did you really come out here to discuss atmospheric anomalies?" I asked with a raised eyebrow as I turned to meet his gaze. Bringing my arms up to wrap around my legs that I had brought up to my chest. "No, I suppose not. I understand your need to be alone to process, but thought perhaps I could be of assistance, a special L. Why after Alice received the vision that you decided to stay. I was sure that you were going to leave. After all that has taken place and how Edward has been acting, it definitely would have been warranted. He replied and I nodded my head. True, but by leaving, I would be letting him win. I would be allowing him to have power over me, and quite frankly, I'd rather swallow a fireball and burn from inside out than to ever let that happen. I replied as I flicked my hood back along with my hair. For what it's worth, I am glad you are here, he said, and I looked over as he extended his hand out in a silent invitation. What are you doing? I asked as I moved slightly away from his hand and glared slightly at him. Please, relax. I assumed you would feel more at ease with this conversation. If you were able to touch me and be able to gauge my intentions. He replied with a comforting tone, and I moved my eyes from his eyes to his hand and back up. I was touched by his thoughtfulness. Most vampires outside of my family did all they could to avoid my touch once they learned of my true identity. They treated me like I had the plague, and yet, here this one was, clearly offering his hand to me and willing me to work my gift so that I could feel more at ease. Against my better judgment, my curiosity of the situation got the better of me, and I reached out and our fingers interlaced, causing me to bite back a gasp. The moment his skin came into contact with my own, I felt almost an electrical current move up from my hand, up my arm and straight throughout my being, but did not cause pain. And immediately was followed up with the strongest sense of peace and absolute completion I had ever experienced. I looked up from our laced hands to meet his gaze, attempting to get a read off of his emotions. Had he felt this odd sensation as well? My eyes held his own and did not notice a difference or change in his expression or body language, something I found to be completely bizarre. Perhaps it was due to my shield that he had not felt what I had, whatever it was. Is it okay if I still call you Bella? I know that is more of an affectionate shortening of your name, and I would understand given the dynamics if that would make you uncomfortable. He finally asked, effectively breaking me free from my thoughts once more. Feel free to call me Bella within the comfort and safe net of this property. Outside of it, you will need to refer to me as the inquisitor, just to ensure that my true identity is not made known. I appreciate you asking, I replied, and found us both moving our fingers against each other's own tentatively. Why are you happy that I am here? I finally asked and moved my gaze from our hands back to his eyes. There are a couple of reasons. Foremost, I am happy because even though it is likely true that my family is finally facing the music for the crime for what we did to you, I still felt the dire need to keep them safe, and I just couldn't anymore. Not by myself. Having you here to help protect and train them helps to shoulder that heavy burden, and I'm relieved for that, even if we don't deserve it. He said softly, and I nodded. And the other reason? I replied and watched as he visibly stiffened a bit, quite obviously in a state of deep contemplation and slight vulnerability. Your shield has provided me peace for the first time since I have been turned. For the first time since I can remember, I am not trying to handle the emotions of those around me as if they were my own. I don't have to feel anything besides my own thanks to you, I suppose, and you have no idea how much of a gift that is. Being an empath is not as much fun as one would think. He eventually replied, and I found myself nodding. Man, isn't that the truth? My gifts have almost guaranteed success with my missions, but feeling the intentions of those around me with a simple touch can be quite draining at times. I affirmed, and he smirked. You made mention that the family couldn't understand your emotions, and I believe that to be true. None of them have ever had to live a life of discord after being turned. They have lived in peace and did all they could to keep their humanity. They could never begin to understand all that you have seen, all the faces of people you would never see again but still haunt you. They will never understand not just your feelings when you have to shut your humanity down, or the feelings of those who have had to fall at your hands. But I do. He sighed, and I furrowed my eyebrows in thought. Jasper, if we are dealing with a scenario similar to that of the Southern Vampire War, I need to know about your past and experiences so I can better be informed to create the best course of action for us all. I know it's not easy, but it's necessary at this point. I requested and watched as he looked down at the ground below, apparently lost in thought. Very well. I'll start at the beginning. I joined the Confederate AR. Before I turned 17, and much like you with the Guard, I quickly ascended up the ranks. In the following 2 years or so after I enlisted, I was promoted to major in the Army and became the youngest one in Texas. Everything was going exactly how I wanted. I had become the man I wanted to be and had never been prouder of myself. I was finally making the mark on the world that I wanted to. But then, the war brought me back to Galveston, where I had the unfortunate predicament of running into Maria, Lucy and Nettie, who had recently lost their respective territories to other covens. I suppose Maria knew from looking at my apparel that I was in the military, and that gave her reason to change me into a vampire. I believe she did so with the hope of utilizing my training and experience to create an efficient army. Something she could not do on her own. After, I became a pawn in her game and followed her lead and created the army, effectively re-establishing her territory and taking over others within the vicinity. She and I shared a short romantic and rather tainted relationship, but it was short-lived as she never got over her deceased mate and there was a hole there that I could never hope to fill. He explained and I nodded. And your gift helped with this whole ordeal, did it not? I asked and he nodded again, this time with a slight grimace. As you know, when I became a vampire, I gained the cursed ability to feel and manipulate people's emotions, which was very useful in controlling the younger newborns. Because of my gift, I commanded the newborn army that participated in the Southern Vampire Wars. But could only control them for so long. About after a year or so after turning someone into a vampire, I was tasked with the dirty and immoral duty of disposing of them. This was something that was beyond difficult for me to manage because I could feel their pain as my own when I killed them. But I was the only one who could dispose of the newborns because I was the only one who could manipulate their emotions long enough to subdue them. He paused as he became lost for a few moments in the past, and I waited uncharacteristically patiently for him to continue. Over time, the pain and cruelty of such existence caused me to become depressed to no end. I was not who I had wanted to be. While in the army, I befriended a newborn named Peter, who I had persuaded Maria to keep because of his advanced combat skills. However, he found his mate within another newborn named Charlotte, who I was supposed to dispose of. I couldn't be the cause of causing Peter that much pain. So I allowed them both to escape and in turn, for the first time defied my orders. He said as he blinked a few times, clearly in an attempt to bring him back to the present world. That took remarkable courage, trust me, I know. Defying orders from the person you are bound to is not an easy task. I stated, thinking back to how I had done the same just a few hours ago. Yeah, but that is what sealed my fate. You see, after that event, Maria's feelings for me changed dramatically. I lost all trust I had with her, and all I could sense was how full of fear and mistrust she had with me. It was then that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that she would eventually plot a way to destroy me, the same as she had done with countless other vampires who had threatened her reign. I knew I had to escape. Despite everything that had happened, I could not bring myself to kill her before she got to me. But then, Peter came back and told me about the way vampires could coexist up north. From all of the wars and the life I had known. Knowing that this was my only chance, I immediately left Maria and her coven to join Peter and Charlotte. However, I still could not find peace. Drank from humans the way Peter and Charlotte did, and I could feel the despair of those who I drained. I tried to feed less and less, but that always ended up with me in a frenzy for blood, ultimately causing more carnage than I would have done if I would have stuck to a normal routine. This prompted me to leave Peter and Charlotte, and I became a nomadic vampire and remained that way until I ran into Alice in Philadelphia. He stopped as he played with his ring finger, even though no ring was on it anymore. At first, I was perplexed. She was happy to see me and her emotions were so strong that I got carried away with them. They cut through my depressed and murky feelings, and lit up my tainted soul with a fire that I had never felt before. She said she had been waiting for me, and explained her visions. When I took her hand for the first time, I felt a feeling that I had not felt since being turned, the feeling of optimism. Hope that one day, I could eventually feel as joyful as she did. She informed me about her lifestyle of feeding from animals, an idea that seemed far-fetched to me, but I was willing to try it just to escape the nightmare I was living. It was that feeling of hope that prompted me to stay with her in search of the Cullens. We eventually found them and they welcomed us with open arms, and held on tight even with my occasional slip-ups while I adjusted to the new lifestyle. I often thought about leaving, but I was not strong enough. I was desperate to find and obtain their level of contentment and knew that I could never do so on my own, so I stayed even though I knew I was the weakest link in the family and caused nothing but issues and strife. I was putting them in danger, but I was powerless to do anything but fight with myself night and day, pushing aside the bloodlust and trying to forget about all the wrong I had done in my life. I knew that someone like me likely was not meant to find happiness, not after all I had done wrong, but I had to try, as selfish as it is. He finished and I looked at him knowing eyes and waited for him to meet my gaze. Thank you for sharing, Jasper. I know it wasn't easy, I said after a few moments, and he nodded. If it's going to be helpful for you to have this information, then I am an open book to you. You may as well use my past horrors to create something good. He replied and I nodded. While not exactly the same, I know how you feel. I have killed so many vampires and in turn, not been able to save so many humans, that I too struggle with my emotions from time to time. My missions have caused me to witness horrors. Horrors that the Cullens could not even begin to imagine. Ones that have become a part of me. I began, but he interrupted me. Valid, but the missions that you took on were to maintain some level of order and to uphold laws that have been put into place to allow vampires to live more or less in peace. What Maria did, what I did, was purely for selfish and power-greed-fueled reasons. He argued and I shook my head. That may be true, but you were stuck in a world that you did not understand and did not know any other way. That is not the case with me. Tell me, Jasper, how did you dispel of the newborns? I asked and I watched as he looked at me with confusion, clearly caught off guard. As quickly and most efficient as possible, the same that I would have done as enduring the wars, but I fail to see of how that is of relevance. He responded slowly and I nodded, finally looking away from him and up towards the horizon where the very first morning light was beginning to break across the horizon. It's relevant because that's not how I killed the vampires who have fallen at my hands. Fueled by hatred and pure disdain for them and the acts they have committed, I shred them. Slowly, piece by piece. Their screams of agony only fuel the beast inside of me. I take my time, savoring each crack, every dismemberment, every spray of venom. I watch in pure satisfaction as the light in their eyes steadily grow dimmer and dimmer until it is no more. They do not die quickly or in a humane way. It is only after the carnage is done and I have come to my senses do I register what I have done, and yet I continue, and quite honestly, I don't have it in me to change my ways. I have to give into that side of me in order to stomach what I have to do, and I have found more ways than one to stomach it. I admitted and felt his hand grip my own slightly tighter in some attempt to comfort me. I suppose you and I can relate to each other more than we would care to admit. He said, and I nodded before looking back over at him, taken back as I watched the way the sunrise light danced across his face, slowly but surely getting lost in his honey orbs, powerless to do anything but. I felt an odd sense of peace and comfort wrap around me like a blanket and smiled lightly. You can stop trying to influence my emotions. I am fine, and in control. I only shared that with you because it was only fair that if you opened up, I should do the same. That is the only way trust between us all is going to work. Besides that, it's important that you realize the person I am now. I said as he shook his head. I'm not projecting or using my gift at this moment, Bella. I didn't think it would even be worth trying due to your shield, but I feel it too. He responded in Confu. Scion, and I could feel just how honest and true his statement was. My mind began to reel. I thought back to how it had felt when we first had skin-to-skin contact. The strange but comforting feeling of electricity flowing throughout my being. The way I had so easily opened up to him, and the way that I had become immersed and captivated by his stare. The way that being with him was providing a sense of peace that I had not felt before in my life, even as a human. The way that I had longed to follow after him when he left the living room and had moved away from me into my old room. I thought back to Chelsea's ambiguous statement regarding the bonds she was sensing, and realization slammed into me like a freight train. These feelings held great significance, and I cursed myself for not putting all the pieces together sooner. A mate bond existed between him and I, though I did not know the strength of it. It was something I could only hope my shield prevented him from experiencing to the same level as I. I could not and would not allow this bond to grow. By doing so, I would be putting the mission in jeopardy. There was no room for this in our current situation. For the first time, I wish. Head Chelsea had been stationed with me just so she could undo this horrible twist of fate before it had a chance to be developed. I was sure that with my training in emotional control, I could fight this. I had to. He had already gone through so much, he didn't need to deal with the mess of me as well. On top of that, there still remained shreds of a mate bond between Alice and him. I could not ND would not be the reason why that bond was severed completely. He deserved what he felt with Alice at the beginning, and I had no idea how to love anyone the way he needed to be. Bella, he asked, and I moved my hand from his own, instantly missing his touch. I growled internally, this was going to be a lot harder than I thought. I think it's time we begin training with the Cullens. Another mem. Beer of the guard is being dispatched and will arrive within the next couple of days. We should spend that time wisely until I can regroup and figure out the next course of action when they arrive. Can you go and gather the Cullens and ask to meet out front? I asked, and he eventually nodded, neatly jumping off the roof, leaving me alone. I pulled out my phone and sent a quick text to Chelsea. You and I are quite overdue for a chat. I will call you later tonight after we are through with the training session. I believe you owe me an explanation. Blank, underscore, blank. I ed my hands and put them on either side of me against the roof and launched myself off, neatly landing on the soft earthy ground near the front door. Quickly shrugging off my cloak, I folded it up tly and placed it on a nearby boulder and placed my phone on top of it before stretching out my limbs and waking up my lean muscles and nimble limbs. I closed my eyes after a few moments and breathed in the oddly comforting scent of promised rain and felt the cool breeze dance around me. As a human, I had not been able to truly appreciate the cool and humid climate. I had never liked cold or wet things in general, but now as a vampire, I found it to be incredibly comforting, even though it differed greatly from the Mediterranean climate of my home. I detached my saber and leaned it on the ground against the boulder before looking at it with a close eye, before leaning down and running my fingertips against the soft leather. Please, grant me the strength I need. My eyes opened as I heard He front door open and watched as the Cullens emerged, looking at me with waiting eyes as I stood. Jasper called for us, although he did not specify as to the reasons. Carlyle stated, and I nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude that Jasper was showing a sense of respect and submission as my role as the leader with this mission, allowing me to state what I deemed as necessary. I was informed that another member of the Volturi has been dispatched and will be in Forks within a couple of days' time. That being said, I want to make the most of the time we are waiting, and while I want to train with the tribe as well, I believe time is truly of the essence. I want to work on training with you all first. I responded, and the family nodded. However, before we can begin, I want to address Somethi that Edward had brought up last night. By now, you all have seen the change with Alice's eyes. She has made the decision to switch to human blood for the duration of this mission to enhance her speed, strength and gift abilities. I did not ask her to do so or force the issue. What I need to know, do any of you wish to follow suit? If so, I will need to arrange to have more shipped. To be clear, there is no pressure either way. This is your life after all, and you have to live with your own decisions, not me. I shrugged and watched as the family looked at each other. I have never consumed human blood, and I quite frankly do not feel comfortable in doing so. I will continue with my selected diet. Carlyle finally said, and I nodded, expecting nothing else. I too will follow his lead, but I appreciate the offer. Esme smiled. I am still skeptical if human blood truly will make that much of a difference, and I struggled too much with the process of reverting back and forth. I will stick with mine as well. Edward murmured, and I rolled my eyes. Of course he would be the one to cast doubt on a well-known fact. I will make the switch over as well. Any advantage we can have in this situation can only be seen as a positive. Jasper affirmed, and I tilted my head, thinking back to our conversation. Are you absolutely positive on this, Jasper? You honestly do not have to. I asked, and I watched as he folded his arms. I am sure. Given that I will not be drinking directly from a human, I will not have to worry about the emotions that come with it. He affirmed, and I nodded as I walked over and picked up my phone, sending my request to Chelsea. What are we going to do about the ice situation? If a newborn were to escape and report back, we would lose that edge. We also will they to share this information with the tribe, Edward asked, and I crossed my arms in thought. For once, he actually had a point. That will be no problem. I have a serum of sorts I created that counter B. Balances the pigment and can alter the eye color. This was a necessary component during missions. I've had to change my appearances on more than one occasion. The ones I have on hand with me will chong. My eyes either a dark gold like your own or a dark brown like I had when I was human. It lasts much longer than contacts do and also is a lot more comfortable to use. I supplied and couldn't help feel the feeling of pride at their flabbergasted expressions. Now then, before we begin, I want to make one thing very clear. I have decided to stay and see this out despite the less than savory interaction we had earlier. That being said, that cannot happen again. We have a war to fight in, and that means we cannot fight against each other. I have been assigned to this mission, and like it or not, I am in charge. If you give me your trust, I swear that I will do all I can to keep everyone safe and do all I can to make sure no other lives are lost. That means though that you will have to have trust in me. You cannot question what I say. If I say run, you ask what direction. If I say jump, you should only ask how high. If you don't, you will either die or cause a death to those around you. Understood? I asked, my eyes moving to meet Edward's, who sighed and nodded and offered his hands up in a peace offering. Good. Now then, you already know that newborns are stronger and faster than a matured vampire. We are truly at our strongest during our newborn time. You know that they act based only on instinct, and in this case, the instinct is to kill everyone and anyone in their path. They do not think rationally. They do not have the ability to reason. They do not have the ability to register pain. They make snap decisions, which ultimately makes their movements unpredictable at best. To train you effectively, I need to know what I am working with. Edward, I want you to pair up with Esme and Carlyle with Alice. I am separating Carlyle and Esme so that they do not feel the need to hold back against their mate. I instructed as I leaned back against a nearby tree. And have I, Bella? Jasper inquired, and I bit down on my lip to stop myself from smiling at the way my name sounded from his lips. I want you to observe with me. I am going to need your advice and input, as well as you are the only one besides I who have had thorough training against newborns. Your skills in battle are not something I am worried about. I instructed, and he nodded as he moved to stand next to me, crossing his arms against his chest. For the rest of you, show me what you got, but do not aim to kill. We will go and hunt afterward for those who still desire to drink from animals so you can heal from any injuries you should sustain. I will keep my shield up so Edward nor Alice will be able to use their gifts. Helping to create the environment you will be in against the newborns. I finished and watched as Alice moved forward with Carlyle, and both got into their own battle stances. It was time to begin. Blank. Several rounds later, I watched as they all rested on the ground, watching as their venom seeped out and was slowly but surely filling the cracks of their various wounds that they had inflicted upon one another. There was more room for improvement than I wanted, but I could appreciate the foundation that they all had. Based on my observations, Carlyle had the most controlled method, Esme was the most methodical, Edward had the gift of slightly enhanced speed, and Alice was by far the most fluid. They showed promise, but definitely and desperately needed training. I was sure that they could stand their own against mature vampires, but not against newborns, and it was time to show them what they needed to learn. You all did well. It's good to know that you all have at least a basic foundation of how to fight, but there is much that can be improved on. I supplied as I looked over at them. Perhaps then you should show us how we should be fighting. Alice quipped, and I furrowed my eyebrows in thought at her statement, but also noticing the slight quiver of excitement. Of course they wanted to see with their own eyes just what I could do. Without a word, I walked into the house and into the kitchen, grabbing 2 bags of blood and walked back out with them in my hands. I felt their gaze on me but did not say anything as I tossed the bags to Jasper. To which he easily caught looking at them for a second and back up at me with raised eyebrows. It's time to show them how we fight, and I want you to feed beforehand. I think it will help you get into the right mindset. I need you to go back to that place you were in during the wars, and I don't want you to hold back. I said, and he nodded slowly before bringing the bags up one by one, sinking his teeth into them without question until they were both drained and a more noticeable than Alice's red ring flooded out from his irises. I heard his sigh of pleasure and realized that this is likely what he had needed this entire time, the ability to drink human blood without having to deal with the mess of emotions from his victims. He had not fallen in step as easily as the Cullens had when it came to the vegetarian lifestyle after all. I moved to where the Cullens had been earlier, my feet digging into the dirt slightly as I strengthened my stance. I watched Jasper from the corner of my eye as he moved to stand in front of me, rolling up the sleeves of his dark burgundy button-down shirt. I took in the sheer number of scars that littered his skin and thought back to my own that were located around my chest, lower neck, and collarbone area like a sadistic necklace. The only difference was I did all I could to keep mine hidden away, no one needed to see them. We slowly began to circle one another, my lips moving up into a smirk as the anticipation of the sparring match began to fill me practically to the brim. I noticed that he as well seemed fidgety, clearly anxious for what was about to occur. I felt my lean but solid muscles tense and flex under my skin as I fought myself to not move and to allow him to make the first move, all the while calculating what my next steps would be. I was not disappointed when he suddenly rushed forward, dropping down to the ground and sliding in an attempt to knock my legs out from underneath me. I arched my body backwards into a neat and controlled backflip, before landing on my feet and moving to the side to avoid his well-timed punch that had been aiming for my jaw. Specks of dirt and torn-up vegetation flew up as my feet skid across the forest ground and I flipped my hair back over my shoulder as he moved forward once again, delivering a sequence of well-controlled and timed punches. My arms moved around me as he and I danced quite literally. Our feet and bodies moving almost in perfect synchronization, almost more in synchronous harmony than even Chelsea and I fought. My forearms blocked his advances, my hands gripped at his enclosed fists until finally I crouched down and sent a kick up against his chest with speed that was significantly more enhanced than Edward's, hitting the mark. Jasper flew backward in the air as he twisted around and landed a couple of feet away in a crouched position. I watched as his eyes squinted and his hands fisted around the loose dirt as he let out a snarl. I could practically feel the worry and concern from the Cullens as they looked on with anticipating eyes, clearly worried that his predatory sounds were going to provoke me. All I did was grin, something that I could tell only fueled Jasper's desire to win the match even more, but it was now my turn. The smirk disappeared off of my face as I moved forward with unmatched speed and tackled him to the ground, my movements clearly taking him by surprise. We rolled around in the dirt, exchanging blows and attempting to get the upper hand on the situation. He rolled on top of me and I felt his fingers against the skin of my neck, knowing that he was trying to put me into a chokehold, which would end the match. I quickly grabbed his wrists with my hands and threw them off of me, putting my hands then on the ground and arching my back with my legs still tightly wrapped against his waist. I moved his body up slightly as I raised my legs, before flipping us upside down so that I was now on top and moved my hand down and gripped his neck tightly, my fingernails barely sinking into his skin. He was pinned. I looked down at him as my legs straddled on either side of his waist and felt his stare burning into my own. Even though it was unnecessary, he and I were both taking in deep and rapid breaths. He moved one of his hands up that had been on my hips trying to push me off originally during our initial wrestling and placed it against my own hand which was still wrapped around his neck. My mind instantly became fogged up as I breathed in his almost intoxicating scent of cardamom and bergamot, feeling a slight build-up of venom in the back of my throat. "All right, darling, you win," he finally said, and I had to shake my head a bit to clear the fog that had crept up, and I instantly released my hold from him and stood from the ground to face the Cullens, who had seemingly been oblivious, too caught up in the match to notice how I had reacted with being so close to him, separated only by the thin woven fabric of our now filthy and slightly torn clothes. Never had I been so thankful. "Bella, that was, as to say, you were remarkable. I never doubted your abilities, especially given your standing eye. And the Volturi and all the rumors we have heard throughout the grapevine, but to see you in action, that was truly quite the experience." Alice gushed enthusiastically, and I noted that somehow, for whatever reason, she was beginning to sound much more like the Alice I had remembered. "She's correct in that assessment. Your talents are unprecedented. I have never seen a vampire move with the speed and variability that you possess." It was quite the sight to behold. Esme smiled, and I noted the very distinct undertone of proudness that laced her very words. "I see now that I was wrong to ever have doubt in you. We are all very fortunate that you are here. We have much to learn, but I doubt there could be a better teacher than you. I may have made a mess out of everything and have continued to do so, but please accept my formal apology. I will never doubt you again, not after seeing that. No one has ever been able to pin Jasper. Edward murmured, and I granted the smallest and most polite smile that I could muster, silently acknowledging their praise. The next step will be for all of you to fight against me, but for now, we need to go hunting. Animal blood takes longer than human blood to age. Eel wounds, so let's get you all fed, and then Jasper, Alice and I will once we get back. After, we will go at it again. I watched as they all nodded before making their way into the woods, while I stayed back for just a mere moment or two. I slid my hands into my pockets, watching how Carlyle wrapped his arm around Esme's waist and the way she practically molded into him. I watched how Alice walked, Ed with a much more noticeable skip to her step, and the way Edward appeared to be less frigid in his pose. They were all injured, cracked, and the threat of their demise still lingered over their heads, but for the first time, I noticed how their almost haunted Aurora seemed to disappear. For the first time since being back, I could sense the hope that they were all feeling. It's just like I said, Bella. I am happy that you are here. You have no idea how much it was needed. Jasper breathed out as he moved to stand next to me, and I cast him a sideways glance and nodded in his direction before we moved forward to join the family. Maybe, just maybe, there was more going on with Fate's intricate design than I realized, and perhaps there was actually more of a chance for a happy ending than I had originally thought. Not just for me, but for all parties involved. Perhaps this wasn't a lost cause, something more than just a suicide mission. It was true that vampires don't feel hope often, but I was starting to. Large and bountiful raindrops fell from the dark turbulent clouds above my head as my black boots skidded across the mud and loose vegetation on the forest floor. I danced on my own, my left hand holding the saber securely in my grip, my body willing to allow the sword to become an extension of myself. I had been training outside for hours, which caused my soaked hair to cling to my face and cloak, but I was far too distracted to notice or care. It's not like I had to worry about catching a cold or some other ridiculously annoying human sickness. I was determined that I would master my technique with the sword. Something that I had not attempted to learn or master as a vampire, because what purpose would that ever serve? Of course, no other sword had been infused before with the venom of multiple vampires either, resulting in a practically indestructible blade. I sliced the sword through the air before launching myself in the air and driving the blade into the earth as I knelt down, finally resting my head against the handle of the blade. My eyes shut as my mind continued to race regarding the conversation that I had with Chelsea just a handful of hours ago after I had finished training with the Cullens for the day, all of whom were now spending some family time together, something that I had absolutely and positively no interest in participating in. Though, it was necessary for them to build back up their bonds, something that they had taken to heart at Chelsea's observation. So, I had excused myself to the front of the property, and had called Chelsea as promised. I sighed loudly as I recalled the conversation. I had of course informed of the new changes and developments that had arisen. The discovery of Nero, the newborn army, and of my slight disagreement with Arrow and how Dmitri had been dispatched. She had seemed slightly concerned when I had mentioned that. I asked if her apprehension was because she was worried how that would impact my possible limate bond with Jasper, and I swear she literally choked on unneeded air before she quite literally stumbled across her words as she confirmed that she had indeed sensed that, along with familial bonds that still bound me to the Cullens, especially to Alice and Esme. To say I was less than thrilled to learn about that development was an understatement, but I was beginning to understand the reasons as to why I cared so much about what they were going through and why I had felt protective over them both. Despite the damage caused by them, the bond was still more or less intact, and it was just something I was going to have to contend with during the mission. I never had known a bond so strong that it was able to survive after a series of events that should have severed it into oblivion. After the call had ended, the storm had begun, and I moved my phone to a safe and covered area so it wouldn't get wet, and had begun my own solidarity training, and that leads me to where I was now. I was uggling on if I should inform the Cullens of what had been discovered by Chelsea. On one hand, I thought that if they were to know the truth, that it would help to justify my actions and possibly allow them to feel more at ease to trust me more. It would also perhaps to explain their own feelings that they themselves did not understand towards me, and maybe that would help to allow them to focus more on the pressing matters at hand. Something which was incredibly vital. The flip side though is that if they knew the truth of the existing bonds, they could use that to their advantage. I knew from my training and education with Marcus that bonds were a unique phenomenon. They would influence my decisions regardless of anything and oftentimes were subconscious in nature. This meant that the Cullens could sway me and possibly manipulate my decisions, and I did not trust them at all. I did not know if they were as versed in the functions of bonds to the extent that I was, but I wasn't sure if that was something that I wanted to find out. I heard the latch of the front door click shut and I rose my head from the handle of my sword as I looked over to the front porch where Alice stood watching me. Her prominent ruby eyes looking at me with curiosity and concern as she crossed her arms against her chest before she looked up at the parting clouds and then back at me as the rain finally stopped. I knew she wanted to talk, and perhaps it was best to get this over with. I felt the pull to do so and knew it was because of the ridiculous bond that still connected her and I. I pulled the sword from the mud and pulled a soaked cloth out from my pocket and wiped the muck from the blade off before sheathing it once more, securing it through a belt loop, and made my way to the small patio and leaned against the outside wall. Taking my hands to my hair and slowly wringing it out. "It appears that you want to talk, Alice," I said after a few moments, and I heard her shift her weight anxiously between her feet. "I just came to check on you. I know you wanted to give my family some privacy so we could help connect ourselves and whatnot, but I feel guilty that we forced you out of your own home and into the storm," she replied, and I chuckled. "The storm doesn't bother me. It's just rain. And quite frankly, it feels rather warm against my skin. It's fine. It's not like this is my actual home anymore, Alice. It's just a building. A place where I once lived and is now serving as a safeguard for us all. Nothing more, nothing less." I shrugged and I moved my eyes to her face as she winced. "That may be true. I understand your home is in Volturi, but still," she pressed, and I sighed as I flung my hair back over my shoulder. "But nothing. If I didn't want to leave, then I wouldn't have. You worry far too much," I replied, and she nodded. I guess I don't want there to be any more reasons why you hate me," she replied slowly, and I had to fight myself from taking her into my arms and embracing her. I was however powerless to stop myself from reaching out and interlacing our hands, the same as we had done when I was a human. I heard her gasp as she looked up at me quickly. "I never hated you, Alice. I still don't. Even after you left, I still emailed you every single day, even though my emails were always returned as undeliverable. Despite everything, you were the one I longed to be in contact with the most," I replied, and watched as her eyes grew wide. "I just don't understand, Bella. If it's not hatred that you feel towards me, what is it? You're confusing the hell out of me, and I hate that I cannot read you like I used to be able to. You should hate me. I was your best friend and I should have known better. I should have known what leaving would do to you. I old have fought against Edward and the family harder than I did. I never should have believed his story," she replied, and I removed my hands from her own and distanced myself as much as possible as the small space allowed. "Hurt, Alice. That is what I felt, what I feel now. But as a vampire, I understand loyalty to one's coven. If my family made a decision that we had to leave someone behind for the greater good of us all, no matter how close I was to that person, I would have complied. Your bond to them influenced your decision, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But you need to understand, I don't hate you. Hate is an emotion that I try and shy away from. I don't care for the control it has over me. It's true what they say after all, whatever consumes your mind is what controls your life, and I suppose I never wanted you, any of you, to hold that power over me," I replied honestly, rather coolly, looking into her eyes as I saw the wheels moving in her mind. "But you fought against your directives from Arrow, the person who is not only your coven leader but also your adoptive father. If what you say is true, why did you fight tooth and nail, ready to disobey orders, if need be, to stay here, to stay with us?" she asked with a slightly accusatory tone, and I shook my head. She was far too perceptive for her own good. Looking back now, I knew that besides my obligation to duty, it was that cursed bond that had influenced my decision, but that was not something I could share. I needed to tread carefully with the rest of this conversation. Because Alice, Arrow's orders were emotionally based and not logical. If I was not his adoptive daughter, there never would have been a question regarding me staying. He would never have toyed with the notions of allowing a coven of vampi res and an entire town of humans to fall at the hands of a rogue vampire, but he was willing to do so to keep me alive. In his mind, I was more important than all the lives of here combined, which is irrational at best. Besides, it's my nature to see things through. I am not the person to give up on something or someone, no matter how much I should, unlike some. I answered as I crossed my arms. Aga inched my chest as she reached out towards me. Does that mean that maybe, just maybe, you haven't given up on us completely, on me? She asked with a hint of hope in her tone as she read between the lines of my statement with ease. Regardless of her feeble attempts to hide it. I meant what I said in the truck on the ride over to your mansion, Alice. Pain, it changes people. It changed me and I do. Just mean the change I went through when I became a vampire. I don't know if you and I ever will get back to where we were when I was a human. However, I cannot say what the future holds, I leave that to you. I replied carefully and watched as she too crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at my slight challenge and in thought. I know what she wanted me to say. She wanted me to say something. Anything that helped to shed light on the feelings that she had towards me, but I was not willing to grant that, no matter what, at least not yet. I still needed to gauge the situation and better understand the bonds myself before I even dared to indulge anyone but Chelsea and I with the truth of the situation. My thoughts were broken then and I instantly stilled as I was overcome with the strength of her emotions as she flung her arms around me and took me into a vice hold. I could not stop my eyes from closing or my arms from eventually moving around her as well as I returned the hug, feeling as she nuzzled affectionately against my neck and I let out a soft breath against the top of her head. I can live with that, Bella. Thank you. At least it's something and not a downright no. She murmured and I could only nod as she eventually pulled back, looking deep into my gaze. I was about to respond when the door opened and the family moved out looking at us with curious looks. I moved from them and down the stairs and into the open yard, my senses suddenly flooded by a scent I knew by heart and could recognize a mile away, a scent of ocean tides. The family moved to stand behind me, clearly on edge. It was then that I saw Dmitri move through the woods and in my direction. I frowned as I saw his hard expression, and then I noticed the spiderweb cracks that ran across the right side of his face and down his neck. He had a slight limp to his step and his eyes were pitch black. In his hand, he carried a dismembered arm that was holding tightly onto a piece of crumpled up paper, balled up perfectly in the fist. I did not move and allowed him to move forward until he finally reached me. Dmitri, what on earth happened to you? I asked with a raised eyebrow as I looked over his all but destroyed outfit. And noticed more cracks than I cared to count where the fabric had been torn away and shredded. He did not reply and tossed the arm at my feet. I was about to look when suddenly he moved forward and pulled me against him almost aggressively, and lifted my chin with his hand and with more passion than I had ever felt in my existence, pushed his lips against my own and his tongue quickly demanded entry. Blank. Silence filled the air as I felt my eyes flutter as I felt his tongue nudge against my own clearly in an attempt to get mine to play along. But I couldn't comply. I was too focused and confused on how my body was responding to the kiss, or rather, the lack thereof. I had been expecting the normal wetness to gather between my legs, but that was not present. The only feeling I had was equated to a lead ball being dropped into my stomach. Something about this act felt incredibly wrong, and while it was impossible for me to throw up unless I ate human food, I still felt as if my stomach was doing uneasy flips. I felt my hand ball into a fist and I tore my mouth from his own with a distinct and displeased growl, quickly taking a step or two backwards. Looking at his shocked expression as he stood dejectedly across from me, as he arched an eyebrow. What in the hell was that all about? I practically yelled as I crossed my arms against my chest. Funny, I was about to ask you the same question. What is going on with you? You act like this is something foreign. He defended automatically and I sighed and shook my head. This is hardly the time or place for that. You can't come frolicking in, clearly injured, dropping an arm at my feet and then expect me to be ready to jump your bones. Honestly, I'm on a mission here. What the hell were you thinking, assuming you were at all? I argued back and watched as he looked down at the ground. It's been weeks, Isa. I thought for sure you would have wanted tea. Oh, celebrate over the fact that there is one less newborn for you to deal with. This type of stuff has always excited you before. He replied in a hurt tone and I sighed as I shook my head. You know just as well as I that this mission was not expected. Don't stand there and try and make me feel guilty. I almost snarled out before taking in a deep and calming breath. In the future, it may be wise to ask for permission before you start to instigate anything. That will help us from ever being in this rather humiliating position again. I chided and watched as he looked at me with pure curiosity. How is this humiliating? He inquired but soon received his answer as Alice spoke up. Oh, I didn't realize you had found your true mate. She gasped and my eyes shot to his own as they widened and he ruffled his frosted and spiky locks. All while I was giving him a knowing look. I thought they knew. They knew of your true identity and this is not something that we have ever attempted to hide. I just assumed. He replied uneasily. Yeah, well, you know what happens when you assume. I snapped back and let out a sigh as I turned to the family. Alice, I haven't. I responded abruptly as I took in the family's state of shock. But he walked over and locked lips with you without hesitation. Edward replied with a strained tone and I looked back at Dmitri. He and I have an arrangement of sorts. Being the only two apart from Alec and Jane who are not mated in the Volturi, we have a mutual agreement and understanding to help satisfy each other's needs besides bloodlust. That is all. Nothing more, nothing less. I replied as my eyes flickered to meet his own and watched as they widened. You mean to say, Edward trailed off as I nodded. Yes, Dmitri and I have passionate, mind-blowing but casual sex without any type of mate bond or love between us. I affirmed and watched as Edward fidgeted about, clearly at unease with the bluntness of my reply. Aren't you setting yourself up for an eventual heartbreak? You know that this sexual rendezvous will have to find its end once you or he finds their true mate. Esme asked with a concerned tone and I shook my head. We have Alrea. Dai reached that understanding and agreement. If he were to find his mate, I would cut it off without a question asked or a single ounce of jealousy. I replied as Dmitri walked over and placed a gentle hand around my waist. I understand your confusion on this, but sex is very much a basic need and function of the body, very similar to needing substance. It's natural and healthy. That type of ace is doubly needed when you live a life such as we do. Being able to let go and separate yourself from what you have done in a mission is key to ensure that you do not find escape in less than favorable methods. In my mind, I am simply doing what I can to help a friend, regardless of what that looks like to anyone else. Dmitri said as his hardened expression looked over at Jasper who for whatever reason was scowling in his direction. Why don't you go inside and grab a blood bag and replacement cloak? You may have dispelled of the newborn but it doesn't appear that it happened without also great difficulty. I said eventually as I motioned to his clear as day injuries. He nodded and walked into the house without a word and I shook my head as I crouched down and inspected the arm. Why would he bring this back? Edward asked with a scrunched up expression, obviously disturbed to some extent. I did not reply but continued to examine the arm, my fingertips reaching down as I gently pried the fingers loose and started to carefully unfold the worn and slightly frayed paper, my eyes locking onto it. There was only one word written in the middle. It was my name. This newborn had been sent for me. I folded the paper back into its crumbled state before noticing a slight gleam of something on the wrist. I heard the front door closing as Dmitri made his way leisurely back to me. On the wrist of the arm was a silver charm bracelet and I swear my heart gave out a phantom beat. On it was a handcrafted silver yin and yang charm, coupled with a silver open book and a camera charm, same exact bracelet that I had given to Angela years and years ago as a thank you gift after she had expressed a love for the one that Jacob had given me with a handcrafted wooden wolf charm. She had given me a matching yin and yang charm stating that while it was true that I was currently in a dark place, I had taught her how to go for what she wanted, to be strong and determined, and that if it were not for me, she would have never come out of her shell or found love with Eric. She said I was the balance she needed in her life. Something that seemed ridiculous to me at the time since I felt anything but balanced myself, but I had accepted the gift just the same. The charms I had selected for her bracelet had been symbolic, of course, as she was the only friend I had besides Jake who had Helped or at least tried to balance me out after the Cullens had left. I may have been her balance, but she was definitely mine as well, the only person who was helping me to keep my feet planted firmly to the reality of life. Something that I did not have in a world of shapeshifters and elusive vampires. The other two charms were rather self-explanatory. Dmitri, what did the newborn look like who attacked you? I asked with forced affluence. She was a girl, I don't know. Maybe around 13 or so. She had long straight black hair. Appeared to be of Asian descent. Why? He shrugged and I.s.'d from the ground after unclasping the bracelet and held it tightly in my hand. I knew that Angela and Eric had gotten married and had a couple of children. If the timeline was correct, this newborn could have very well been their great-granddaughter, but I had not been in Forks in some time, so there was no way I could know this to be true or not, but I knew someone who likely did. I ignored his look and pushed past him to the porch, where I pulled out my phone and quickly dialed a number. Bella, Jasper asked as he moved to stand beside me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. I shook my head as I put the phone to my ear, but found myself relaxing into his touch, something that did not go unnoticed by either Esme or Dmitri, who both looked at me with curious eyes as I averted my own to the woods. Jake. Yeah, it's me. I need you at Charlie's house as soon as possible. I breathed out and hung up the phone. I felt a sense of dread fill me, and for once, I hoped I was wrong. Blank. I stood rooted in spot on the porch, standing still as a statue, not even bothering to act human as my mind raced with the possibilities. Angela had always been such a true friend to me, even when I did not deserve it. When I had gotten involved with Edward, I had left my group of friends behind, all but abandoned them the same way that the Cullens had left me. It had not been intentional though. I simply had found myself gravitating towards the Cullens, and I had not been able to find a balance of spending time with them all and with my human friends, especially at school. Angela had not deserved that from me, but had thrown that all aside to be there for me when no one else but Jake was. It was her that came over for sleepovers, who stayed awake with me in a room only lit by the light from my laptop screen as we talked all night. It was her that accompanied me on long drives to the middle of nowhere, just so I didn't have to go home to another fight with Charlie, who was trying to fix me without understanding all that happened or send me back to my mom. It was her that stuck by my side at school, not caring about the whispers being spoken about me and the Cullens, and had faced that all just so I knew I was not alone. Just the very thought of a family member of hers being a victim in this game was enough for red to fall over my vision. And I wouldn't give to understand what is going on in your head. Jasper spoke in such a low tone, I'm not even sure if the rest of the family could have heard it. You don't want to know. I replied back in the same hushed voice. My eyes pitch black as I angled my head to peer into his eyes. He motioned me into the house and into the kitchen, never removing his touch from my shoulder. With his free hand, he opened the fridge and grabbed a bag of blood, to which I accepted and slowly drained, allowing the blood to cut through my murderous fog as he moved to stand behind me. I can help if you let me in, you know. You said you were going to rely on me to help with this mission and have also in turn taken a large load off of my shoulders. Please, I beg of you. You have already done so much for me. Let me in and let me ease some of your burden too. I want to help, he replied, and I raised my hand to cover his own that was still resting on my shoulder, closing my eyes and relishing in our closeness. It was not a sexual act by any means, but it was more satisfying than anything I had ever experienced, and the rest of the world seemed to fade away. What you're requesting of me I don't know how to do, I replied as I slightly tilted my head back until it came in contact with his sculpted chest, breathing out lightly as I felt his free hand move to cup my waist, pulling me that much closer to him so that our bodies practically molded as one. I'm not trying to get in your head, and I'm not trying to push your limits. I just want to offer any sort of relief that I can. You can trust me. I would only use my gift at this point to calm. I am yielding to you. Set your pace. Just know that if and when you feel comfortable and safe in lowering your shield down, I will be here. He breathed into my ear, and I found myself lost in the purest of emotions I had ever come across. No one could be as perfect for me as this man. He knew exactly what to say and what to do. My beast had finally met its match, and I had never wanted to give in to a request as badly as I did in that moment. Jasper, I breathed as I felt his lips ghost against my ear and slowly down my neck, and I tilted my head to allow him more room to explore. We were quickly heading to the point of no return, something practically equatable to a car spinning out of control on a patch of black ice on the highway. I'm Biko. Ming, addicted to the peace and tranquility that being with you provides, Bella. I have never felt so at ease in my entire existence, which logically makes no sense considering the very real threat that is looming over our heads. I am slowly but surely losing the ability to keep a distance from you. These feelings are foreign and yet not at the same time. You're such an enigma to me, and I don't understand my feelings at all. I don't understand a thing, to be honest, except that when I am with you, everything else seems to fall away. You center me in ways that no one has ever been able to, in ways that I never even thought were possible. He continued, and I felt myself slowly but surely becoming aroused at not only his actions but also at the loving words and feelings that were wrapping me up like a blanket. Just the same, I eventually found the strength to pull away. The moment our skin was no longer in contact, I watched as he blinked a few times before looking at me with curiosity. Jasper, we can't. I shook my head and watched as he furrowed his eyebrows. Why not? Is it because of the mission and you are worried about distractions, the same thing you told Dmitri? He asked, and I sighed. It's because you're not mine to desire. I replied and watched as his expression sobered as he looked out the window and at Alice, who was chatting with Edward and Dmitri. It was clear at his moment that he realized too that he was not a free man. Their marriage may be over, but he knew just as well as I did that a mating bond still existed between Alice and him, even if it was only in pieces. Jasper, what happened just now cannot happen again. I care for you, but likely more than I should, and perhaps in a way that you would not want me to. I refuse to allow anyone to become a victim of something that should never have been. Alice is your mate, and I understand that things are rocky between you and her, but I cannot be that woman. I will not be the reason why a mate bond is completely severed. There are lines that even I will not cross, and that is one of them. I said in a soft but strong voice, and Jasper nodded after a few moments. I am sorry, Bella. I have no idea what came over me. I assure you, I was not trying to just use you to fulfill some primal desire. I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Friends? He asked with a slight and hopeful smile as he extended a hand. And I eventually nodded as I took his hand into my own and gave it a brief shake before exiting the house just as Jake came running from the forest in his wolf form, phasing back and putting on a pair of jean-cut-off shorts from behind a tree. He stepped out and locked eyes with Jasper and Alice and let out a deep growl, obviously believing that they had broken the treaty. I watched as the Cullens got into the same defensive combat stances that I had taught them and knew I need to de-escalate the situation. Blank. There is no need to worry. Yes, they have switched to human blood, but they are following the same practice as I do. They have not bit or drank directly from a human, which means that there has been no violation of the treaty. I broke in and watched as he relaxed and nodded, causing the Cullens to let out a collective breath of relief. Jake then wasted no more time as he ran up to me and quickly put his scorching hot hands against my arms and looked deep into my eyes. What is wrong? He asked, and I reached into the pocket of my pants and pulled out the bracelet and handed it to Jake, who looked at it with curiosity before I received the answer that I was dreading. Realization spread across his face slowly, and he looked at me with knowing eyes. It had been him that had gone with me to select the charms to begin with. Where did you get this? He asked, and I looked over at the arm laying on the ground, and his eyes followed mine, and I watched as he visibly paled. No, this cannot be. He mumbled as he moved from me and crouched at the arm and took it in his hands. Looking it over. This was the arm of a newborn that attacked Dmitri on his way to see me here. There was also this note in her hand. I replied and unfolded it, watching the way his body trembled in pure rage. Those filthy bloodsuckers, he growled, and I watched as he tossed the arm aside and began to pace, his hands fisting and releasing in an attempt to get a grip on his steadily growing anger. Would someone like to fill us in? Edward finally snapped, and I moved my eyes to meet his frustrated expression. Clearly, he was not used to not being able to eat his gift and did not appreciate being left out in the dark. Jake, did Angela have a great-granddaughter who resided in the area? I finally asked, and he nodded. Her name was Adeline Isabella Newton. She was getting ready to start her freshman year at Forks High. She is the daughter of Angela and Eric Yorkie's granddaughter, Akira, who married the grandson of Mike and Jessica Newton. Both of Our families never ventured far from here, he affirmed, and I shook my head. It seemed as if I had a lasting impact on Angela's life, as she clearly had passed down the bracelet to her daughters, and it was clear that Adeline's middle name was done so with my namesake. Thank you for the history lesson, but I fail to see of how any of this is of relevance, Mutt. Dmitri said in a rather dismissive tone, causing Jake to narrow his eyes and glare at him with hatred that reminded me of how he used to look when I brought up Edward's name. Dmitri, I warned, but it fell on deaf ears as he continued his rant. Honestly, I don't see what the fuss is all about. It was just some parasitic newborn. I say good riddance. He huffed, and I clenched my fists together before rounding on him with anger that I never had displayed to him before. That parasite you were referring to was Adeline, the great-granddaughter of a very dear friend of mine, so it would do well for you to watch your tongue. I hiss. Eden watched as he looked back at the Cullens in shock, who only looked on with concern, and as for the relevance to everything, this was what was in her hand. I trust that your brain can handle connecting the dots without further explanation. I finished and tossed him the note, to which he opened and looked up at me after a few moments. What does it say? Esme finally asked, and I looked at her and Carlyle, who were looking at me with great concern. My name, I answered, and then allowed silence to fall upon us all as we became lost in thought as to what this all meant. I believe that this is a directive. If that is the case, I should be able to smell the scent of this Nero on the note, once I determine which scent belongs to the guard member who presented it. He paused as he too. Okay, a deep sniff of the arm and then the note, his eyes closed in focus. What is he doing? Carlyle asked with furrowed eyebrows, justly so. It was an odd sight to behold. The newborn came from their respective coven, where the guard member was who presented this note. He is trying to locate a unique scent, one that does not linger on both the arm and the note. If he is able to do so, he may be able to distinguish out Nero's scent and then be able to locate his whereabouts. I answered, and he nodded in understanding before placing a comforting arm against Esme, who was still looking at me with concern. The fact that it was my name on the note and not one of their own seemed to bother her greatly. I am fairly certain I have the scent pinpointed. I think it would be best if I allowed Gunn, AR and Anita to continue with their mission and allowed them to locate the newborn coven. That is still important information to know. We will need to destroy all that reside there. I will venture forth to locate Nero, he stated, and I nodded in agreement. The fact that my name was on the note and not any of the Cullens also provides a new and unique spin. I believe that this was sent and assigned to a member of the coven with higher importance than the newborn who had his target set on one of the Cullens. The wax seal and its design on the directive itself is rare and not one that I recognize. I think I know of someone who can answer some questions, but that means that I will need to go to Vancouver Island. I replied slowly and watched as Dimitri's eyes grew wider. You cannot be serious. If it was just you, fine. But you will need to take the Cullens with you and someone will recognize them, he argued, and I shook my head. Jasper and Alice have already made the switch to human blood. I have the kid with me to create a new eye-changing serum, and will figure out a way to turn the rest of their eyes red. If it worked with me countless times even against vampires, no one will suspect a thing. I think I can alter their appearances enough not to raise suspicions. I argued back. You know that Arrow would not approve if he knew of what you were planning. He hissed out, and I rolled my eyes. What Arrow doesn't know will not hurt him. I can manage this just fine. If I can train them on how to fight a newborn, I can teach them on how to act and dress to successfully assist with an infiltration mission. And I am ordering you not to say anything regarding this to anyone. I replied back as I squared my shoulders. Are you pulling rank on me, seriously? He asked with a harsh tone, and I nodded. Desperate times call for desperate measures. To disobey a direct order from the person in charge is treason, Dmitri. Know your place, I said again with more authority, and watched as he succumbed to my influence. Very well, but when, not if, but when this goes south, just know that I told you so. He shot back, and I fought back a glare as he lifted his hands. I will talk. I leave now and will be sure to inform you of any information I discover on my way. Take care of yourself and please be careful. Always am. I replied automatically, mirroring the same response Hat Charlie had always given me when I had said the same to him before any given shift. Oh, and Isa. He started and I rose an eyebrow at him. You have every right to be happy. I hope you don't make him wait too long. I release you. He finished in a murmured tone as his eyes flickered to the family and back at me. It was clear at this moment that he recognized the connection that Jasper and I shared. Regardless of how trivial or benign it was. I walked over and kissed him lightly on the cheek and he responded in kind by placing a gentle kiss on my forehead, thanking him silently for all he had done and continued to do for me up to this very moment, no matter how difficult and painful it was for me to deal with at the moment. We had always agreed that emotions would not play a part in the ruse we were living, but apparently, I had not kept my end of the bargain. I knew that the possibility of one of us finding our mates was something that lingered, but I had not thought it would happen so soon or like this. Especially when the person who was my mate was not mine to claim. I wanted to desperately tell him that he was wrong, but I could not lie to him, not about this. Make sure you check in with Chelsea so she can arrange shipments and places for you to pick up the blood bags. You will need to make sure you keep your strength up, I said, and he nodded before granting me his famous and rare grin before turning his back to race into the woods and away from me. Away with him went a piece of my heart that I was not sure if I would ever get back. I watched as he left before I felt Alice and Esme walk up behind me, both putting a gentle arm around my waist, offering some sort of comfort. They may not have been able to sense or read my emotions, but for what they lacked in that aspect, they only made up for with intuition, the insight of a mother and as a best friend who noticed that something was wrong. What's in Vancouver Island, Bells? Jake asked, and I looked up at the sky. An underground bar that rogue vampires often frequent. They skid past the laws, walking the very fine line where no laws are actually broken so that the Volturi does not need to be involved. But certainly live a life of very questionable morals just the same. It's owned and overseen by a vampire by the name of Dante. I have dealt with him on occasion throughout my years with the guard. I believe that if anyone would know anything of this Nero, it would be him. I answered and watched as the rest of the family moved to stand before me. Do you trust this, Dante? Carlyle asked, and I shook my head. With my life? Absolutely not. However, he is a very opportunist-driven vampire and he has always provided accurate intel so long as what I am offering in payment is worth more to him than the knowledge I request. I believe he may be able to provide some answers to what we all seek. The sooner I know where this Nero is, the sooner this can all be over. I know that Dmitri will make haste, but I do not know how long it will take for him to report back, and with me now being a person of interest for reasons I do not know, time is not on our side. I think the tribe can help protect the town while we are away. It shouldn't take long. My meetings with Dante are brief at best. I answered and watched as Jake nodded, giving his blessing that he would do what was requested of him without any questions. I could always rely on him. The question was if the Cullens were going to be as willing. What I was asking was dangerous and risky. I had no issues with gambling with my life, but was not something that they were used to, I was sure. I watched as the family all met eyes and exchanged a silent conversation while I waited for their response. I guess the only question is, what are we standing around for? It sounds like we have some new things to learn from you, so we blend in. Carlyle said after a few moments, and I let out a breath of relief. I took their appearances in a ND ran a hand through my hair and thought. I definitely had my work laid out for me. Turning this group of well-mannered and groomed upstanding vampires into ones who could pass as being rogue would be almost harder than teaching them how to fight properly, but if anyone could do it, I was sure I could. There was too much on the line for me not to. The slight clanking of glass vials and syringes metal tray was the only sound that bounced off of the living room walls as I sat by myself on the old and battered jade-colored couch, all the while I pulled the necessary items out to begin mock-ing an innovative and never attempted before eye serum to alter the golden orbs of Carlyle, Esme and Edward to some shade of crimson, or so I hoped. I had called over to Marcus just a few moments ago to discuss ideas on how to make it work. Oh, how I loved my science-loving uncle. The basic principle behind any of the serums I used followed the same path. There was a careful and accurately measured balance between different types of blood and venom that was used. The venom was indeed the key factor. The reasons why contacts were inefficient were numerous, but it boiled down to two simple reasons. One being due the venom that was in our eyes, the contacts quickly disintegrated and thus rendered them useless within a couple of hours. The other and perhaps more significant reason is while human with their weak eyesight would never be able to notice a difference, a vampire surely would. By using a mix of venom and blood, it somehow caused a unique reaction, which effectively altered the eye color for much longer, and because it was venom covering the eyes, it was not noticeable to a vampire. Just the same though, eventually the altered venom would break down as it was not pure. To make the dark honey-colored serum, I had crafted a blend of venom and animal blood. The theory behind it was that since animal blood turned our eyes gold, it countered against the venom to deliver the me results without having to alter diet preferences. As for the dark brown, this was a mix of venom and a small amount of the blood I had as a human. I was not sure why this worked out the way it did. But for whatever reason it did, and I was not going to question it given the success I had while using it. This was still something that Marcus was trying to figure out, and given that he never left the castle, I left him to it. Thinking along the lines of those same principles, Marcus and I had come to a mutual agreement on a hypothesis for this concoction, and I was ready to give it a go. I placed a bag of blood next to the vials and began the process of mixing, finally allowing my mind to focus on something constructive for a change of pace, willing to gain some sort of control over something, anything. The following days after Dmitri had left and had officially released me from our agreement had been nothing shy of a whirlwind. I had not been expecting any of that to occur the way that it had. I didn't want him to find out the way he did. It seemed unfair and wrong. I wasn't exactly sure the best way of informing him of the changes with the bonds that had happened, but surely there had to have been a better way. Perhaps in a more private setting, one where he could digest the information within a safe and secluded atmosphere, not one where he was surrounded not only by a group of unfamiliar vampires and a shifter, but also within the presence of the very person who had prompted the need to have the discussion to begin with. I felt guilty for everything, and it was weighing heavily on my mind. To try and push aside my thoughts, I focused my efforts on training the Cullens on how to act, how to walk and how to speak to fit into the world of rogue vampires. It had proven not to be an easy task. I had to teach them to be impersonal, calloused, and rather uncouth. I knew that it was going to take more than just a change of eye color to make them fit in. I had then altered man clothing of my own and Charlie's with the assistance of Alice to create unique outfits that screamed grunge more than anything else, and had already spoken to her of ways to use venom-infused make-up to alter appearances enough to make them into entirely different beings. This was one of the more painful processes that had to take place, and I knew that there would likely be a small amount of scarring that took place. But it couldn't be helped. The men had been the easiest to change the appearance of. After all they needed was a different hairstyle and some facial hair to completely turn them into different people. I had cut their locks, mindful to use small amounts and cut from areas so that it blended into their natural styles as hair did not grow back. Then by placing minuscule amounts of venom, I had implanted hair in different styles. Carlyle now sported a handlebar-style mustache, and Edward a slim mustache and small patch on his chin. Jasper had been the most difficult MPLY due to how many scars littered across his face, throat and jaw. I had to trim the most amount of hair from him, which resulted in his mid-chin length wavy locks to now be shaven shortly along the sides of his head, blending into a longer style on the top. I had then created a full-on well-trimmed and shaped beard that was used to cover his scars almost perfectly. The removal of the facial hair would be painful to a certain extent, but was certainly doable, assuming that that was something that they wanted to do. The venom would ensure that the hair stayed in place unless otherwise removed. That would be for them to decide though. Alice and Esme were a whole different story. While we could use normal makeup to enhance features like any woman would do, it would be clear that it was not their real appearance. This had caused me to go into full scientist mode and had found a way to infuse venom into foundation and contouring makeup to completely redo their facial structures. I was no certain how long the makeup would hold, and if it would be a permanent thing or not. Esme and Alice had thought about how they wanted to look long and hard and had finally decided on ways that did a variety of methods, which resulted in making their cheekbones or jawlines more pronounced. To be honest, they looked good, dare I say very good. Coupled between that and the change of their hairstyles, I barely recognized them myself. Alice had been shocked on my knowledge on makeup, which was no surprise as I had completely shied away from using it as a human and showed almost a pure level of disdain at the products. However, after becoming a vampire I had come to appreciate the effectiveness of its effects while on a mission. Men were men regardless if they were human or vampires, and if using it would give me an upper hand, so be it. I was in the middle of inserting the needle of the syringe into the bag of blood when Esme gracefully walked over and sat across from me in Charlie's old recliner. She folded her hands neatly as she sat back and crossed her legs, looking at me with curiosity and silence. I allowed my eyes to briefly flicker to her own, silently acknowledging that I was aware of her presence and was okay with her being there. She watched with unmoving eyes as I placed the syringe back on the table and sealing the bag once more with my venom. There was no need to waste the blood, and I was not in need of any currently. "How are you, Bella?" Esme finally asked as she broke the silence. I looked up at her with a sense of surprise. I was not expecting her to ask that question, although I suppose I had been only deluding myself. Of course she would want to know how I was. I had thrown myself into the mission to the extreme, even for me. I had been hoping that my zealousness would come across as me being focused on the mission at hand, something that was not too far-fetched given the seriousness of the objective. But she had seen right through it. "I'm fine," I replied back, automatically mentally slapping myself for not choosing a more articulate word. "You'll have to forgive me, but I find that hard to believe. Even as a human, you tended to become a tad overly compulsive when you were worried about something. It was almost as if you were desperate to gain some sort of control on whatever you could and latched onto it fiercely, which is exactly what you did with our training regimens." She replied after a few moments, and I looked away quickly, internally cursing her motherly intuition to whatever being was listening. "Honestly, I am fine. I just a lot of things going on in my mind at the moment. I was thrown into a loop I wasn't expecting is all. You don't need to worry about it." I shrugged, signaling that I didn't want to discuss the topic anymore, and moved back to grab an empty syringe that I needed to collect my venom. "You know, Bella, as the motherly figure of this coven, it has always been my desire first and foremost for my adoptive children to find happiness. As a human, I lost my son just a few days after being born. I then tried to take my own life to escape the reality I was living in." She stated simply, and I nodded. "I know. Edward told me about how you were changed." I sighed as I rubbed my hands against my temples. "When Carlyle saved me from my own hands, he offered me a type of love that not even Mr. Webster himself could even hope to define, and then slowly but surely, one by one, we had a family of adoptive children, all of whom I love fiercely. We provided for them all, and took them in. We gave them all they desired, and yet, there was still something missing in Rosalie and Edward's existence. When Rosalie found her mate in Emmett, that's when I realized that's what it was. It was something I desired for them above all else. A chance to find their missing half. To experience a bond seemingly unbreakable." She continued, and I bit back a harsh laugh. "Unbreakable, huh?" I sighed as I shook my head. "When Alice and Jasper found us all those years ago, I found myself intrigued. I had never witnessed a connection like the two of them shared. I thought for sure that in that moment, I had discovered the strongest and most pure mating bond that had ever existed, even rivaling my own with Carlyle. But then, things changed." She paused as I moved my eyes slowly to meet her own. "What changed?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Alice did. Leaving you in Forks was the hardest thing any one of us had ever done. Granted, we did so under false pretenses, but we had the purest of intentions. You did deserve a chance at a normal human life. And I was worried that you were too far gone to realize just how wrong Edward was for you. You were always such a serious little thing with him. I saw that you had minimized yourself. Became nothing but a shell, pushing away who you truly were to accommodate converting into the person you thought he wanted you to become. When we left, we all struggled with the distance, but none more so than Alice. She lost her spark. She became hollow. She gave up on her interests, her passions. She locked herself in a room and even refused to feed for weeks upon weeks at a time. She had grown so weak that she stopped receiving visions. Nothing could be done or said to reach her. She had barricaded herself within her own subconscious, and not even Jasper could reach her there. He blamed himself terribly so for her state, believing that if he would not have moved to attack you during your birthday party, Edward would never have made the decision that we all needed to leave, for your own well-being. Alice remained in that state, even up to the fateful day when she decided to go hunting on her own, all the while knowing that we were supposed to only go in pairs because of the waves of newborns. I have a feeling she knew, even without the ability of her visions to guide her, of the upcoming attack and was actually, in a way, betting on it happening. While this has never been confirmed, I believe she left the coven that day with the full intention of allowing herself to be destroyed and killed by a newborn. She was seemingly at war every second of every day, staying with us all even though it was clear that she felt the pull to return to you. I believe she was seeking an escape from her thoughts, permanently. She could not see the decision made by Emmett or Rosalie to switch direction as they got a whiff of her from a random cross breeze that just happened to come across the field where she was. By the time that the newborns were upon her, Emmett and Rosalie showed and Alice ran. Forced to do so by some sort of reignited sense of self-preservation and the begging of Rosalie. That was the last time we ever saw Rosalie or Emmett. I believe that after that, something inside of Alice finally snapped. I don't believe she ever meant for someone to get hurt due to her actions. She fell deeper and deeper into a dark place, a place of rage and disdain for herself and for her very existence. It became too much for Jasper. Her emotions were too strong for him to bear and she distanced himself even further away from her, not able to stomach he thought of anyone else hurting because of her. She eventually released him and any obligations he had to her. We then had to force-feed her, quite literally to make sure that she still received signs as sporadic as they were to try and give us an upper hand and to make sure her needs were met. Her screams I am sure still linger and haunt the walls of our house. It remained that way until the day we found out you were alive. And not dead. Since then, she has slowly started to become the Alice we all remembered her to be. Being with you brought her back from the dead. Esme finally finished and I looked out the window, unable to meet her gaze. I don't understand why you are telling me all of this. If this is your way to make me feel guilty over what happened, I can assure you that you are wasting your breath. Alice was not the only victim that fell because of all of your misguided intentions. I spoke in a monotone voice, my hands clenching at my pants. I am telling you this because you need to understand. Bonds are a fickle thing. Alice and Jasper found a bond with each other, but that was when they both were completely different people. You have said it yourself, extreme pain changes people. And in this case, a bond cannot exist between two people who have grown separately and consequently, apart from one another. The shreds holding them together now are not healthy. Why are forcing two people to be bound to one another, which is taking away their ability to find a new bond, a bond with a person that they are destined to be with. And that is what they both deserve. Even if such bond is found within an unlikely individual. Do you understand what I am trying to tell you, Bella? She inquired and I sighed, eventually turning my gaze to meet her own. But what if bond between two people just needs time and love? How can you be so sure that the bond is destined to be severed completely and not mended? I asked back rhetorically. Because a bond that is meant to be does not cause harm to either party. You know firsthand that Chelsea breaks bonds that have become corrupt. The mate bond may be something sacred in our world, but fundamentally, a mating bond is just that. A bond. And by fighting against a new and healthy bond to keep an old and harmful one is only going to cause more casualties. I told you at the beginning of this all that I want my children to be happy, and I meant that. I will be accepting of whatever comes in that respect, regardless of what it looks like. I ask selfishly that you do what you know is right and stop trying to control and fight against something that should not be tampered with. You can free two of my children and in turn, allow them both to find their appropriate mates, as I am sure one of them has found with you. There is no reason to be a martyr. No matter what, eventually you will be thanked for doing what was right. Remember, what is worth the prize is always going to be worth the fight. She finished and I nodded in understanding. I will keep that in mind. However, for now I need to complete with preparing the serum, I said, swiftly altering the course of conversation. I heard her sigh but nodded, finally dropping the cursed subject. She had given me full blessing on pursuing a mate bond with Jasper, but was that really what I desired? How would that possibly work with me being in the Volturi? I would never ask him to leave his family behind, and I could not and would not leave my own. So many challenges laid out on that road, and it was not something I was sure I wanted to take on. Besides, if it was true that Alice was becoming who she had once been, there was a chance indeed that the bond between Jasper and her could heal. I picked up the syringe and allowed my venom to collect in my mouth for a few moments before opening my mouth and sinking the specialized needle into my parotid gland, wincing as the white-hot pain spread out across my face. While it was true that I could let the venom pool in my mouth and collect a sample there, I wanted it to be as pure as possible, but that could not happen without a cost. Esme stood from the chair and sat down next to me. "Here, let me," she murmured as she took the syringe from my hands and slowly but expertly drew back the piston and extracted my silvery venom out to the marked level before gently pulling the needle out, causing me to breathe out in relief as soon as it left my jaw. "Thank you," I replied automatically as I rubbed my jaw with my hand, and opened and closed it a few times to get venom flowing to heal the small but deep penetrating wound. That process appeared to be very uncomfortable, she remarked, and I nodded as I began expertly mixing the blood with my venom in the sterile dropper bottles. "It definitely is not an experience that I would place in my top 10 favorites," I joked, which caused her to let out an airy chuckle and a small smile to spread out across my face. Oh my, is that a smile that I see?" she jested, and I rolled my eyes at her playful banter. This conversation reminded me far too much of one that I would have had with Sulpicia, and suddenly I realized just how much I missed her. Quote, "Can you please go inform the others that the serum will be ready in just a few minutes? I just need to properly mix them," I asked as I screwed the dropper lid onto the bottle and began to shake the bottle delicately as she nodded and stood, heading out to gather the rest of the family. While shaking the bottle, I used my free hand to pick up my phone and I called to home. __. "Hello my darling." My adoptive mother's voice rang out from the earbud in my left ear, and I could not stop the wide smile that spread out from across my face. "Hello, mother," I replied back at ease, setting the bottle down to let the mixture set for a few moments. "For what do I owe this pleasure? I hope that you are faring well," she replied back in a hushed tone, and I nodded, even knowing she could not see me. "Yes, I am well. There is no reason specifically for this call. I just wanted to call and say that I love you," I replied simply, and I was met with confused silence. "I love you too, but I must admit that you are slightly worrying me. Are you sure that there is not a reason for this expression of affection, perhaps somehow related to the call you placed to Marcus earlier?" she asked, and I bit down on my lip, knowing that if I told her the truth, she would tell Arrow and then everything would be done. Dmitri had been right. Arrow would not stand for what I was planning. He would have been livid to know I was going against the directive and potentially placing myself in grave danger, but I was doing what I felt was best. "I promise you, there is no other reason. I know I have been away for some time now, I simply thought it would be a kind gesture is all. Can't a kid just call to say I love you?" I replied smoothly, successfully hiding any trembling that may have come up in my tone. "Well, then, let me assure you as well. I love you more than any words or actions could ever convey. If I look back at everything I've done in life, you're easily the best thing I've ever had the opportunity of creating. You may not be mine biologically, but you are a product of our family, of your father's and my love. Your very existence filled my weary bones and damaged soul, healing parts of me that I never even knew were marred. You have become a true inspiration to everyone around you, and I have and will never be prouder of anything more than I am to call you my daughter," she replied with a soothing tone, and I smiled as my eyes began to fill with venom. "I must go now, I have some things to work with the Cullens on. I will be in touch again soon. Please say, ND my love to father and the rest of the family." I replied and disconnected the call as I leaned my head back against the couch and closed my eyes. As difficult as that call had been, I knew it was very much needed. This could easily be the last chance that I would have to hear her voice, to say the words that I know she longed to hear the most. I needed that closure more than anything, just to make sure that if indeed my time ran up while handling this situation, that our last conversation was filled with happy and pleasant memories. I wanted nothing less for her. My death would assuredly Say pain in a gap that would last until the ends of time, but I was hopeful that those words would provide her the strength and will to be able to move forward and in time, find happiness once more. Blank, underscore, blank. Bella, you called for us. Alice called out in a cheerful voice and I sat up, quickly blinking my eyes to remove the excess venom before they moved to stand in front of me. I picked up the glass bottle gingerly and handed it to Carlyle, who allowed it to rest comfortably in the palm of his hand. How do we use it properly? He asked. It's simple, really. Jew. Saint, place 2 to 3 drops into each eye. There may be a bit of stinging at first, but the feeling will disappear almost as fast as it began. I supplied and watched as Carlyle nodded before unscrewing the lid and placing the drops in each of his eyes. We all watched as his jaw clenched just for a moment or two, as he blinked rapidly, and sure enough, his customary golden orbs had been replaced with a dark red pigment. It was not as vibrant as Jasper's, Alice's, or my own eyes, but would do. It simply looked as if it had been some time since they had eaten and were due to hunt soon. After seeing that there were no adverse effects, he handed the bottle to Edward and Esme, who followed suit, Esme handing me the bottle with a small smile, and I placed into one of my secured pants pockets, just in case it needed to be reapplied. This was a new serum after all, and I could only hope it would last as long as the others. How long will this last for? Edward asked, almost as if he was reading my own thoughts. The serum I typically use and have tested out works for about 8 hours, which will be plenty of time, I assure you. I am taking the bottle with me just to be safe than sorry. I replied, and he nodded. So, what's the plan? Jasper asked as he leaned against the wall and looked deep into my eyes. We are going to be running to Port Angeles and then we'll take a fishing boat across the way to Vancouver Island. The operator of the ship has a debt to be paid with me and will take us across and back with no questions asked. Once we port in Victoria, we will run to Port Alberni where the bar is located. Once we arrive, I will seek Dante out on my own. You will need to occupy yourselves and do nothing to draw attention to yourselves. The rogue vampires there form their own unique clans or gangs, if you will. They tend to stick to their own so long as they are not provoked. You will find a table and wait for me. Alice and Jasper, you will need to enter together separate from the others and order a drink while you are there, not to raise any suspicions. It is human blood, so you need not worry. Esme, Carlyle, and Edward, you are to enter then and strike up a conversation with Lice and Jasper to appear as if you would like to hire them for some type of service. I rambled with a wave of my hand as if it was the simplest thing in the world to do. How long do you think you will need with Dante? Alice asked, and I thought for a moment or two. No more than 15 minutes, to be honest. Like I said, negotiations between him and I do not take much time. He is a very busy vampire and so am I. However, if I do not meet up with you after 20 minutes, there is a good chance that someone either recognized you or saw through the act and reported it to him. There is a possibility that there is a bounty on your heads after all. If that is to take place, you are to finalize the mock deal between you all and move as quickly and discreetly as possible and head to Denali, and alert Gunnar and Anita on the way. I have programmed their numbers into your phones. They do not know that we will be in the area, but I know that they are just from the brief check-in I had with them earlier. Gunnar will be able to locate you quickly due to his gift of enhanced tracking, and Anita will be able to manipulate wind currents to send your scents in off directions, which will throw off anyone tracking you. I said with serious tone as I looked over them to make sure they understood. But, Bella, Alice began, but I shook my head. There are no buts. If this is to happen, run and do not look back. I will find my way back to you and find a way to reach Chelsea beforehand. I have another safe house set up and will head to meet you there. I cannot say where it is exactly, but you will have to trust Gunnar and Anita. They will get you to Chelsea, who then will ensure that you reach safety. She knows the way. That is something that I would bet my life on. Now then, do you all understand and accept the terms and risks of the mission? I pressed and eventually they all nodded, including Alice, though she still seemed reserved in her decision. If it will end this threat to the months of Forks and allow my family to stop being targeted, we are more than ready. The risk is worth it, Carlyle affirmed. I sighed as I looked them over, from their messy and uncharacteristically styled hair, to their red eyes, to their purposefully torn and tattered clothes, and nodded in our success. I looked at the setting sun from the window and at the closing in darkness. It was now or never. Blank, blank. The run to Port Angeles was pleasant as could be all things considered. I had decided that running would be faster than driving and would also allow us all to get out any bundles of nerves that may be settling in our stomachs, the fear of the unknowns. Jasper ran immediately to my right, and Alice to my left, with the rest of the family just a step or two behind for the entire duration. It didn't take much time at all, however, and we found ourselves at the dock within just a few minutes. I stopped and motioned for the others to wait a few steps behind me. As I walked across the old creaking wooden dock and came face to face with a human male, who nearly jumped out of his skin once he saw me. Holy Mother of Joseph, you scared the living shit out of me. I hate when you do that. He grunted and I chuckled, shaking my head. Humans were far too easy to scare. My apologies. Next time you see me, I'll be sure to lace bells around my feet beforehand so you can hear me coming a mile away. I joked back and motioned for the family to move closer, watching as he gulped and looked over my shoulder. What is going on here? He asked with a pale expression. Relax, they nor I mean you any harm. I have simply come to collect the debt that you owe me. I, along with those behind me, need to get across the Salish Sea and then back across and require absolute secrecy of our whereabouts. Once we reach port, we will be back within 30 minutes. If we are not, you are to depart without us and head back home. I said and watched as he nodded slowly. Very well. After this, my debt will have been repaid. He inquired and I nodded. Yes, that is correct. You have my word, Dylan. I affirmed and reached a hand out, to which he took into his own and shook it roughly for a human. Very well. Let's get on board then. No time to be lollygagging. You may have all the time in the world, but I don't, so let's get a move on. He grunted out and motioned for us to continue. We all boarded on his fishing boat as he untied the rope anchoring the ship to the dock and started up the boat, slowly but expertly navigating through the port and ships as to not draw any attention. Blank. I leaned against the railing at the bow of the ship, my hands curled around the rusting railing, and looked into the vast oceanscape before me. I breathed in the comforting smell of the ocean and watched as the reflection of the stars became disorientated from the pull and push of the tides away from the boat as it cut through the waters. Family stood around me, taking in the sight and clearly working on centering themselves and steeling their nerves. What is the story with the grouchy human? Edward asked, and I couldn't help the low that bubbled up from my throat at his choice of words. The broodiest of vampires calling a human grumpy was truly calling the kettle black. When he was a young man and just starting out in his career, I saved his life. He had gone out against his better judgment to try and capitalize on catching fish, knowing that a storm was brewing and no one else dared to venture out. While out at sea, he got caught in the storm and his boat was not able to handle the strength or heights of the waves. It eventually capsized and he was going to drown. I had been in the area simply by sheer luck, and had heard his cries. Of course, the storm was no match for me, so I swam out, pulled him to shore and made sure that he recovered. When he awoke in a hotel room off the coast of Port Townsend, I told him that I could not give him any information as to who or what I was, but that one day I would come to collect a debt from him. He knows I'm not human, but does not know what I am. I left then and he has stayed in the area since. I believe he is relieved more than anything to know that the loom of his debt has been wiped clean. I answered and looked back at their shocked expression. You will have to excuse our rudeness. This is just not something that I had expected to learn about of the Impovidia Inquisitor. First you saved Gunnar and Anita, and now we learn of a human you saved and risked exposure for. You confound us all. It completely contrasts against your reputation. Carlyle said after a few moments, and I nodded. If I appear to be weak in any way, shape or form, I will lose the edge I have. Vampires need to fear me. That is why it is not a well-known fact of those I have saved, Carlyle. Let this serve as reminder though, everyone sees who I only appear to be, but only a few know the real me. You can only see what I choose to show. There's so much more that you just don't and likely will never know. This applies in more ways than you can ever begin to comprehend. I replied, back with a well-known and used quote before turning my back again to the family, effectively ending the conversation. I watched as the lights from the nearby port in Victoria came to view and as the boat slowed its pace. Dylan pulled the boat up to the dock and walked over to me with a small smile lighting up his wrinkled and aged face. You take care of yourself out there, you hear me? He said. as he placed a strong hand against my shoulder. "You got it. We will be back shortly." I nodded and jumped off of the boat with the Cullens in tow. Blank. We made our way through the crowds of rowdy and drunken fishermen and across the dimly lit alleyway, finally allowing us the coverage needed to begin to run. Within just a few seconds, we reached the destination. And I came to a stop as I saw the flickering neon light which read, Dante's Spy Coast. "All right, I am going to go in first, using the members-only entrance from the side. Alice, Jasper, wait about 3 minutes and then enter from the front. Carlyle, Edward, and Esme, enter at the front about 2 minutes later, giving Alice and Jasper enough time to find a table and order their drinks. You know the rest. I will see you all soon. And remember, no matter what, stick to the course." I instructed and removed my Volturi cloak to reveal a pair of royal purple low-rising cargo pants, a black crop top which exposed a bit of my toned stomach and black fingerless gloves that ended at my forearms. I grabbed a ponytail holder and threw my hair back into a messy bun, allowing my side bangs to frame and cover the left side of my face, the place where my earpiece was located. Pulling out black lipstick, I quickly coated my lips and placed my cloak and other supplies into a black leather satchel and handed it to Alice, who draped the bag over her shoulder. I moved the saber from my belt loop and slid it into the side of my pant leg, knowing that the loose-fitting fabric would easily hide away the shape of it. I gave the Cullens one last nod and then I made my way into the side exit, knocking the door with the accurate code and sequence for it to open. A male vampire with jet black shoulder length hair pulled back into a ponytail answered, half of his face nothing but past scars from bites he had received throughout his existence. "What is your purpose?" he asked in a deep baritone voice. And I fought the urge to scrunch my face as the strong scent of sulfur and gasoline filled my nose. He obviously had just slaughtered a vampire and the scent of this action still lingered heavily in the air. "I've come to speak with Dante." I spoke in a strong tone and watched as his eyebrows rose. "And with what message?" he asked as he leaned against the doorframe. "You can inform him that the inquisitor is requesting his presence." I replied back, allowing the vermilion of my eyes to darken a shade or two, pushing out as much strength and determination that I could. The scared vampire looked at me and just for a brief second, fright flashed across his otherwise stoic expression. "Very well. Right this way then." He finally nodded and ushered me inside, closing the heavy tall door behind him with a thud and a click of the deadbolt into place. Blank. I kept my head up and my eyes focused in front of me, not daring to look around as I walked down a damp and musky corridor, only lit by a few torches burning brightly that were mounted on the slightly damp and moss-infested walls. The squeaks of rats scampering around practically made my skin crawl. How anyone could stand to live surrounded by these vermin was beyond me. We eventually made our way to the back of the corridor and the clicks of my heeled boots against the stone stopped as I paused outside of the door, allowing one of Dante's henchmen to open it. Across from the doorway, Dante sat in a large brown leather chair, with his legs up on his blood-stained desk. His elbows rested on the armrests and he folded his fingers together, his thumbs moving in a circular motion as he looked me over. "Ah, yes. The infamous inquisitor has once more blessed me with her presence. Tell me, how do you fare?" he asked in a casual tone before reaching down and picking up a glass filled with blood that he circled around before taking a sip. I watched his movements carefully, taking note of a new scar that had found its way over his right eye, under a mess of his long wavy reddish blonde hair. He should count his blessings that he had not lost that very eye. "This is not a social call. I have a note with a unique wax seal on it that I do not recognize. I wish for you to provide information if you have any on its origin." I replied back and watched as he rolled his eyes. "Always straight to business. Come now, have a drink with me. This blood is very potent. It came from a drunkard, a man aged about 65. His blood aged well with how much alcohol he had consumed throughout his life and thus, there is still very much so a hint of such in the blood. It is enough to put a fire in your belly. Please, I insist." He smiled and I felt my lip lift slightly to let out a warning snarl. "Once again, I will reiterate. This is not a social call and I need to make this brief as possible." I shot back and watched as he held up a hand to stop his lackeys from advancing at me. A familiar amused twinkle in his eyes. Very well, very well. Always such a serious one. What do you offer as a form of payment for my service? He asked with a smirk, and I reacted. Head into my pant leg and pulled out a rather thick envelope, sliding it across the table, watching as he broke the seal it and his eyes inspected what I had to offer. Inside you will find documents of the Volturi's whereabouts and scheduled missions for the next 6 months, which will allow you to plan your own escapades without worry of being noticed. There is also of course a bountiful cash supply of $50,000 and a signed contract from the Volturi that we will allow any of your cargo ships across the world to go by unchecked for the next year. I believe that you will find this to be acceptable payment. I supplied, and he nodded as he put the contents back down on the desk. Very well. Hand over this note, he instructed, and I did as asked, reaching into another pocket and handed him the piece of the note that I had torn off with the seal fully intact. He did not need to know the contents of the note. I watched as he inspected the seal and looked up at me with skeptical eyes before standing up and looking out a window to the nearby harbor, his arms folded behind his back. That seal belongs to a coven that resides on an undiscovered and apparent extremely remote island off of the East Siberian Sea. No one knows exactly of the location. A few of my men have ventured forth to try and locate it but never returned. The last contact we ever had with them was in the town Markovo in Russia. He supplied, and I nodded. I must warn you that you ought not seek out the location of the island. You will be getting way out of your league, and in doing so, you will only bring death to those around you. For the greater good of us all, abandon this mission and forget of this seal. He said as he turned back around, and I crossed my arms, watching as a few other vampires moved in from the adjacent doors that led into the room from the connected hallways, heading up from the dungeons that I knew were located just a few meters beneath my feet. Your concerns are unwarranted. I appreciate the information. You have your payment. I will be taking my leave. I stated and turned around, seeing the exit blocked. I really had hoped that you would have taken my warning to heart. Oh, well, such is life, I suppose. He sighed, and I moved my eyes around the room, letting out my own warning snarl, my eyes turning pitch black and excess venom dripping off my teeth. We had a fair trade and you accepted the terms. I snarled at him, my hands coming together in fists. Ah, yes. But you failed to realize that I never said we had a deal. You see, I have already been paid in Gr. sum by a certain person who does not want you discovering any more information. They simply outbid you. You may have been worried about the bounty on the Cullens' heads, but you never once thought about the one on yours. My reward for turning you over will much surpass whatever you could offer me. Knowing you won't let this be, you leave me with no choice. He shrugged, and I quickly began to formulate an escape strategy. I don't understand. What could you possibly have to gain? A vampire who is willing to go to this extreme will eventually turn on you as well. I hope you know that. You're sacrificing your truce with the Volturi. I argued back. I think not. You see, once his mission is complete, the Volturi and any other threatening coven will be no more, and I will be rewarded greatly for making sure that his goals are not interrupted, especially from some Volturi brat. He grinned maliciously, and I got into an aggressive stance, ready to tear and rip apart anyone who stood in my way. Why did you bother in giving me any information if this was your intention? I pressed, stalling as long as I could. 18 minutes had passed since I walked into this room, and I needed to make sure that the Cullens had a chance to escape and reach safety. I needed to make sure that you were not suspicious of our interaction. We needed a little more time to prepare a little gift for you. I knew it was only a matter of time before you showed up here, and while I had hoped I could be able to sway you to reason, knew that it was not likely going to be the case. He chuckled as more vampires entered the room. I was completely surrounded. You will live to regret this night. I assure you, I will watch you die, screaming. I will never let you win. I hissed out and moved forward to act, but felt a sharp pain come from the side of my neck and the feeling of pure fire fill my veins, very similar to how I had felt during my change. I gasped out as my vision began to blur around me, causing me to fall down to one knee. I reached up to my neck and pulled out a syringe, filled with a murky sludge-like green substance. I felt my control over my muscles failing one by one, and I struggled to keep myself upright, fighting off in vain the oncoming loss of consciousness. This must have been my gift, some neurotoxin of sorts that had been crafted to be effective against a vampire. Well, this certainly was new. How lovely. I already have. Take her down to the dungeons and make sure she stays there. He ordered out, and I felt the strong and rough grasp on either side of my arms, my feet dragging behind me. With the last bit of strength I had, I reached up and tapped my earpiece 3 times, hoping that the device would still connect to my phone that was safely secured in my satchel with Alice and be able to connect to call the programmed person who was set as my speed dial 3 contact. Hey there. What is cracking? Chelsea sang out, and I had to swallow back a harsh lump of venom. Realizing just how much I was going to miss her if I did not find a way to get out of this mess. Broken Arrow was all I could get out before my body seized and my world turned to black. We will continue in next part.